with something in the tank. So it's all going to come down to them to be able to get this drive away, but that's the issue. They've got it down to the midfield line, and then they kind of got nothing left. They've just got to keep aimlessly kind of pushing into their opposition, into the Storm Shadows, but it's going to be some really weak pressure.
Well, thankfully for French Air Force, even the Storm Shadows had low boost for a moment. Now, though, with the game moving all the way to the blue side of the field, Boost has time to respawn, and the rotations back from the French side will net them at least some boost. So this is the reset that they so desperately needed to get back into the game. Otherwise, if you're just rotating on the field without any boost, there's nothing you can do. Your opponents are going to be faster. There's a bit of a passing play. Fish and Zulu will forced to retreat back. Nobody in the backboard, so going to be collecting ball on the ground. A couple of touches here and there, and Celius, look at him go. Second one of the game, I do believe.
Yeah, beautiful execution on this shot, by the way. Using that dodge perfectly, whips the rear of the car up into the ball. You know, that's why you don't just, for newcomers to Rocket League at home that are watching, don't always double tap A, because, you know, then you think you can get higher on the ball. Save that dodge. You can then use it to put more power on the ball and manipulate it in different ways. Cedric trying to get a quick little second goal for the Storm Shadows. Big demos coming out, looking to reset this. Finally, the French got a little bit of momentum, looking at a counter-attack. And, well, the British RAF were able to just stop that in its tracks.
And right here, Steelers and the rest of the Storm Shadows moving on out. Demos have been sounding off much more frequently. It seems now to stop the advance of the French. The British are trying to remove them off the field. Mirik gets demolished once again, but those rotations are dangerous. Yes, you're removing the opposition player. Zalou looks for a bottom corner, couldn't find it, but you're also committing a player up ahead. That's one less player to be defending. And we already see how some of these aggressive rotations might have cost the Storm Shadow side.
Ooh. This is now a play which they can really believe in front of net, but Zalou didn't have the boost to get around the ball. You can see the French again a little bit
we cannot
a little
see.
bit bolder with this. And Cedric slowing it down. Perfect little 50-50. Directs the ball up towards the right, towards Stelios. The pass towards center, but no one is there. Storm Shadows prioritizing again that defense over their attack. Love it.
Zalou wins the 50. Efish is also in the corner. Mirik needs to pick it up. If Mirik still would be there. Efish thankfully is a bit closer, but does not matter. Steelers nets his third of the series. He has been the only one scoring for the Storm Shadows, as this challenge in particular is what gets it. Cedric continues to roam high up, looking for passes, looking for the opposition players. The Storm Shadows game plan has definitely changed, but it's netting them results so far.
Already netting in some results. You can see, on the opposite match, that Space Force have just got game one over the Sentinels. Try and keep those coming in as quick as we can, but that was a beautiful little take to the air from Cedric. I am loving the confidence from the Storm Shadows today in their each little individual areas, because even though G-Wood Jam feels quite quiet in comparison to the other two, they have been so solid in what they've been doing.
G-Wood not looking for a player this time, low on boost, so chooses to retreat back to his own half. Efish and the rest of the French Air Force are trying to set up a passing play to drop the ball on the blue side of the field and take hold of it just for a little bit longer, but every single touch seemed to be immediately followed by Storm Shadows being right there and ready to pick up the ball the moment he let go of it. G-Wood with a shot of his own, a beautiful strong double tap. He's on board now, 3-0 to Storm Shadows.
Well, I might call him a quiet second ago, but this was the moment he stood up and roared. The double touch of the backboard to send it down and pretty much send this game to its conclusion. 3-0 as it stands. The French Air Force, they said it'd be 4-3. This is two of those three. You need to start standing up yourselves now and dictating this game, because the French haven't really felt in control at all.
They had a showing in the first game with their attempts on targeting, and Zalou has 3 shots right here. Needs Efish in the back. Time is running out. No time for 3 goals, and perhaps a 4th one if Storm Shadows find something. Gonna be dropping down, and French Air Force back to the drawing board with their plans. It's hard to execute your game plan when the opposition is literally going for you and tries to remove you off the field. That's exactly what's happening here. Whether a specific anti-French Air Force plan or just a game plan, universal game plan from the Storm Shadows, the demos seem to be working. Even if they're not creating an opportunity, it's a psychological warfare kind of thing.
All smiles for the RAF, but for the AAE, you can see they are serious right now. This is going to be knuckle down time for them. Game 3 is when they've got to set this reverse comeback in order. Big, powerful kickoff. Can they work anything out of it? But see again that boost level. They're prioritizing position over boost. It's a risky one right in front of net. Zalu does get to it. Cedric going for a beautiful little aerial dribble. Can they get the flip reset? Fish knocking it away. G-Wood doesn't get a touch. It's lingering in front of net. Zalu does knock it up. And well, Stelios can't finish it off.
Oh god, that ball was lingering on that goal line way too long for anybody's comfort. There's a counter. Efish is trying to find himself a dash. Love a little positioning. I do appreciate what French Air Force is doing straight off the kickoff. Yes, they do not have the boost, but they committing 2 players up ahead just in the hopes that they can find themselves a good position. They know that the opposition, the last defender was going to have 100, but everybody else will not. So any sort of a on a dime with limited resources to play, and of course starting your game with a handicap of 1 goal would be lovely. But of course, the defense still needs to be there, and 1 minute have passed. Both teams have exchanged dangerous moments.
It's got to be said, the Storm Shadows look like a wildly different team from yesterday. So controlled. Not trying to set aggression, but rather passiveness. Just set the control, sit in the midfield, wait for those openings. They went away last night and did their research. They did their homework, and, well, they are looking... Maybe it's just a good night's sleep. Who knows, right? Because this is a team that is quietly confident right now. You know, in their pre-match, they might have said a 4-0, but you can see Stelios was respectful, a little bit humble maybe, a little bit quieter in comparison to yesterday, not as confident, but damn, on the pitch, they are just looking so in control.
That's what counts in the end. You can talk a big game, a small game, a confident game, a cautious and composed game. In the end, it's what you show on the field and how you react to what your opponent is doing. Not a 50, just a long clear, and Afish is forced to react goal on the backboard. Waste his precious boost all the while. The Storm Shadows are coming in on full. Cedric dribbles one, cannot make it past the second one. Gets bumped out of the way as a result of that. The ball just refuses to go in front of the French Air Force net or into the French Air Force net either. More place. Miracle would love to have a little bit of boost. Immediate shot has to do it because a dribble would be incredibly slow. The ball returns to the midfield as Stelios is trying to start yet another Storm Shadows attack.
French side are trying to get those demos in, create openings, but it does leave themselves a little bit weak because when you go for those demos, you have to pull yourself out of position because you're focusing on a player instead of the space you need to occupy to be ready to receive the ball. That's a nice little block, and that does open an opportunity. A Fish knocking it towards the backboard. Mirica throwing it into the corner, the bounce out, but no, a big clearance coming out from G-Wood. Follow-ups from Mirica throwing it into space. The French are starting to get things in their favor, but realistically saying that, their favor is just taking away control from the Storm Shadows.
That's a good start. If Storm Shadows do not have the control of the game, control of the ball, T-Fish is looking for some flip resets in his teammate. I think I just saw Zalu indeed. Then the Storm Shadows cannot do anything. If Storm Shadows don't get the shots on target as they're trying to put one now, then they cannot score. And as this game is still tied, this has all the indications of a 1-goal affair. I think that was Zalu looking to bump G-Wood out of the way to prevent the save. America with another try. They're collecting the shots, but so far they need an immediate follow-up to really threaten the opposition.
Yeah. What we're looking at now for this French side is like the napkin sketch of a plan, right? It's there. We can see the idea, but we now need to put it down to proper paper and give it to the boss. You know, and this is exciting for us because there's a chance of the comeback. Definitely nullifying it. We're still at a 0-0 game, don't get me wrong. The last game was 3-0, but it was in the same affair as that first game where it is really coming down to the knife edge. These are really close margins for these two teams. So just a single goal right now for the French Air Force could be all they need to take this game, especially when we've only got 40 seconds left to go in this one.
That's the 4-3 that we've been talking about. They should start working on it now. Again, best of sevens is the longest format that's played in competitive Rocket League. And yet, it still is going to end at some point, so if you want to start mounting a comeback, you better start mounting it now. Less than 30 seconds remaining. All of the challenges of French Air Force are being met immediately by the Storm Shadows. They know where to be, and more often than not, they're one step ahead. Not enough to really turn that challenge in the other way, but just enough to really deal with all of the plans that French Air Force has. Cedric, long shot, shouldn't be finding a target. French Air Force just needs to be careful as not to run in each other's way. They're entering overtime in game number 4.
Also, it might not look like there's massive changes coming to this game 3. The French Air Force are being able to withhold a lot of the pressure that the British have put down. Stelios with no boost thrown into the corner will be wildly out of position. G-Wood needs to put it to the air. Don't go towards net on this one. Instead, Cedric go for the double touch. It's a beautiful finisher. 19 seconds into OT, and the RAF already going to match point.
It's an absolute beauty. We've already seen G-Wood slap it down, but Cedric just one-upped his teammate. An absolute banger in the net, and you saw how that play was unfolding as well. I do believe it was G-Wood as well, stopping, not proceeding with his aerial play, letting Cedric to go on the ball, more pace, better angle, and straight on target. Wall, net, see you later. Match point for the RAF Storm Shadows. They are looking like the team to beat.
Don't get disheartened here. Like, if you see over towards this RAF side, Stelios is not smiling. When is that guy not smiling, right? You know, we got fist bumps, sure, but you can see they were like, they've nearly got us here. They've nearly figured it out. Like, we got to be careful. Great stuff, Cedric. Like, Cedric was the only one smiling because that was a beautiful finishing goal. We cannot count on that clutch factor in OT again. The French side look really nervous, annoyed right now, but they are so close. They are literally on the brink. Keep it up, lads. You're on the right path right now.
This time, no quick kick-off strategy from the French Air Force, which allows them to go back, collect a boost, and start in an advantageous position. If there's any consolation for the French Air Force, the ground army is behind them, according to the Twitch chat, APTEG. Of course, a break from the AAE is also in the chat. There's a lot of cheering, so it's great to see the French fans in force in the chat.
Yeah, every single unit, if you're out there, get hyped, get vocal in Twitch chat, even if it's just spamming your national flags as emotes, right? We just want to get this absolutely popping. Who are you supporting? Let us know. Get loud, because this could possibly be the last game in the series. Storm Shadows looking strong. They have come in with a game plan, and it has worked to a T. This French side, what have they been holding back? Remember, it's a double in bracket, so even if the French Air Force lose now, they'll move to the lower side and get one more life.
For everybody who is joining us, this is just the first series of many of today. I do believe we had 8 in total. We have a big double elimination bracket to go on through, best of sevens throughout, and it's gonna be fun already. We're starting really great, getting some results from other games as well. The Space Force Gaming won the second game versus the RAF Sentinels, as Zalou is looking for a shot, stopped by G-Wood on the line. Need an immediate follow-up. A demo is pretty good. Nobody's going to be taking this one. Mirica sits pretty deep. A pinch forced Zalou to make a stop. And right now, even from a distance, even from such a wild shot, such a pinch, Storm Shadows are threatening their opposition.
Spink starting to get feisty here. Double commit on defense. We generally don't, say it's a bad thing if they survive it. Gotta send everything you can in a game like this. Coming up to the halfway mark of game number 4. Nothing gained just yet. That was an open net, and our fish putting it to the corner. In normal situations, that is the perfect thing to do, but if he just sent that down the middle, that would have been a goal.
A little alarm for G-Wood and the rest of Storm Shadows. No alarms needed. The only alarm right now in the arena is for a goal as Stelios, an absolute bombardier of this series, nets another one for himself. Great shot. But Storm Shadows need to be careful. That counter-attack and the G-Blue hunting for a demo in the net just showcase that sometimes there again might be overextension. They might be a little bit too eager to go for or remove the opponent meta and need to indeed return back to where they were. Miraca needs to play it. Stelios on the ground, cannot beat Miraca, as the Frenchman has extended all of his boost, grab 100 in the corner, going in the air. Everybody's just a little bit low. Miraca is the only one on the side of French Air Force. Has anything in the tank. Zalou finds something up the corner, plays it up Cedric. Very importantly, has to not allow Cedric to make another setup of his own, and we know how great he is when he's just allowed to play the ball in the air. Now unstoppable.
Loose ball to the mid, easy for the RAF to really close out. I'm loving these touches in defense from Miraca, the kind of like lofted block, predicting where the ball is going to go. Again, this French side are playing really well, but they just cannot get their attacks to build up because they're so low on boost. It's the macro game, which
That's
the RAF have got down to a T. The French side, you can see little glimmers of it. Double commits like that, they needed to stack up in the mid, waiting for the rebound, and I think communication is just starting to break down, but their natural game is so good.
Look at that, tasted their own medicine for Storm Shadows with a demo. Zalou finds himself a beautiful Cookser pinch. I couldn't find a goal off of the result of that. Match point for Storm Shadows, meaning that if the game continues the same way and keeps just to one goal, Storm Shadows will be taking this 4-0 and moving into the next round. Their opposition is incredibly tough. That's US Air Force they're going to be playing against. You'll have to play them eventually. There's wherever you're going to be, unless somebody knocks them out earlier, you'll have to play against them eventually. And a French Air Force, 40 seconds to find the tying goal in his game number 4 of our first series of the day.
Stelios looking for the back ball pass here. Cedric going for the double touch once again, connects with it, and that might just be the nail in the coffin for the French Air Force. 28 seconds left to go. 2-0 in favor of the RAF.
Sorry, Nathan. Things just gotten twice as difficult for the French Air Force, and Cedric in traffic from a standing position just pops up with the ball. Jack out of the box. You can never know when he's gonna sprung up. He just did. Play still goes back to the French side, and Storm Shadows will be more than happy to just keep to the orange side of the field. Keep on the ball. Do not need another goal. All they need is for the French not to see the other side of the field. A couple of attempts right on the ground. Zalou can be throws it a little bit too high. Ground blocked by Cedric, and the timer runs out on any opportunities for the French Air Force to make a goal and any chances of this game. But not an easy matchup. By no means an easy matchup. I'm pretty sure Storm Shadows will once again be showcasing their sweaty palms and saying, we made it.
This is a weird one because there are so many different emotions about this. Stelios living up to his word with the 4-0, but at the same time, this is not a result which you can just believe from on paper. The French side went goalless, but they did not look bad at all. This was just a team that could not get a finish in their game. Their defense held up so strong against the pressure from the RAF Storm Shadows, and it was just those natural little cracks. You're going to run out of boost. You're not going to be able to get the clearance you want, and that's when the Storm Shadows punished Jam. So just keep your heads up, AAE. Go into that lower bracket, knowing that there are things you can work from. They should have about an hour break right now because, of course, we'll go into the winner semis, which they can watch. Maybe go to a couple of scrim stations and just work on it. Like, get talking. Okay, where do you want me in the ball? Because that was realistically the issue. Their defense held up really well, but they could not connect with each other on the attack. And this is a team that I'm really excited to see further of.
Yeah, and I've heard previously Sentinels mention that the U.S. Air Force have coached them. Maybe the U.S. Air Force can now join with the French Air Force folks and teach them a trick or two to maybe help them out to run through that lower bracket. Well, that's all going to be happening later. For now, Jasmine is standing on the stage with the winner of this series, the RAF Storm Shadows.
That's right, boys. Once again, I'm joined alongside none other than Stelios. Stelios, at the very start of that match, you pointed out the fact that the strategy was aggression, was confidence. Do you personally feel like you guys delivered on all fronts?
Yeah, it was a series that we just stuck to the plan and executed it to perfection. I felt really good myself. I felt the other boys also played their part individually, and then we executed the plan as a team together. It was almost perfection, which means we've got to live up to that in the next round as well. So we can't just rest on our laurels, we've got to take it forward.
Well, for you personally, you were the first one to score goals across, I think, 2 or 3 of those matches that we saw there as well. Was that part of the game plan for you to be the force of nature, as it were, in this matchup?
I'm certainly a force of nature, but usually not in front of goal. It's usually Cedric or Jiwa that are bagging the goals when it counts. However, the way we're set up is, it doesn't matter who has the chance to score. It could be any one of us. The way we play, we create spaces for anyone to score. And it just so happened that it was me that was in the prime position to put it in the back of the net, and thankfully I did.
Well, you boys called out the US Air Force as the ones to look out for as well. Have you got any fighting words for them if they happen to be watching right now?
I mean, you're a cracking team, you really are. However, we're not going to just lay down and roll over you to beat us. We are going to come at you as hard as we humanly can.
All right, perfectly said. Well, we've got plenty more matches still to come. I hope you're going to be hanging around and watching them. And we'll catch everybody after the break.
must think that I'm a restless case because I ran away, because I ran away. If you listen to the words I say, you know that I'm okay, you know it's just a phase. Don't think I'm leaving cause I'm not at all, and if you get hurt it's unintentional. I just wanted you to realize that I'm the one you like, that I'm the one you like. So where do we go, where do we go from here? Where do we go, where do we go? I don't know. Where do we go, where do we go from here? Where do we go, where do we go from here? Where do we go, where do we go from here? Baby, I've been busy missing you. Say, have you missed me too? Say, have you missed me too? Was this intermission good for you? Yeah, was it good for you? Or are you just confused? Don't think I'm leaving cause I'm not at all. So if you get hurt, it's unintentional. And I know that what I did was typical. I just needed time to show you what you got. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? A sign from you, telling me you need me here just like I do. All I ever wanted was to make it through. Tell me, how about you? How about you? So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from
Welcome back to Allied Forces Esports Invitational, the 2024 edition. I'm here with Relic and Digital Bacon, and we have just seen the opening series of the day. Of course, the RAF Storm Shadows playing versus the French Air Force. That series has ended 4-0. Still an exciting bunch of gameplay. French Force fought valiantly, but in the end fell to the lower bracket, where they have been fighting for their life in the tournament. That series is going to be on our screens later on. But for now, let's talk about the results as well. Relic, we had another result in the series. The match has been played off stream. What do you feel about that one?
I feel pretty good for the Sentinels because they picked up a game against one of the top 3 teams from day one. I also worry for them now because they are sent immediately down to that lower bracket with the French Air Force. Only one life left. And considering that either of those teams are facing one of either of the teams now in the upper bracket being US Air Force, US Space Force, Coast Guard, Storm Shadows, I don't know, man. I worry for them in the long term, but obviously they've got a little bit to wait now, Jam, because we've got these upper bracket matches, and we're covering the match that we wanted to see yesterday. A best of 7 gone the distance. Will it be a repeat? Space Force versus Coast Guard.
A lot of excitement for that one, Bacon, and we are almost dubbing it the match of the tournament, and these teams have been vying to get that number 1 seed to get into that second round, the bye round. Is it gonna go the different way around this time? Is there a little bit of a revenge on the side of the Space Force for this time?
Well, for me, realistically, whilst we're all like talking about the American Air Force being the strongest team, you got to remember we've got these debutantes, right? We've got the new squads here, so that is the Space Force and Coast Guard that are trying to pick up. They are kind of the underdogs still, of course, naturally, of course, they want to dethrone the Air Force. So you got to be looking to these squads. And when we're looking at the Coast Guard here, I'm looking at probably lights after yesterday. I was really impressed by what they could bring, but there's so much on the line. There's a lot of pride, but also there's a lot of fun to be had. You can see they are just itching to get at that revenge grudge match.
Oh, absolutely. Anybody that stands out for you on the side of the Space Force, Relic? Maybe an MVP of your own. We have Ethan, Fruit Loop, and Noosh, of course.
Oh, can I choose everyone, please? Can I choose everyone? Because they're all so good. I mean, look, I think if you want that sort of like that flair, if you want that wow factor, like the fireworks show, then you're looking at Fruit Loop. I think that she had a fantastic day in front of goal, although I think we also learned that she does require strong service. She requires a strong midfield behind her, and that's really where Ethan and Noosh step in. I think Noosh are real fantastic in force, and we didn't really speak his name much, but that's only because he was doing such a great job on cleanup duty that we were kind of just glazing over and expecting them to counterattack. Ethan, of course, really important player in this roster, Jam. Ex-US Air Force, ex-winner of this very tournament 1 year ago. They're going to need his experience as they look to try and, as you say, run it back, but with a victory this time over the Coast Guard.
So how about some predictions, gentlemen? Relic, let's bounce back to you. How about who's winning?
I'm going to go Space Force 4-3.
Okay, a solid one. Bacon.
I'm going to be just as bold. Coast Guard 4-3 because it is a coin flip, I think.
God, how do I separate them? You know what? Space Force 4-3 for me as well. Let's meet the teams there awaiting eagerly out of stage with Jasmine.
An awful lot of Space Force supporters amongst my wonderful commentators, but the real question is, will the Coast Guard be able to bring their A game, especially considering the fact that you boys had a bye in the tournament for today? So let's go ahead and find out some more about them.
Hello, I'm Christian Rocha. My rank is Petty Officer 2nd Class, and my in-game gamer tag is Lights Out Bud.
Hello, my name is Ethan Adams. I'm a Yeoman 2nd Class in the United States Coast Guard, and my in-game name is Echo.
Hello, my name is Claudio Giuliano. I'm a Petty Officer 1st Class in the United States Coast Guard. My in-game name is Xylem, and I do Seaburn Environmental Response with the United States Coast Guard.
My first impression of this base, it's big. Walking in and the exchange as a whole mall was kind of overwhelming for a little bit. The event looks fun. I love playing on a stage versus like in a gaming center or something where everyone's playing at the same time.
So yesterday I really enjoyed climbing up the mountain the first thing in the morning, actually. I thought it was very nice out. I had the opportunity to do a lot of drone work and land robot usage. Keeping the controller in the hand always kind of helps.
I think Echo is very good on the ball, and he has very good mechanics. And I think Xylem has very good defense, and you could always trust him when he's behind.
Leadership is very excited about us coming here. We're currently in the process of moving some recruiting efforts out to the EU, so it was a very good, positive, welcoming transition for us to come out here.
I think everyone's pretty cool here. We talk all the time online, and I think seeing their personalities in person is really cool.
The hardest team here is probably the U.S. Air Force. They've had our number the past couple of lanes, so it'd be really nice to get some revenge. Beat them in a scrim once, and they never let it go. So if we could do it at a lane, I mean, that'd be amazing.
CGG!
Well, Coast Guard Gaming, you boys have had a bye in the tournament, especially for today. Benefit, detriment, what are we thinking? How that's gonna impact your gameplay?
I think it's definitely a benefit. We had a good amount of time to warm up upstairs and get our rough spots out, so I think we're gonna do very well this morning.
Who you been scrimming against?
We didn't scrim against anybody. We just played competitive. Yeah, competitive EU is definitely different than competitive NA, so it's definitely a good warm up.
Who's better, EU or NA?
EU is better.
All right, I know it pains you to say that, but my commentators were supporting the Space Force. What do you think of that? What's the scoreline going to be?
Well, we went to Game 7 yesterday. That's definitely not going to happen again. I'd give them maybe 1 or 2, but it's definitely, we're going to take the series for sure.
I know Fruit Loop is eagerly watching you guys. Hawkeyes on all of you. Go ahead and take to your seats, and let's go ahead and find out some more about their opposition of the Space Force.
Hi, I'm a Specialist 4 in the Space Force. My name is Amber Meadows, and my in-game name is Fruit Loop.
Hi, I'm Major Andrew Grosby. I go by Noosh in game.
Hello, I'm Specialist 4 to Ethan DeFrance. My in-game name is Ethan.
Yeah, I've been called beef jerky, pancake, steak, and then at one point they called me Fruit Loop, so I've always just been Fruit Loop from then on.
Yeah, so yesterday was a lot of fun. We spent some time with the team. Ramsar Air Base and Germany in general I love it here.
When we were mini golfing, I beat one of the Air Force guys, so hopefully we can just do that again, except on the stage.
This is my first time meeting all the other people, like the military game league community.
Hiking up the mountain to go to the castle.
You are cruising, dude.
So it was like raining and it was kind of like a rainforest. It sounded like one too, so that's pretty cool.
My leadership was supportive of me coming out.
All of them have always been super supportive when it comes to any sort of Rocket League related thing for me.
I've met all the other teams before, so it's like you're kind of just friends pretty much at this point, so.
Easy dubs, right?
Competition, but yeah.
Easy dubs.
Hopefully gonna win.
Looking forward to Smackdown Air Force.
Tut, low tech, chowder. Can't do much when I want to demo you.
I have confidence in my teammates. They've been practicing a lot, so hopefully it'll show when we get on the stage.
Played against the Air Force and Coast Guard teams before. Not too worried.
If we win, we'll probably go to Chili's, have a couple of drinks, and have bragging rights.
Whoa! Space Force!
Space Force obviously coming off the back of a victory, an overtime victory at that as well. So talk to me, Fruit Loop, a little bit more about the match that you guys have just come off the back of winning.
You know, the RAF Sentinels really put up a big fight trying to get those games off of us. They took one, but that's about it, and that's all they got. And I'm pretty sure that's how the Coast Guard's going to come out, too.
Oh, I hope they heard that. No, never mind, they're locked in. They got the headsets on as well. So preparing for this matchup in particular as well. Any specifics that have taken place amongst yourself and your team?
We're just going to shut them down at any opportunity. Watch out for those bumps because they really like to go after you, and that's about it.
Well, Fruit Loop, from the very start of the tournament to now, you've continued improving, giving us your A game. Absolutely amazing performance so far. Do you feel like you've been easing into it, feeling a little bit more comfortable now?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've done tournaments before, and it usually is a rocky start at the beginning, but as you play, you get better and more comfortable with the setting, and we're here day 2, and we're ready to go.
Well, I'll tell you what, girl, my eyes are definitely going to be on you on the server. Best of luck to you and your team. Let's find out what my commentators have to say about that one.
Fighting words, Bacon, fighting words. Of course, all three of us. It's not a democracy here. We support the Air Force. No.
Hey, I said Coast Guard, you know, and as good a reason as any, I'm sorry, but CCG is better than Space Force.
No, Space Force. Come on, it's space. Come on, I mean that's a Red Alert Command and Conquer reference.
I was going to say that is a throwback that no one is going to get, buddy.
Tim Curry, bless your heart. Mate, so hilarious. I did a Frankenfurter reference yesterday as well. What is this? I'm on a Tim Curry sort of trend, but let's talk about the trending results for these two teams as well, because it's really interesting that CCG and Xylem there, they were saying, actually, we really like the fact that we had the bye because we were able to warm up just in a bit of ranked, play against some EU teams that, we're not used to playing, to different styles of Rocket League, of course, between the two regions. But I would say traditionally as casters, we always say, well, it's actually an advantage to have that game or that series win under your belt because you're playing fully competitive. You're playing against great players rather than playing against everybody just trying to iron out the synergies. Where do you land on this particular day, Bacon? Who do you believe more, Space Force or Coast Guard, I should say?
It is difficult because, again, it's a new day. I'm going to be a little bit of a cop-out. Let's be real. We won't know until probably about game 3 because you give game 1 is that sort of gimme, don't you? And then game 2 is when you really start figuring out how these teams are. From yesterday, when the highs were high, Space Force, easy. But then they dipped when things weren't connecting between them. Like you were saying earlier in the little run-up to this one, if Fruit Loops wasn't getting that midfield sort of setup that she required, the attacks kind of just went to nothing, right? And so it's going to come down, can the Coast Guard just punish them for that? Or are they going to be a little bit more focus on their own game? It's kind of, what do we see coming into this one? Because we know yesterday it went to that game 7, and they can take a lot away from that, and near enough turn up today, like the Storm Shadows did, as different squads.
We look at teams, we're looking for an identity. And Coast Guard reminds me a lot of how the US Air Force plays. No, that's not saying that they're US Air Force, but at home, I think they play a little bit more compact than the US Air Force, and that's great for those midfield battles, which honestly does match up well to how the Space Force want to play, but that's why they really need to utilize those wings and again get the service to Fruit Loop. As long as she's in a great shooting position, we saw some bangers from her yesterday. I'm sure we're in for a banger series though, Bacon. Let's get this one underway.
Interesting part as well, Xylem and Fruit Loop played together yesterday in that All-Star show match. That's a little bit different insight in how they might play with each other. So a lot of talking last night, like we said, with Storm Shadows. Definitely all these teams, for that pride, went away, did the scrimming, did their homework, a little bit of VOD review as well. So coming into today, let's see what these teams are now like.
VOD review or Chili's, that's a difficult choice, isn't it? But Ethan's no good choice there. It's thrown up into the sky, and Noosh isn't able to get onto the end of it either. Very much the hallmarks of a game 1 in this first minute. Trying to feel each other out, trying to figure out where the chinks in the armor are. A couple of missed passes here and there. Who is going to connect the fastest? That's where we're going to see that first goal.
Really interesting to see Fruit Loop sit back a little bit more so far in this game. A pivot from the second player to the third. So they're playing a little bit more of a defensive role. Maybe that's just how the rotations are stacked up early. Maybe that is like by intention.
Feels a little topsy-turvy, doesn't it? It really feels like Fruit Loop is playing anchor, which, I mean, look, go off, guys. If you've got something different cooking, then hey, we always enjoy a little bit of variety in our meal plans. But Xylem's going to take this one round the world. First 2 minutes almost eclipsed here. And overall, I would say more possession from the Space Force, but they've still not crafted anything clear-cut.
Yeah, and when you were talking earlier about Coast Guard looking almost like Air Force by our home, this initial opener feels closer to what we saw from Storm Shadows earlier, just a very nicely controlled game from the Coast Guard, where they're holding it at the midfield line. Space Force are getting these little pop shots towards, but they're not really that threatening.
That was a major criticism we had of a couple of teams yesterday. Do the basics right. Because when you lose sight of the basics, you lose sight of the ball, and then it can end up in the back of the net, lickety split. And as we head towards half-time, I think that really was the best chance from either side, and it comes the way of the Coast Guard after soaking up a lot of pressure. Again, hitting that backboard, but a bit too much mustard on this one. Fruit Loop expending all boost and giving it up to their opponents. Ethan completely whiffing on this one. Noosh waiting for a response. Fruit Loop gets in the way. Blue trail followed up here by Echo. Coast Guard starting to slowly but surely build up the pressure, and it's Space Force, now they got to soak up something.
Talk about building up pressure. Yes, there is lights to sort of relieve that pressure. The slowdown player, which is so important for some of these squads. Just make sure that you can give the time to fit back into your rotations or, you know, set up an attack. That was a nice little idea between Echo and Lights, but good block coming out from the Space Force.
I like it. Slow bit of interplay in front of net, trying to bait out the defense, but Space Force ain't biting just yet. Nail-biting first game, though, still 0-0 with 90 seconds left on the docket. Fruit Loop moves forward, looking to put this one home, and somehow it was thrown away. 3 players involved, including one of Space Force. Doesn't matter for the Coast Guard, at least they've managed to survive for the moment. Ethan on the chase now gets it away from Lights. They're low on boost as well. Fruit Loop over the top of Xylem onto the backboard, well marshaled by Echo. Noosh with a shot on target, and it's not going to be put home by Fruit Loop. Off the crossbar and away.
Echo's got boost here, going for the double touch, knocked high in front of net. Nice with a very light touch. Xylem blocked out by Ethan. This is a chance to run it away, but no boost from Space Force means it falls flat, comes to nothing. And well, Coast Guard should be able to keep up pressure, but that's a great clearance right there.
You can see the Space Force are very eager to keep control of their 100 boosts. That is very much the life resource of this team. They do expend a lot of it, especially on the transition. Speaking of, Fruit Loop up in the air. Ethan bikes it up for Noosh, but he's not going to get there. Lights does enough, but look at how little boost Coast Guard have. Fruit Loop has to get a piece of it, does so, but Echo's on the chase. Ethan waits. That's going to go over the top of his head. Noosh now throws it all the way down the other side of the pitch. Demo on Lights. Finally a demo player looking for Xylem, and that cross was a little wayward. Fruit Loop, though, setting up for Noosh again. Noosh going back to the backboard. Smart choice, given that there was no real shooting lane to go down. But I think the Coast Guard have done enough here. Only a few more seconds now. Keep it up in the air, and any of these teams, any of these players, have a chance to put it on target. Oh, and Coast Guard had just a golden opportunity, a whisker away. It's OT.
Not a single goal scored yet in this game. There have been chances for each team, but you saw it in that last moment. The Space Force, like you said, there was no shooting avenues. You were just screaming at your screens, going, shoot, somebody shoot, but there wouldn't have been a realistic goal from it. So keep recycling the ball, keep passing it, keep knocking off the backboard until there is finally that chance.
We need a couple more demos, though. I think that was the best looking opportunity for Space Force. It's just a shame that it was overshadowed by the Coast Guard, almost throwing it right back down their necks. Big bump, big play, Echo Chamber, 1-0 Coast Guard.
A beautiful adjustment. Again, I said it earlier, Lights is the player you gotta watch out for. Yesterday was that slowdown, keeping the team together. But here, that is inspirational to go for the bump, the adjustment. Most teams in what we've seen today just worked on that defense. Make sure to keep your rotation, but you've got to break the rotation to break your enemy's ankles, knock them out of goal, leave that space wide open, and a beautiful finish where it was communicated to Echo.
Take it from a suffering Swansea City Football Club supporter for the last 7 years in the Championship. You can have all the possession in the world. It don't mean nothing if you can't put it in the back of the net. And look, Coast Guard, I think they're underrated by a few people sometimes because of their very simple play style. But again, what did we talk about earlier, Bacon? Do the basics right. Their defense was impenetrable, and if you don't concede any goals, then you're more than likely going to win the game eventually.
Fruit Loops has got it downfield, and that was close from Noosh. Ethan going for a backboard pass again, just keeping this pressure alive. Fruit Loop on 13. I like this right now because, of course, your opponents don't know what boost level you're on. We, in the spectator sort of view, can see all of them right next to the name, that little circle. We didn't know. The more it's filled up, the more boost you have. 0 to 100. But here, we need to see that conservation come out. Fruit Loop is kind of criminal to it, but leaving a little boost in the tank would do her a world of good because that then gives the little acceleration you need, and that is my only real criticism. Like, if I was there as a coach, that'd be the only thing to work on because these two squads are so good.
Very well matched. I just hope that Space Force don't get frustrated. It was only a 1-0 defeat after all. Hardly the end of the world. But this is a little runaway now, very scary actually, could have turned into a 3v1. The Space Force cover it off well. Xylem now, he sees lights in field. That's a little bit heavy, but mercifully there's a safety net in Echo, gets it past Noosh, and Ethan forced him to the back foot. Fruit Loop, look at this, doing really well to just, again, expend the opposition boost, the Coast Guard, but a decent clearance. That's not decent, but finally able to get it to the midfield line. Space Force need to try and reassert their dominance here, because it feels like the Coast Guard just growing in it.
Oh, but Echo's got a great little push there. A little wave dash as well into the ground to get instant speed. Talk about mechanics, and that is one you absolutely love to see because it's little bits of minutia which really affect the game. Backboard hit, good knock away from Noosh.
Oh, that should have been on target, really. That's an easy 1-0, especially with the defense asunder. Space Force, I said they needed to find a little more confidence and take a little bit more control of the game. It's anything but. Coast Guard running unshackled right now. Fruit Loop up high towards net, but look at how often they're throwing it towards the backboard and from how far away they're doing this as well, Bacon. It's so easy for the Coast Guard to read.
Fruit Loop with a chance, knocking it down, going for the bouncer, but Lights, again, like I was saying earlier, keeping that little bit of boost in the tank means you can do those aerial adjustments. Xylem should be met by Fruit Loops. Going wide, they're covering the goal. It's a little bit awkward right in the corner. Lights wanting to go for a skinny angle, but Fruit Loop does keep it away.
Incredible to think that this is still 0-0. Shot on target, Ethan saves. Set up for Echo, looking for the double tap. Lovely interception from Noosh. Xylem going all the way back. Noosh not able to lift it over him though. Xylem gets a piece of it, lights towards net. Big save again from Captain Ethan. Demo in the midfield. Really important demo from Noosh onto Echo. Relieves the pressure just a moment, but again, it's a whiff. This time from Lights, but Echo's there to step in. Fruit Loop now goes forward. Little boost. He's going to try and make it work. On target, Noosh! Unstoppable. Finally, Space Force find a way through.
Is that build-up of pressure. Noosh originally just putting that downfield, getting those bumps, and then cycling around. This breaking of the rotation. Sure, Ethan wasn't needed, but that's because if Ethan was to be the one to receive that, it had been too late. They would have been able to get clear. So you've got to half rotate, step back in. Don't go to being right at the back, but instead cut that triangle and go for that attack. Speeds things up, breaks the expectations of the defense.
Oh my goodness, how about that for expectation? Ethan with a banger. Well saved again, backboard. Fruit Loops not going to get there, forced to double back, picking up little boost pads and a lovely chip over Lights, a second over Xylem. Echo goes up, but here comes the following. It's Ethan not on target. Lights has to go against their own backboard. Really smart play, picks up the 100. Little lift over Noosh, wins the second challenge on Fruit Loop. The runaway, Ethan with little boost to work with, but does really well despite that little boost to work with.
Great little work past Xylem, but Echo's got that covered. Noosh taken to the air, but Echo couldn't get a touch either, which is going up for the block. A lot of back and forth, a lot of aerial play. Whilst this game looks fast, Relic, because the ball's in the air all the time, it's actually a lot slower and easier to read, hence why these two teams have got such a good track of one another.
It's quite stop-start, actually, isn't it? Very strange in that we have sort of like a mixture of long clears and a lot of keeping the card, or the ball in this case, close to the chest, close to the backboard in order to retain possession for the moment and then look to set up a better play. But there was no better play to be seen from the Coast Guard, who've just allowed Noosh to stroll on in for a second time.
Look how close we're getting here. Sure, Coast Guard could have got game one, but game two, Space Force have just made these little minor tweaks, being able to up their aggression and know when to, like I said earlier, break that formation, just keep up the attacks, keep up the pressure. Sure, we've got a little bit disjointed back and forth, but double demos! Spicy.
Only seeing Lights were the Space Force. Lots of boost to use, and boy, did they use it well. Echo just taps it in. Ethan, caught completely blindsided. There was not much that he could do. That was just a fantastic power play. 22 seconds left. How's your nerves, Space Force?
And they hold on to him. That's a loose ball, and Fruit Loop will look to dribble away. Lights popping into the air, 50 in the tank. Can follow on to this one, going for a touch, but needs someone to finish off. No one is there from Coast Guards, and with these final seconds, it's got to be a Hail Mary attempt. You've got to throw everyone towards it. It's down the opposite end. Keep the ball up in the air right now, but you can see there's pressure from Space Forces. Great pushing it towards that Coast Guard net, and that ties up the series.
Tie series indeed. And you know what? On the whole, Space Force thoroughly deserving of it. I think apart from the first minute and a half where things were looking shaky, they really did grow into the game. I think they adapted super well in the midfield. They were looking for those interceptions. They were looking to step in to cut off the passing lanes, and that forced the Coast Guard back and back and back again, and eventually in front of their own net they were left without boost and without options as Noosh just again throws one in. And okay, it wasn't the winning goal in the end, but it did set up Space Force for a second, and that was the difference maker.
An interesting difference maker as well. Notice Coast Guard there getting the coach involved as well, just sort of having a fourth pair of eyes, but that sort of different perspective to the game, being able to near enough line things up and be like, right, this is what I think you guys are doing wrong, instead of that individual player perspective, because of course they're looking at all the screens, they get all the different perspectives, and then can kind of come in with, they're on the same team but an unbiased, because you don't know exactly what happened from your teammates' viewpoint, so having that coach there is a big advantage in cases like these.
We'll see whether the words of wisdom are heeded, whether they end up making a difference as we head on to game number 3. As told by you, Bacon, the one that we should be looking out for most. And to be fair, moving up into a 2-1 position is pretty healthy. It means that the end goal of those 4 game wins are in sight. And very much as we were this entire series, the opening 30 seconds comes and goes, no sight of a goal. And both teams really now in the groove, starting to find those shot opportunities more fruitful.
Nice little dribble, but can't block it. Noosh is a little bit wide of angle, throwing it back. This is disastrous for the Space Force. Coast Guard need to be pouncing on this. Lights with a pass out towards Echo, but it all comes to nothing in the end. Loose ball into the corner, and now Space Force will look to get this away, but it's Echo on a dribble out to midfield. A beautiful little recycle of this all on their own.
Oh my word, they got the flip reset as well. Ethan said absolutely not good, sir. And in fact, they got right down the other end, over the top of the entire team. Space Force zooming into astronomical heights.
No, they weren't ready for that. Xylem and Echo were just like, okay, this is going to be a pass, right? And didn't really know, because again, that's the break in the game plan. It was inspired in the moment, but the teammates didn't really know what was going on with that. There wasn't a plan behind it, and that's when Coast Guard crumbled.
Lights. It's a demo on Xylem. It's another breakaway. Fruit Loop just has to get this on target, but there was not enough power in the shot. The lack of boost betraying her. 90 seconds in, another quick response down the other side of the field. It's Coast Guard on target. Ethan saves. Noosh misses. Echo misses. Second bite of the cherry, not gonna get it. Fruit Loop intercepts. Lights now off the backboard. Ethan misses. It's Whiffington Central, and somehow Noosh is able to win the challenge, but Echo steps in too. It's all 3 in the offense for Coast Guard. Oh, Lights, you just had to connect.
A crazy pass towards the center, and yeah, just wide margins. You've got a pre-jump on. I love these. Noosh bumping Echo around, does create the space as Lies can't hold down the defense all on their own. Fruit Loops will finish off in a spectacular fashion.
Feels like we've taken a trip to the moon, Bacon, because this is absolute lunacy. I cannot believe that the Coast Guard had so much pressure, and then it just explodes like a valve yet again. Space Force on the counter-attack, absolutely lethal. And the Coast Guard have got to be seething, because I think all round their game has much improved from game number 2, and yet they have no reward to show for the moment.
And again, that's the evolution of the game. You look towards their 7-game saga yesterday, and these two teams were scoring on average between them 4 and a little bit of change goals a game. So far, we've had 1 and 3. Expect this one to ramp up as these two teams hit their natural flow and evolution. They will be scoring more, folks.
Fruit Loop playing a little bit more defensively, getting a bit more involved in the build-up play, and it's working wonders for Space Force. They've shored up the midfield, something fierce. And Noosh continues his trajectory back. Actually thought twice about turning on the quick cut in rotation, but with support, as you can see, much better results. Ethan here now, they're looking to slowly but surely move up the field yet again. 2 goal cushion to sit on, 2 minutes to survive.
But it's just defense that holds the Coast Guards at bay. You can see Coast Guard still very much in attacking position right here. They are in the driving seat. Ethan finally, though, has found Noosh. Noosh can't put it towards middle. Fruit Loop was waiting for it, but Ethan keeps the attack alive to get the 3rd goal for the Space Force.
You can almost feel the proverbial hand just lifting it over everybody on his way to the net. Lights. Maybe a little bit of panic there. A simple double jump, and I think that the save would have been secured, but in that moment where you see Ethan with a free option on target, like, of course you're going to be just doing whatever you can, whatever you think is right in the moment. 3 goals to the good Space Force, and now only 90 seconds to go. Looking pretty.
Coast Guard. 125 left. They can turn this around. You can get 3 goals there, but they have to find it sooner than later. They have to get that belief once again in themselves. That's a brilliant shot from Xylem to do exactly that. Coast Guard Gaming are back in the mix.
Yeah, Space Force caught without their oxygen tanks there over the top of everybody, and Xylem does really well to react to that. It's actually the initial pass off the backboard. It's easily readable for him, and so he actually makes his job like way easier than it could have been, and that is a lifeline and a half for the Coast Guard. Find a second in the next couple of seconds, and now we're really cooking, but 2 commit to it. As long as the save is made, that's what's important for the Orange team.
Coast Guard looking to get closer to each other. That means that the time between the passes is going to be shorter. Thus, there's less chance to react from the Space Force here. It's a good plan, but it's risky. You don't have as much defense because you're not covering as much space.
I love these short passing lanes that are being crafted together by Space Force. Still looking dangerous, still looking reasonably good value for their 3 goals, but a 4th would really just be the cherry on top of this beautifully baked cake. 30 seconds left though, and they might not need that 4th. Coast Guard need a 2nd, and they need it now.
The egg timer is on the table. 22 seconds left to go before it starts ringing. Coast Guard, it's not looking good for you now, especially when you're on defense. We need a clearance away. Echo blocked by Fruit Loop. Xylem was chasing onto it, but can't get the touch on the ball. Lights was waiting in the middle. Looks to go up for a block, but now it's Echo. Can they run it downfield? That is a knock towards center of Fruit Loop to keep it high in the skies. Space Force, it was a little bit of an awkward finish. It was a really touch and go last minute, but they hold on to the lead and now take the lead in the series.
Feels like a bit of medicine served from Space Force, a bit of revenge for game number 1, where, I mean, really they were the better team and then they get sucker punched. Well, Coast Guard absolutely ran the show for the first couple of minutes in game number 2, and then they got beaten, and here it felt a little bit more even, but Space Force just extended their advantage synergy-wise on the field. Okay, there was that one sort of freak goal, Xylem doing all of the work himself, but Space Force looking a much mightier outfit, Bacon, far more solidarity across all areas of the field.
All right, folks at home, let's do a little breathing exercise. In and out. Remember that, because this is going to be a stressful rest of the series. That kind of energy is what you can expect, because now these two teams are ramped up. You can see the game plans, and you're going to get a lot of ferocious gameplay here. It's exciting for us to watch, and that's why we kind of highlight this one, Relic, as the game of the day, because these two teams are the closest to each other. The whole competition is fierce. On average, the squads ranging between about GC3 to GC1, of course. Your Air Force, the American Air Force at the very top of the end. We're looking at about Sentinels and the French Air Force towards the bottom, but GC3 to GC1 is still higher level, and it will come to the team synergy, which really makes that difference.
Many a mighty battle has been waged on Utopia Coliseum, and this particular series was, of course, destined to make its way here. Space Force has a chance to head on to match point scenario at the end of this one, should they win. But watch out for the Coast Guard. It does feel a little bit to me, Bacon, like they're caught in two mindsets, a little bit of no man's land. They have to find that go-ahead goal, or at the very least, they have to start generating more pressure. I think the offense is their best form of defense in this occasion.
Well, you could see at the end there, Coast Guard Gaming were in the lead for that final minute and a half. Like, they were the ones dictating the game, but the issue was it was a little too late. They were already 3 goals down, so 1 goal just is not enough. If they can bring that kind of energy here into game number 4, they might just run away and get the equalizer, sending us to a 2-2 game.
Vibe certainly good. They've been certainly the better team in this first minute. Plenty of shots towards or on net, but nothing quite threatening that sort of complete collapse of the Space Force defense, which we have seen a couple of times over Saturday at the very least anyway. And now it's their turn to take an attack. Noosh forcing a challenge, but Light with a big clear, and Ethan does well to throw to the corner.
It's a very calm opener, realistically. Don't get me wrong, we've had a couple of demos, a fair few bumps, a shot or two on each net. But each team is looking to set up. It's about starting your formation, trying to get a foothold into your opponent's half. They're just waiting for it to naturally fall.
Well, Noosh was naturally in the right position there. That was very scary. The shot near post, a good idea, but not good enough as Noosh goes skyward. I'm surprised that Xylem didn't actually make the challenge. It's up to Echo to pick up the pieces. Fruit Loop just throws it away for the moment, and look at that, brilliant interception again. Lights had a free shot that was denied by Ethan immediately, heading towards half-time. It's been all Coast Guard, Bacon.
I think as well, look at his defense. It's a big difference maker for Space Force today. They've got each other covered now on that defense, because that was not a good clearance on the Space Force, but and afterwards we saw Noosh having it covered. Oh, that's a dangerous chance at net. What a save from Ethan.
That is huge. He's had a couple of them this series already. That might be the most important, especially at 0-0. But it's not 0-0 any longer. Echo 1-0.
What a slice on this one. Xylem, great little angle, put it into the danger zone. But Echo with next to no boost, just a double jump in their back pocket. That's all they needed. Gets up, slightest little touch, redirect it towards net, and Space Force were not set up for. They just needed a 4th layer there, but hey, this is 3v3s.
The Black Rose blooms in net, and the Coast Guard get their just rewards. They have been light years ahead of the Space Force, who still have no way out, it seems. Echo towards net again. And it's the demos, Bacon, for me. The demos. Coast Guard have been using them frequently. They've been using them well. And Space Force don't really have an answer at the moment.
Well, again, because these demos are breaking down those rotations, and Space Force need to hold from the midfield. As soon as they get forced into their backlines, that's when they look shaky. Their defense, yes, is better today, but you've got to pressure them, Coast Guard. You've got to make sure that Space Force aren't comfortable.
Oh, their clears are so good as well. Just an all-round huge improvement, and it's going to be rubber stamped here by Lights throwing the planets in the face of the space.
Well worked. Great clearance down the side, and then the perfect use of the wall. You'll notice Space Force are really good at intercepting between the players, but utilizing the backboard in that way throws them sort of sideways. It means that they've only got 50-50. They've got to try and figure out, are Coast Guard going to go straight towards net? Are they going to go to their player, or are they going to use the backboard? It's a lot of different things to try and calculate and predict, thus increasing your odds.
I just love the speed and intelligence here from the Coast Guard. If you don't hit the ball, go for a player. If you don't hit the player, go for the ball. And if you see a free shot at net, take it, son.
You don't get them that often. A 3-0 is wildly flipped on its head. Like, literally, last game we were looking at this, but in Space Force's favor, right, with the 3-0?
Yeah, do you feel like this is pure nerves or just big old vibe check from Coast Guard?
I think it's the vibe check, like, because they've been vibing. Yeah, it's all going good.
They've been vibing with Xylem, who gets a piece of the action. Lovely pass, by the way. Lovely pinch off the backboard from Echo. And Xylem couldn't miss. It's a GG's go next then for the Space Force. Any goal to console themselves will do, but I don't see it happening. It's been 4 minutes of Coast Guard dominance.
Looking in chat right now, Daramas, Coast Guard woke up. They were there the entire way, but it's just those little connection points weren't working with each other. They didn't necessarily have the right game plan, and it sounds silly because, you know, they're just playing a game, just, you know, get good, get bad, but it is how they utilize passing to each other, their space on the pitch, with the distance between each player. It's little minutia, which is working so good. And plays like this, whilst looking stellar, Space Force are just done with this game. They're making silly mistakes. They're not lining up properly in their formation, which just allows us to see how good Coast Guard gaming are mechanically.
Garbage time tends to be what we allocate the final 10 seconds of the game to. I'm afraid that this route has made the last minute a bit of garbage time. So any goals from here on out, I think that's just how it is. Space Force are, you know, at the moment, I would say just talking not just about how to score here, but also how do we respond next game? Because that's the one that matters. If you give Coast Guard Gaming 2 games in a row, that sees them onto match point as well, Bacon. I'd honestly say I'd favor them for the 3-game wins in a row.
Yeah, of course, because naturally momentum keeping in your favor. For me right now, I'm intrigued to know what Space Force were doing over the last minute, because like we said, from that sort of 4-0 scenario, it felt like Space Force had just given up, let the clock run out. So what do they do going forward with that? Were they talking, or were they just, you know, kind of molding, just getting a little bit angry, getting a little bit down there? They're minorly talking to each other right now, but there has to be a plan. Something has to change to be able to really pull apart the attacks of Coast Guard. The defense of Coast Guard is fine, it's serviceable, it's nothing necessarily special, it's those attacks which are the threat right now.
It's so difficult to predict things at the best of times as commentators. Like, you have plenty of statistics and just, again, we can say like I value what we're seeing in front of us to go off, but this series is so difficult to read because that last game was such whiplash, smiles of course from Fruit Loop, but it's got to be tough to feel like you're getting somewhere, to feel like everything's clicking together like a Lego set, and then all of a sudden bang, 3-0 defeat and no real honest look at goal throughout the entire 5 minutes. That's rough.
It is rough, but that's kind of the nature of this, and it's kind of like life skills in a way, right? How do you bounce back from defeat? How do you pick yourself up when you just keep tub thumping? Like, you gotta get up even though you've been knocked down. Let's go once again, Space Force. If you're, you know, out there, Space Force fans or members of the Space Force yourself, get loud. Let's get some support. Let's get some energy in Twitch chat right now as we go into Game 5.
I will never forgive Psyonix for what they did to this field. So why? I mean, look, I understand that there's grass underwater.
I want to see jellyfish and fish underneath.
Like, I know, it's like, this is such a look outside. It looks like, I was going to say like Scotland. Let's be real. It looks like anywhere in the United Kingdom, but looking close to scoring is the Coast Guard, and lights out, baby. It's 1-0 to the Blues.
Well, this is home turf for the Coast Guard right now. Think about it, because they are looking comfy.
The water organs sound their horns and, well, continuing to rev their engine and find further gears. The Coast Guard pick up where they left off. Space Force need a goal, and they need it desperately. Lovely attempt, and then Ethan completely misses. And if it didn't rain, Bacon, then it would simply be pouring.
It's not just tears, I'm telling you. Fruit Loop bring us back to life, but no, blocked out by Xylem with no boost, looking comfortable at it. Ethan's just got to slow things down, can't really take control. Xylem snatches it away. Fruit Loops does well to get to the side, but Lights picks it on up. Noosh again buying time, but that's continuously buying time. That was a great idea, but the connection didn't come through, and so Coast Guard keep control.
And look at where they're positioned, Bacon. They're almost predicting that Space Force are not going to clear it properly. So they're setting up on the midfield line. And then if they do need to rotate back, there's half the distance to cover back to net. It's a really smart strategy. It's almost like a cast the net as how on topic with the water theme map. Cast the net as wide as you can, and you're sure to catch something fierce.
Things have calmed down a little bit though. Coast Guard haven't necessarily got their winning chance, but the waterfall down, the pop out, and it's not a favorable touch at that. This is when Space Force, slow it down, guys. You don't need to keep matching the pace, the tempo of your opposition. Just bring it down to something that's comfortable and look to just build up that boost. The small pads are still good. You don't need the 100s.
That was a little bit better, honestly. That was probably the best look at net they've had in a solid 7.5 minutes. I like what you're saying as well. Slow it down. Like, you can still go aerial, but try and sucker Coast Guard in. Part of what's making them so comfortable is because you're almost hitting your head against a brick wall. There's playing with pace, and then there's playing with pace and intelligence, and we're just lacking those smart value plays that are really just making the Coast Guard question their entire existence.
I would actually argue you can't go aerial because then you're putting it up into, naturally, the air where you have less control of the ball, and it allows Coast Guard then to snatch it away. Keep it low to the ground. Keep it more into these very slow dribbles, and no, that should have been allowed.
Yeah, that's a little too easy. Lights from box to box, and everyone standing and watching. Noosh late to the scene. Ethan with little boost to work with, but honestly, with the boost that they had, still roughly 20 or 30, I think they could have gotten there in time, and they're just a little slow to the punch. Space Force looking a little woozy. Looks like a real strong blow to the head from the Coast Guarders has left them for 6.
Well, it's just mainly because a play like that wasn't expected. The audacity to be, like, on your own end with, what was it, like 70 in the tank, and then suddenly go, you know what, I'm just running this towards net. We hadn't seen that from Coast Guard previously, so Space Force just weren't ready for it. They didn't think that was going to be their option there.
Echo. At this point, they can just buy time. But finally, perhaps a little too late in the day, the demos have arrived. For Space Force Gaming, will they make a difference? Well, they certainly have had a little more time in the midfield, which is certainly one step of the way, but you can't have errant touches like that. Response from Echo, Lights, encroaching on enemy territory. Xylem with a free shot, but is well saved.
Looking in chat as well, they're talking about getting Ethan the ball and the boost for Space Force Gaming, but knows Ethan will always sacrifice himself for the team, and that's not a bad chance. He knows he can do more with less. He knows that realistically you want Fruit Loops with the boost because then they can get aggressive on the attack in moments like this. And he knows that Noosh is the great connector between this squad, so leaving Ethan on nothing isn't necessarily the problem. It's just that the rest of the squad need to be able to stock up themselves so they can receive the pass and go deep with it.
I'd go even simpler than that. Somebody's got to get boosted, and somebody's got to take this game, this series by the neck and ring out a win, because with 15 seconds left, 2 goals is a tall task indeed. Ethan does well to dribble past one, but then the follow-up is unsuccessful. That's over the top of Noosh. He can only watch painstakingly as another 3rd goal goes in consecutive games. Bacon, Coast Guard Gaming are heading on to match point.
It is statistically impossible right now. Technically, yes, it takes 3 seconds to get the ball from the center point to goal. That's not happening. As evidence here, you know, maybe 5 seconds, 6, we get into the opposite net, but that's not the one they wanted to get towards. That's just a freebie. That's a gimme. Coast Guard Gaming gonna be grinning, however, after that.
Ground control to Major Tom. Where do the Space Force go from here? Held to no goals. Over 10 full minutes of Rocket League. Coast Guard cruising.
As we head into game number 6, the other winner's semi, though, James, has finished in 4. US Air Force have taken down the RAF Storm Shadows 4-0 fashion. To be expected, but looking at the results, Storm Shadow is still getting a lot of goals to them. You know, like I said, competition's a lot closer than what we expected, but here, we expect this to go to 7. No matter which team you thought would win, you thought it'd be in 7, but Coast Guard Gaming want to do it in 6.
Yeah, and it would be based on the last 2 games, Bacon, it would be a shock if they don't do it in 6. That is how strong, that is how honestly good they are looking. Although I think it is more down to the deficiencies of Space Force at the moment, which is why they are being allowed the run of the land. Well, it's over to Neo Tokyo, one of my favorite stadiums. I'm hoping for the Space Force's sake that it inspires them to something different, and it all begins with at least getting 1 goal on the board.
That's it. This is all about the Space Force showing their mettle right now. Can they pick themselves up? A double commit isn't too pretty, but it's not going to be punished, however. And Space Force, if you can take this to 7 right now, for me, that is an accomplishment. Because after 3 games in a row, the last 2 games in a row, which were very much in the Coast Guard's favor, to pull yourself up and go to a 7 is an achievement. That really shows mental fortitude.
On the hunt, Xylem bumped and bullied by Noosh. Fruit Loop towards net. Ethan going back towards the corner, catches Echo out. Nice setup. Xylem, Fruit Loop waits for her opportunity, shoots straight. Here's the follow-up. No! Noosh needed to get a piece of it. Has to rush back now as Echo, with nothing in the tank, can't do anything.
But because it was such a slow build-up, Ethan was actually allowed to go pick up the 100. It started a counterattack. Space Force are back, baby.
That, I mean, honestly, night and day. Night and day. Fruit Loop, not just a lovely lift, but the bump on Echo. Noosh could not miss that time. A little bit of redemption from the earlier missed opportunity. Now, can they not only just hold on to it, Bacon, but can they find more goals from their system change to be able to get a little bit more confidence flowing?
The argument is there, maybe Coast Guard will rest on their laurels after 2 big 4-0 victories, but I think that might be a little bit of a wake-up call that Space Force aren't done. They're not out of this. Coast Guard, you have got to show us how you won those last 2 games. But here's a little minutia changes. Space Force actually playing with a lot more width themselves, but they are looking for those pre-jumps right now. They are looking to contest as quickly and efficiently as possible.
The challenge game is another element that has been lacking, so any improvement is a good improvement, at least in the books of Relic. And after the first 2 minutes have elapsed, they now find themselves on defense for really the first time from an aerial assault, and it all falls to pieces, Bacon.
Here's a difficult save here, it's got to be said. Fruit Loop, Ethan and Noosh all there. None of them realistically in a comfortable spot to make the save, and it feels like no one really called for it, so it's just Noosh. Very last second, because the better play would have been for Noosh to go across the wall and knock it out. And he just didn't realize that was the choice. That's 2 goals for Coast Guard game. I mean, when it rains, it pours, right?
I mean, that is the correct phrase that I completely butchered last game. That is correct, but it's 2 steps forward and 4 steps back then. Coast Guard had been genuinely not good in this first half. And yet they now lead by 2 goals in the space of 30 seconds. And Space Force have it all to do! And Ethan, with an immediate response, back on level terms.
A massive morale boost for the Space Force game inside. That's what you need. Great pass from Fruit Loop to Ethan. And again, Fruit Loop, like we said, great striking force. But when they play Playmaker, I feel that's actually where the team is better, because then they're more joint together.
Oh, opportunity now for her. Snuffed. Lights and Ethan meet in the middle. Neutral, one ultimately by Fruit Loop. Lovely pass, and again it's Noosh that follows home.
I called it. Fruit Loop as the playmaker. This time Noosh just receiving the goods. Well, it was a beautifully crafted play from the corner. Don't just go straight to net, folks. Utilize those whips to pull out a defender.
There's 2 challenge wins, essentially, one after the other, and every single player involved. This is the Space Force that we like to see. A little bit more total rotation. I mean, you look at the Coast Guard, you look at the Air Force, the 2 top teams. That's what makes them so successful. Shared responsibility, but now everybody's got to move on back for Space Force. Big demo lift from Echo, but nobody on the far side to receive.
I think someone needs to like unplug and then replug the Coast Guard right now, and done exactly that. That's a reset and a half that they needed. Xylem going the whole way around. Woo.
He follows his, I mean, was that an OG? I must have been an OG because there was definitely a second touch in there.
It was on target, so the target would need it, but yeah. Oof.
They lose the kickoff, or do they? Ethan. Echo wins the race. Xyla with no boost will lose out to Fruit Loop. Echo with a free clear. No boost. Big miss. Echo called off. Light. Double tap. No, wait, nowhere to be seen. The camera angle betrayed. Oh, look at it. Lights in field. Oh, that's behind Xylem. Unfortunate, and the clearance for Space Force much needed.
Oh, but well done from Echo, being out Fruit Loops. Stops that counter-attack in its tracks. Ethan's on near enough no boost. Fruit Loop does pick up 100. Needs to follow on to this. Needs to get the connection here. Beat out Echo, but Echo is so deft to that. Just gets there so quickly.
Oh, what a great dispossess on Ethan too. Noosh, lovely first touch, but
no.
Almost outthinks himself, and then the team bump. But Fruit Loop is up on the backboard and recycles it beautifully. Noosh on their bike, that's a shot on target. Echo with an easy save to make. Fruit Loop, that's clipped off the top of the box, but Ethan beats out not just one but 2. Lights all on their own into the midfield. Fruit Loop is returning on the far side, loses out on that challenge. Lights now misses out on the 100. That ultimate challenge then leaves Xylem to their own devices. Beaten out by Ethan. Fruit Loop over 1. Lights again. Back in their own town, back in their own area. 30 seconds remaining. The ferocity of this match has intensified something fierce.
Yeah, but with this kind of style being played out, Space Force can't afford to send a player to cherry pick right in front of the net. That would give up the whole of their defense. They can't risk it. 10 seconds left to go. And Echo has just been granted a freebie. My heart goes out to Space Force here.
Oh, there's not much more to say. And it does seem like there's a little bit of a debate going on there. I don't blame them. It was such a great game up until that point, and they still do have a chance to score now. They've got to rally themselves. Infield, Ethan! Oh, it's off the crossbar!
No! The gods are cruel, James. Not allowing it. Crossbar down just to tease and maybe add a bit of salt to the wound. That deserved to go to 7.
Man. And it just came down to 2 moments, you could argue. I mean, you could argue. It's all about the series in total. Space Force, I think, made their bed in the 2 games previously with no goals scored, didn't look competitive, gave Coast Guard that advantage. But the huge miss from Noosh, a free goal, a go-ahead goal for the Coast Guard, and then Ethan at the end with a chance to send it to overtime, spurned. That's just how this esport goes sometimes, Bacon, and as heartbreaking as that is, Space Force will just have to say, look, GG's, go next. We got a lower bracket run to try and piece together.
That's it. It's a low bracket run. It's not over just yet for Space Force, and I think, like I said earlier, that Game 6 showed their mental fortitude to pick themselves up because they were an improved squad. After getting kicked down so hard in those previous 2 games to pick themselves up like that shows that they've got the resilience in them. They can still make the run today, and they will be going up against the French Air Force. That's the squad they took down yesterday. They should be able to take down again today, and then we go from there. Have that pickup series, and who knows what Destiny has in hold for them.
You see what I mean, though, by the Coast Guard feels very inspired by how the US Air Force plays, because there was a couple of points where they were looking neither here nor there, but when it clicks, it's so difficult to see a way through the defense, and it's so difficult to see how a team will continue to defend against the sort of offensive drives that they can put together.
I'd say, and again, like, it's the quietness of how good that defense is. There's nothing special by it. It's just doing the fundamentals correct, and then we praise the attack, but the attack is based upon the foundations of their defense, you know? It's the attack that's flashy because they're so mechanically capable.
Well, I'd love to hear a little bit from the Coast Guard and how they feel after a 6-game victory as opposed to their 7-game victory last time out. Jasmine, over to you.
Echo, can you hear me loud and clear? What a performance from you folks. But let's go ahead and cast our minds back to that game number 1, because it was an incredibly slow start from yourself and the team on both fronts for both teams. But then you guys managed to successfully get that momentum rolling. Talk to me a little bit more about the communication amongst the team.
Yeah, I think we had a little nerves game 1, and then game 2 and 3, I think we were rushing the ball. And after they took that game, we kind of took like a little breather. And I told everybody, I was like, hey, we're kind of just rushing our touches. Let's really set ourselves up, slow it down. And I mean, from there, it was lights out, bud.
Well, for yourself individually, scoring multiple goals across the board for yourself and the team as well. Individually, were you kind of feeling the pressure going up against them?
Yeah, it's a Ethan versus Ethan, rivalry that goes on every time I play against him. But I think everyone on my team has the mechanics and the solo opportunities, and they were really setting me up really well that game. And I'm really proud of them for doing that. But continuing on, hopefully we can all have our pop-off moments.
I'm going to need you guys to let me know what your warm-up routine is, because whatever it was that you folks were doing was absolutely working out for you. But there's only 1 game remaining between you guys and making it to the final as well. You starting to feel the pressure now?
Now that you said that, maybe a little bit, but I think we're ready for whoever we play now. I think Air Force, or I forget who the other team is. Sorry. But we want a revenge against them. That 4-0 didn't sit well with us, so we're ready.
Is that you stating that you're going to make it to the final?
Oh, yeah. CGG all the way.
All right, well, thank you for joining me. I'm going to let you go ahead and prep for, hopefully, the grand finals, and we'll catch everybody very soon.
Welcome back in, folks. We are heading into the lower bracket now. Of course, we've got the two teams ready to go up in that upper bracket, but we want to take a little look at the teams fighting for their last chance here. After, of course, Jam, we've just had the upper semis.
Yeah, the US Coast Guard did defeat Space Force in the end, despite 2 predictions on the desk for the Space Force. It didn't end up being a 7-game series, but it still was incredibly close. Could have gone to the game 7 at any point. In the other match, played off-stream, US Air Force 4-0'd RAF Storm Shadows, which now means that our next match on the docket is going to be RAF Sentinels versus RAF Storm Shadows, 2 Royal Air Force teams playing against each other, not just for anything, but for tournament lives. Whichever team loses out of that is eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, we will be showing both of the lower round 1 games. Don't worry, folks. So you will get to see the French Air Force and, of course, the US Space Force once again. But for us, we're going to be looking at this first RAF Battle Royale. Relic, James, Buddy, pick our player for the Storm Shadows for me. Let's get talking about this. Who should we be looking at for this first match?
It has to be Stelios for me. It has to be Stelios. He is a giant at the back. He scores clutch goals. But that's the thing about these Storm Shadows is they need more than him. We need to see Cedric. We need to see G-Wood properly supporting. And they should get this win, guys. But watch out for the Sentinels because they've already got 1 game win more than they did yesterday. So sky's the limit.
Right, I'm being told to hurry along because Jasmine is ready on the stage. So let's throw it on over and get these introductions on the way.
Thank you very much for that, boys. That is well and truly tested. The Storm Shadows are no strangers to the stage and victories as well. I kind of wish that the same could be said for the Sentinels, but let's go ahead and hear a little bit more about who the Sentinels are.
Hi, I'm AS1 Shay Terry. My in-game name is Shay Manti.
I'm AS1T Asher Reese Curtis Harrison. My in-game name is just Asher, and I'm a cyberspace communication specialist.
This is AS1T Samuel Heseltine, known in-game as Samez. Samez unfortunately can't be with us for this event. He's playing remotely though, and he will be a massive asset to his team.
Rocket League definitely fits into my job with the fact of communication. Sometimes we have to get stuff to people instant over radios, telephones, and it needs to be short, quick, no messing around.
So Samez is relatively new in our community. However, it does not take away from his talent and commitment. I know he's been itching at the chance to represent the Royal Air Force at an event like this.
This whole event is just, it's amazing. Because I've never been to anything like it. When I'm on stage and I can see it all, and I feel the adrenaline, and yeah, it'll be fun.
I feel like sitting next to the people that you're playing with will really just boost your confidence. I don't know how to explain it. It's like you're just there as one little community kind of thing.
Just a lot more fun, really. You're with your friends 24/7. It's just you just ping off each other, sort of thing.
We just had a little 2v2 game against some of the French. They were playing really well. It was really nice to see. I think with Samaz on our team, we are unstoppable. So the fact that people are looking out for us is just, it's expected, really.
Yeah, as soon as we win, I think get Samez out and straight to the pub.
AFG, Samez is going to walk all over you. It's going to be too easy for him.
French Air Force, we beat you in doubles, and it's going to be just as easy in threes.
I didn't even know there was a Space Force.
That's brilliant.
I'm sure throughout the games you'll see whether we step up to be the real first team.
It's coming home!
We have it, everybody. It's going to be the RAF Storm Shadows taking on the RAF Sentinels. I'm going to come over to you first, G-Wood. Let me know, how do you fancy your chances taking them down?
Well, they've only ever beaten us in a scrim. Yesterday was a 4-0, quite an easy one really, to be honest. So, let's see what they got today. Hopefully they can put up a bit more of a fight.
And for you Sentinels, it wasn't necessarily going your way yesterday, not managing to win a single game. What have you done differently now going up against the Storm Shadows?
I think it was a training day yesterday, but today it's going to be a really different story. Possible 4-0 again for us.
Going in favour of them. You agree, disagree? Absolutely no shot?
No shot. We played them we managed to queue into in a competitive game, and we beat them in that. So, training or no training, it's 4-0 to the Storm Shadows.
Who do you think the worst player on their team is?
Samez.
Okay, you're only saying that because you're not here, right?
No, yeah, it's definitely Samez.
And who's the worst player from the Storm Shadows?
Probably G-Wood, by far actually, yeah. Yeah, he's missed quite a few shots on us, and he's just, not the best anymore. He's dropped off.
Agree? Disagree? All right, I feel like there's definitely a comeback there for him.
Yeah, well, Ash, thinks he can play keyboard mouse. Try it again.
I don't think keyboard, mouse, or controller is suited to him. None of them are going to be working. We'll go ahead at fist bump, fellas, and good luck and have fun. Let's find out what my commentators have to say.
Well, we love this kind of banter. We love this kind of inter-team, I suppose, armed forces thing. It's friendship. At the end of the day, it's friendship. It's wrapped in a little bit of top end, but that's what we love about this event. Royal Air Force versus Royal Air Force. Of course, as G-Wood has already mentioned, the previous matchups between these two teams have ended in the favor of RAF Storm Shadows, but perhaps it's time for the Day 2 team, the Sentinels, to finally show their colors.
Yeah, I think the quote to pick out there was the 4-0. Like that kind of spells out where these two teams at least were up until they took to this very stage, Jam. The Storm Shadows, as has been pointed out a couple of times now, they beat the Sentinels 4-0 in the round robin yesterday, and they certainly have the better over them in multiple competitive environments, and even as it turns out in ranked earlier today, which is quite incredible that they were able to queue together. But we have faith in the Sentinels. They feel like a team that is maybe 5-10% away from stringing together a really great number of results. They took a game earlier today off the Space Force, which in of itself is a brilliant result. We know how good they are, but can they take it that one step further and make this a competitive series that goes the distance?
I love the little and that's not a dance, it's just some hand moves, or perhaps a little dance that the Sentinels are doing. I wasn't sure if that's their thing, the Air Force thing, or whether they're doing, I don't know. God, what was the name of that band, 90s, with the song Eserahe? Was it like Ketchup?
Oof, you're testing my musical knowledge there.
Yes, I'm throwing in quite a curveball for this one. We're talking Rocket League. Well, I've played Rocket League earlier today in the morning. Didn't queue up in any of these boys. Chances are they would have defeated me just as well as the Storm Shadows have defeated the Sentinels. And right now we are just trying to figure out what is happening to Stelios' PC, making sure that he can play at the highest of levels. All right, yeah, we just got a confirmation that his headset perhaps might be malfunctioning, but it gives us more time to focus on Asha and the rest of the Sentinels, just showcasing that they're ready, they're happy to be here. Again, Samez is playing remotely, and as such, you will be only seeing 2 players of the Sentinels on the stage, but as the boys have said, he is an integral part of the team. He is a really powerful player. Right now, based on the latest stats, Relic, he is the top goal scorer for the team with 7.
Yeah, he didn't look off the pace, Jam. He didn't look off the pace. I think there was only a couple of moments where you're like, oh, was the communication like really on point there? But Rocket League is such a fast moving game that quite frankly, another half a second, to get the words across isn't really going to make that much of a difference. Like, you're already in that position where you're giving up a shot on net, so it's either going to go in or it's not, unless there's like a miracle save. I'm excited to see what he brings to the field today. I'm excited to see what this man Asher brings to the field today as well, because I think out of the entire trio, in terms of just like mechanics, in terms of game sense, he's the guy who sticks out for me. Some clutch saves yesterday, but they need more than that to beat the Storm Shadows.
We've seen great pace from Asha, and yeah, their intentions are really clear-cut, the Sentinels. They know that how to move out together as a team. They know how to play pacey, how to challenge their opposition. So all the tools are there, so let's see how they utilize it here. Cedric cannot play that ball, so Shaman is immediately going to jump on G-Wood, and G-Wood cannot stop it. A double down from Shaman. Sentinels open up the scoring in 19 seconds.
There's something a bit magical. Shaman or Shamin, what a read. G-Wood caught between a rock and a hard place, had to take a touch, it was the wrong one. Goomba stomped up guard into the back of the net. Early lead for Sentinels. That's how you start your series.
I am standing Sentinels hard. I'm hoping for them to win and at least show their best display today on this day. Now they have to be working in defense, shots coming in, just rattling up the sides of the goal, not on target. Counterattack's important. How well can they roll out? It's all a question of how much boost did they have from their defensive rotation. What are their positions to begin with, and whether they're willing to go all together or just a couple of them. I think we're seeing great aggression from Sentinels, and I'm having high hopes for them in the series as the ball once again finds its way to the orange side of the field, but no threat.
Yeah, based off yesterday's action, they definitely have the biggest growth potential, that is for sure. Storm Shadows, on the other hand, whenever they have faced the top opposition, it's been basically 4-0s and not in their favor. Do they have another gear to find? Is this going to be the beginning of a marvelous run that sees them through to a second consecutive AFI Grand Final? Well, we're still a long way away from that, and we're still a long way away, it seems, from a Storm Shadows goal. A little bit closer here, a shot opportunity, but it's denied well by the Sentinels defense.
Starting to get another one. Shaman, an opportunity off the flank, not much boost, but he's just playing a waiting game, waits for the opposition to jump on him so he can play the ball off their car. Long shot Cedric with a boost will be overtaking Asha. Sam has taken out of the play Shaman, and now the rest of the Storm Shadows. G-Wood makes the finishing touch as everybody has committed on the flank for the center.
Cedric read Shaman like a book. Almost, it's not a carbon copy, but it's a very similar scenario where Shaman's not got many options there. They have to take a touch just to try and throw it away from their net, but because of Cedric's press, G-Wood finds himself in the perfect place to put it home.
Ty and Asha gets tested, just a weak shot, still finds Hammers with that little pass. See Stelios on the ball, was the top goal scorer in the previous series that we've seen on our screen Storm Shadows participated in. And I was looking for more. He has mentioned himself that he is not officially the team's goal scorer. I do believe Cedric currently holds that. And indeed, he is 16 for Cedric until 11 for Stelios. G-Wood with 5. G-Wood working that defense and assists.
But you know what? It's about the importance of the goals as well. And I'd say, just off memory, just off feeling and vibe, the most important goals were scored by Stelios. Even if they didn't result in wins, more often than not they gave the Storm Shadows a chance, but my goodness, what a gift of a chance that was for Asher, a freebie for the Sentinels.
Lovely win by Shaman, and Cedric just misses it. Good on Asher for continuing his movement and getting that there. There might be only a 10% chance that I'm going to get to this ball, but I'm going to be in position to receive it once it happens. So 9 out of 10 times nothing. 1 out of 10 times, here's the goal. Sentinels again in the lead, but being immediately tested. Beautiful block by Asha as D-Wood was directing it towards the net. Clear. Hoping to find Asha with that one, but goes back to Samus, and he'll have to try again. On the wall with Shaman, Sentinels are trying to keep their opposition away from their net as far as possible. Less than 2 minutes remaining. That 1-goal lead. We've seen how many goals have been scored already in the tournament. These can come thick and fast. So 1 goal is not a definition. Asha plays slow to see what Cedric is going to be doing, and Cedric says, I'm going to do exactly this, even nothing you can do.
You can see the danger warning signs all over Cedric's car. Asha, you've got to go and challenge that ball, because otherwise Cedric is going to take the snapshot. And it plays out almost like a novel. Turn the page, next chapter, with a 2-2 draw right now, the result, although that will not be the final result, Jam, especially not if that hadn't been saved. It's a lovely recycle to Samus, who goes up for the double tap. Samus!
They're not letting go. They are not letting go. Beautifully played just around the clock. Cedric goes upside down, but goes a bit too low, trying to cover the whole width and size of the net instead. Directly under the crossbar. Love to see it, and right off the kickoff, G-Wood is forced to play it all the way back to Cedric. Not going to be rushing, not going to have much boost, misses the ball as well, so now just going to be playing obstacle in the corner. Sentinels once again in the lead. No matter how hard Storm Shadows try, Sentinels always find a little bit of something. G-Wood needs to be stopped, and that's Stelios and Shaman floating across the screen, getting a touch on the ball.
The most adorable touch by Asher, not in game, but just the little keynote of fist bumping the space where Sames would have been. I absolutely love that. I'm kind of loving what the Storm Shadows were threading together, but everyone's gone back for boost and there's no real opportunity until now. Cedric with the shot, stopped by Asher. Another follow-up is denied. 30 seconds for the Sentinels to survive to take only their second game win of A-Fight 2024. What a morale booster that would be.
This Asha with a long clear with the time running out and nobody home. This could be the confidence clincher for this game number 1. Everybody was focused center, but now we're seeing Sentinels getting game number 1, and I would love to see what their mentality, what their approach to the game is now that they're in the lead in the game. We've already seen it. They are persevering. And now they're in the lead in the series as well. Hammer's not up just yet. Cedric is in the attack with his teammates, and they're going to be looking to try and find something up. It needs to come now. It needs to come quick.
The time has gone, Jam. The time has gone. It is physically impossible to score 2 goals, even if they were to score just the 1, but it's actually the Sentinels with the final opportunity. 4-2 in game number 1, a second game win of the tournament for the RAF Sentinels. They don't look like it, do they? Very calm, very collected. But Jam, we were looking at the Storm Shadows. We were saying they have their frailties. They look a little sloppy in midfield sometimes. When it clicks, it clicks. But we were asking the same with the Sentinels. How good can they be when they hit their A game, when they go S tier? Well, a 4-2 result is certainly a positive encouragement.
I think they can be amazing. We've seen that they have all of the tools to make a great game. They have aggression, but measured aggression. They have great control of the ball. And you see Samez, you see Asha coming forward. Like right now, they're just demonstrating what I'm talking about. And yeah, it just was not clicking up until this point. And in this game number 1 in the series, elimination series at that, they're finally showcasing that, yeah, with the backs against the wall, or perhaps on the second day, and right now finally clicking. They are doing everything right. So let's see how this game number 2 continues. We're back at Forbidden Temple.
They're more defensively stout, but they're also taking their opportunities. And even the shots that aren't converted, Jam, they're working the defense. And that is something that we can't be said, oh, as soon as I say that, you get the wonderful case study of when it does go right. I get the case study of when I'm completely wrong. That's a big whiff.
Even the pass in that situation, the setup is great. Yes, the whiff unfortunately cuts all of that work to naught. But actually maybe it was something by himself. Cedric is forced to play real along. J-Wood far in the opposition half, but without any boost. It's like he was scouring the whole field for something. Shaman will be moving it to the side, just away from everybody. Not necessarily playing forward as much as not immediately in the way of the opposition player. Shot from Stelios. J-Wood does not have the angle. They're trying to go for a pinch. Stelios has perfect block. The collection of boost by J-Wood means that if the ball stays in the Sentinel's side for too long, we might be seeing the Sentinels running low on boost. J-Wood takes yet another 100 canister off the corner. They keep on continuing to smother Sentinels down in the corner.
I was going to say, grab the sticks and start the campfire, because they were camping in the opposition half, but not for too much longer. Sentinels have broken free, although only momentarily. Now into the retreat. Cedric and Asher, not for the first time today, failing to meet the problem at the source.
That's Cedric, though. Air gets just the tiniest of the resets on that ball, but it pushes it just over the edge where Asher cannot grab it. Never give Cedric an aerial dribble. He's going to do this. He's going to absolutely style it.
Storm Shadows with a lead. Third goal of the series. 2 minutes into game number 2. Things looking a little rosier, but Sentinels, for my money, still looking the better side overall. But how do they react when they're behind? Is really the last question that we have of this team, who we believe, who we hope, Jam, have made that step up since yesterday.
For now, there's no more time to do anything out of the field. It's right here in this series that they need to showcase what they've learned, what they've practiced, what they've adjusted. Perhaps bottom left corner, Stelios finds a goal of a 50-50 off the corner. Again, that's Cedric starting it all up. Flick, pass, see ya later. too much for Samhez to cover on that net by the looks of it. And so one sneaks past the midpoint of the game. Storm Shadows up by 2.
Almost feels like an England Euros conspiracy theory with the cut pitch, with the cut grass. Is it really the ping difference, or was it just positionally poor? Well, he was in the right place, just didn't make the right touch. Didn't make any touch, and down the other side, Sentinels now need to find not just the 1, but the 2, and they're meandering in midfield, starting to see bad habits rear their ugly heads yet again, but plenty of time to remedy that.
No, running out of their own half, at least trying to, as the ball gets stuck in the midfield, and Cedric and G-Wood looking for a next opportunity, maybe a long shot from the circle. They are not allowing Storm Shadows to bring the ball out of the orange half. Sentinels are stuck there. Samhez won't have any boost, but a challenge against Stelios moves pretty well, needs Asha on the flank. And now there needs to be a player from either of the teams. Cedric moves it more back than forward, still keeping it away from Sentinels, not allowing them to start their own attack, meaning that we are constantly on the orange side of the field, midfield, under control of Storm Shadows. And as a result, slowly but surely, Sentinels do not have the boost, do not have much space to play with. Great opportunity. Samhez sneaks it underneath everybody. No, actually doesn't even get a touch. Gets the assist, but it's all Shaymant on the original one with a bit of a screen set up at his team.
I love the development of plays, Jam, because I'm looking at Samhez just hitting it against the sidewall, backwards no less, and I'm thinking, what? And then it turns out to be a goal because of fakes and a little bit of mystery in the attack. And I'm like, okay, I just didn't recognize your game, Sentinels. And now within 1 away in 60 seconds. They need to figure that out and sharpish, but the Storm Shadows themselves don't look deterred. In fact, G-Wood going for the 3rd big save at the top bar from Asher.
Dangerous. Cedric in front of the ball by himself, beats 2. Shaymant is the last player. G-Wood plays a great 50 versus him, but angle is just not there. Somebody needs to be on the backboard. That's Stelios in the air from Storm Shadows. Drops down on the ground. Control of the ball lost, but Storm Shadows were already rotating. Shaymant was with tons of boost, and so the confidence that he can go up by himself. Stelios puts the ball to the corner, so keeps on bouncing, this time wasting in the midfield, place in the hands of Storm Shadows. Where all the Sentinels want is to bring the ball out as soon as possible, but there isn't an opportunity for a strong clear. That requires a strong shot from Storm Shadows against him. Big one. Ashi's going to set it up on the backboard. Samhez tries to drop it down. Shaymant on the ground to the side. They still can play with it. Ashi going to be on the flank yet again. Past the players, past the post, and not on target. Royal Air Force Storm Shadows tie up the game.
How close do you want it? Oh my word. And Samhez, the initiator for the first goal. I mean, he really should have had a second. I know it's not difficult trying to make that read from the halfway line, jump up in the air and make the connection and get it on target as well. But again, if you want to get those dubs, if you want to find those series wins, those are the plays that you need to make. And that would have just been overtime, Jam. Let's not forget. So still a ways to go, and good on the Storm Shadows for putting in such a convincing performance.
Top hats hats off, I suppose, but you can also have top hats off as well for the Sentinels. They came here to win. Again, we all jest about all that trash talk or bans, as they're known in the UK, but it's all for fun, but also somebody wants to win, and it's going to be all smiles and handshakes at the end of the game. But win still brings you just a little bit of a nice feeling. Tied series at 1. Sentinels won game number 1. Storm Shadows game number 2. G-Wood a bit slow, and nobody's waving it off or anything, so this counts.
I was going to say, like, my first instinct was to guide my eyes towards the Storm Shadows land camera and be like, is there like a technical issue? Like, I'm expecting hands to go up in the air, but no, that was just slow from the Storm Shadows defense. And the Sentinels find themselves with a second go-ahead goal in 3 games, but it comes so early on, Jam. It's always a bit like rattling the hornet's nest sometimes. It could provoke Storm Shadows into a far better position later on. Immediate response from Cedric.
which point did Cedric touch this one? Oh, all the way from the midfield line. I'm looking for any of the other players to make a touch. Oh, there he is, comes in again. I think that was the camera at which I was looking. But yeah, just hangs with a bit too much. Causes a lot of the players of Sentinels to go high and try to contest. And from that, it's more of a vertical than a horizontal takeoff. It means that it's really hard to work that well.
Sam is forward from the kickoff, but read by Stelios, and Shaman will collect, but it's a loose touch. Is G-Wood. Asher taking out Cedric in the midfield. Now Stelios yet again, but another strong challenge from Samez. Sentinels sitting back, but doing their work. Now looking to switch it up into attack, and it's a beautifully executed attack. Asher, Sentinels, 2-1.
Samez is not even needed for that one as he goes in for a little bit of a protection. Beautifully played versus everybody as G-Wood is trying to figure out where does he go for protection. Sentinels, they might get brought down once, but they immediately fire up strong. Oh my goodness, Shaiman had to reach for that one, but he pulls it out. A miracle save to keep Sentinels still in the lead. Need to be mindful that shots and attacks still are coming in through. Asher trips over the post, but still makes the clear. And a little bit of the back pass in this pinch. Sentinels are back on the attack. Asher up in the air above Stelios. Exactly past him. Sam wouldn't be reaching out. Tasha with a chance to redirect it straight on target. They are in the right places, and they're making the defense of Storm Shadows tremble.
And they're also burning time off the clock, which, again, it seems like a bit of fruitless exercise to the uninitiated in this esport from 3 minutes 30 away from game's end. But trust me, every single second matters, as does every single save. And that's a lovely lift over the net from Shaman, and an even better clearance from Asher. Look at that, immediately going for the cherry pick downfield. Very close to the ground for a cherry pick, but hey, low-hanging fruit.
But Stelios with the ball, returning it to the orange side of the field. Demo and Shaimant might be dangerous. Sam has his forced to rush, and G-Wood is hunting Asha. This strategy of Storm Shadows, of looking for the opposition players to demo, has worked for them well in their series versus the French Air Force. But also there were times where it was a little bit too, they were a little bit too enthusiastic about it and lost their place on the field and were forced to concede even as a result of the counterattack. So measured attempts at this, I think, are good. I don't think they should necessarily make it their whole identity.
Halftime comes and goes. Precarious the lead for the Sentinels. And that's really well read by Asher. No boost to speak of. That's an even better shot towards net from Stelios. And there's an equal response from Samez. Asher in the interception, but that's straight to G-Wood. Oh, and he shoots just past the post. Stelios! 2-2 at last.
Comes in strong. Rotations on point from Storm Shadows. A couple of shots. And this shot by G-Wood works perfectly as a pass. Hit the wall just in the right space to give the ball a bounce. And then nobody from the Sentinels can really reach for it and immediately start an attack. So just for Stelios' patient play, he gets rewarded with a tying goal for his team. Sentinels off the kickoff. Asha threatens the nets. Shaiman blocked by G-Wood. Anybody on the follow-up? Just a little bit too far. Samhez does not have the boost. Might contest for this 100 over here, but it's Cedric taking it away. Long clear. G-Wood should be in the net. And rotating through, grabbing the boost. Might even start an attack of his own. A pass perhaps. Goes wide. 2 committed for that. So Asha and the rest of the Sentinels are moving on through weak shot. Shaiman to the corner. Players going up. As long as Storm Shadows are wasting their boost, beautiful save by Cedric. As long as they're wasting their boost, Sentinels can set up an attack after attack after the attack. But on that one, it ends. Clear by Cedric.
It's just offensive drive after offensive drive. How many rooms are there in this house? Because it feels like every single door's being knocked. Oh my words. That's the second time within 2 minutes that the left post has been rattled on the Sentinels' goal. They're looking to get a little aggressive, a little bit bullish in the midfield, the Sentinels, but they aren't finding the demos nor the quality bumps to make the difference for the moment. Striding forward yet again with purpose. 60 seconds left. Easy clear, or is it? Cedric at least completes it as Stelios goes up for a boost steal. Shaman misses now as Asher goes straight to Cedric. There's a big demo on Samez. Misses out on the big dunk, Cedric, but here's Stelios stepping in. No, misses out, misreads, because Samez doesn't get there himself. Asher now looks to try and get it away. Cedric hits the backboard yet again. Big spike away. Asher completes the transition downfield, but G-Wood with plenty of boost marshals this well.
Nobody can immediately get control of the ball, and as such, it's a 50 after a 50 after a 50. Angles are not benefiting anybody, so we just keep on playing until one of the teams find himself a great chance. Star for Sam has a powerful shot behind Cedric. Cedric gets demoed. Ball launched strongly by Sam has to the other flank, but that's Shaimant to Asha. Hard shot. Had to redirect it all the way to the left of him. Team bump, but this ball should sail harmlessly to the side. Stelios keeps it up. G-Wood perhaps with a tiny pinch. To the center it goes. Tie game. We're getting into overtime between the Sentinels and Storm Shadows. Where it takes this. Apparently it's Storm Shadows in 3 seconds.
Oh. You could hear a pin drop.
Samaz misses the fast kickoff, unfortunately.
My word. And the Sentinels were the better team at the end there. It is another sucker punch. How strong is that proverbial jawline? And actually, you can see the severity of the situation. There's no smiles from Stelios, really, just reinforcing like, yo, we got away with that big time. And I mean, on the other side, complete disbelief. I'm right there with you, Asher.
Yeah. Smiles on the faces of Sentinels, that's what we love to see. Even despite dropping the game just now, they look like they would be the team to take it all. At the very least, it's really split 50-50 how good both of these rosters are. So I'm honestly surprised that more often than not, again, I'm just believing the banter as opposed to the actual results, that the Storm Shadows are winning more of these series than Sentinels are, because based on the gameplay that we're seeing from Sentinels, no, they're not. No, that cannot be true. And straight from the kickoff, there's just no off switch from Sentinels. They do not need to warm up. Whenever the whistle goes for the start of the game, Sentinels grab the ball, Sentinels rush, and Sentinels try to score something.
Oh, but they almost get scored on there. G-Wood was setting up for the fanciful back flick, but no can do when the Sentinels are in town. 100 steal. Cedric takes it to the sky. Samez meets it, runs out of boost, and ultimately gives it up to the Blues, but not for long. Shaman there with the snuff. Upfield again has run out of juice. Sentinels 90% of the way there, and then they fail to have the resources to actually complete the equation.
Starting a counter from their own side, Asha with 100 versus Cedric wins that battle. Stelios is forced to come up as more players, the Sentinels already in the air behind him, trying to connect with the ball. He'll be able to start a counterattack. Stelios, as he's surrounded by players and has no boost, so the ball goes back. And the Sentinels are trying to mount an attack. Cedric to G-Wood. G-Wood is going to be looking for bumps, already running through 2 players. Stelios lets the ball run past him so Asha can start a counterattack. G-Wood needs to be removed. Shaman is hunting for him. They let the ball go. They still can continue the attack. Cedric beats all of them, so now it's only Shaimant to the center. Passing opportunity. Nobody's quick enough from the Storm Shadows to get on top of it.
Nerves of steel from a couple of players. Cedric, does he have the nerve to do something spectacular in front of net? Not for the moment. Thrown away. G-Wood on rotation. But Sentinels do ultimately find Shaman to complete the transformation from defense into attack. But again, there's not much time to think in the attack. You've got to get there, get an assist or get a shot away and hope for the best. 1v1. G-Wood again covers the ground pretty successfully. Cedric now, it's a challenge win, sees that ball into the corner, follow up, didn't get the flip reset, didn't really help his teammates out either.
I kept the ball to them and not to the opposition, just looking for any sort of touch to keep it close to himself and away from the Sentinels. Sentinels themselves now in the attack. Sam has tries to play it off the ceiling. A volleyball spike. It's hard to control, and as such we're returning to the other side. Asha looking for Samus on the other side. Lets it drop. Lets it fly. Shaman decided to participate in it as well. G-Wood has to reach behind himself to get anything on that ball, but now Sentinels need to be wary. A quick turnaround as the ball keeps on going from one side of the field to another, just crossing big massive space where nobody can really get on top of it. and the game of big clears continues. Samhez is down, but good news, and the counterattack is not going to be as deadly. There's going to be a player in the defense, so both Asha and Shaman can continue on pushing. Asha looking for a bump on the net, as the ball was dangerously moving towards it. But another clear sends it out. We played 3 minutes, and we still haven't seen a goal in this game. How close are these two rosters?
The lack of patience in front of net, the lack of patience in the final third, to me speaks of two teams who are afraid to make that first mistake. Lovely pass. Well read by the Storm Shadows down the other end. Cedric a little too readable. Up high, G-Wood on the chase. And Samez, again, waits it out. Stelios now looking for Cedric. Oh, that's a beautiful layoff.
Gentle, but just enough. Cedric plays incredibly close to the play. If any clear would have come out, this would have been a counterattack for Sentinels, most likely a goal. But the finishing is there, and Sentinels can do nothing about Cedric flying straight towards him. Finally, an opener. 30 seconds after we talked about how nobody has scored yet. Asha was looking for a pass to the center, forced Shaman to run in, but this was not communicated well. Stelios intercepts, increases the lead of Storm Shadows by 2.
In such a tightly knit game 4, where really it felt like everything was on a knife's edge. Every defensive play, every attacking shot. That goal from Cedric could be a game, scratch that, could be a series breaker. Certainly a game breaker now that we have a 2-0 lead with just over 60 seconds left on the clock. Sentinels just feels like if they do go behind, they just don't have the muscle to be able to stop Storm Shadows from continuing to grow in confidence.
They're trying to play fast and hard. Feels like it's betraying them just a little bit. 2 misses, unfortunately. The net then becomes completely empty. Storm Shadows still focused on the, I wouldn't say even necessarily a simple playstyle, but yeah, they're not necessarily doing anything flashy. When we're talking flashy, it's Cedric doing something in the air, or G-Wood starting some fireworks in the opposition camp, demoing all of these players. But they're just setting up a pass, getting into the position. Their rotations are on point. They know that there's going to be a player nearby to receive a pass or support them if they need to. And that's how they're netting their goals. There doesn't even necessarily have to be too many of these goals, but just through your normal talk-through rotations, they get the job done.
I know they've won against the French Air Force today, but you know, they then go 4-0 down against the US Air Force, and flashy I don't think is the play in your first series down in the lower bracket. You just want to get the result across the line. And the Storm Shadows are now potentially 5 minutes away from that very reality. The Sentinels, quite conversely, 5 minutes away from becoming the first team to drop out the competition.
3-1 in the series. Match point for Storm Shadows. Of course, we're going to be showcasing the other lower bracket match as well. It's going to be coming up on your screen later on. Just a quick confirmation. This would be the French Air Force versus the US Space Force. So stay tuned for that. For now, we still need to find out whether it's Sentinels or Storm Shadows who are moving into the next round, and we'll be playing the winner of the other series again, either the French Air Force or the US Space Force. That's also going to be quite a tough matchup against Space Force. Played so well against the Coast Guard and overall in the tournament, but they are finding themselves in the lower bracket where there's only one life for the team and there is no field for mistakes.
I feel like it's easier said than done. I also worry that this might be too simple a statement to make of the situation, Jam. For the Sentinels, is it really as clear-cut as get ahead by 1 or 2 goals and that's your only win condition? Or do you see different ways that they can grind out something, anything, a result to try and edge them towards a Game 7 now?
Part of me thinks that they need to work on their mistakes in the defense to be able to accomplish something in the offense. And some of the things that have happened just should not be happening, I suppose. It's a gentle way of saying it, perhaps a harsh. But yeah, just again, they have their tools in the offense. We keep on seeing them going all-out attack, or not even all-out attack. This kind of attack. Shaimount, what a beautiful dribble. This would be a goal of the tournament. Samez saves the situation by finally putting it on target. But this original touch, 1, 2, crossbar it goes. Credit to G-Wood for making a stop on that. I would have been absolutely flabbergasted if somebody would be flying at me doing these things that Shaimount has been doing. So case in point, Sentinels have their offense. Sentinels are not afraid to attack. Sentinels know how to attack. Case in point with their goals and how often they find themselves with a shotting opportunity. A couple of mistakes here and there in the defense in particular, I feel like undermines their abilities in the offense.
I tell you what, it's not often that you see a front-facing flip reset usage, but that was used to brilliant effect. One of the setups of the tournament, most certainly, but that's a demo on the back line, and Shaman was needed, might be needed again. Oh, blue players skirting around the ball, Shaman skirting down the other side of the field. Shot saved, and now Cedric with a response going, oh no, Asher, right idea, awful execution, tie game yet again.
Oh, he tried. Cedric chips it on pretty well. Asher loves these ceiling Spider-Man squishy kind of saves. It's hard to do. It's really impressive when you pull it off. And yeah, there's a great opportunity for, if you're rotating and seeing there's a player coming up, there's no time for you to jump up and cover the crossbar. You just basically do a U-turn in your own net and try to cover the crossbar underneath, rather, in that fashion. Not this time, but I don't think he should be stopping doing these. It's a valuable tool in its own right. Great flip against G-Wood, Samez, or perhaps Shaimount. Bump on Cedric, not to be shot too weak from Shaimount. And the pressure still going in the face of Samez. He's looking for a bump. But that, for just for a moment, stops the attacks of the Sentinels. They're looking for demos, again. Bringing something for the playbook of the Storm Shadows themselves. Let's see how they like it.
Yeah, sometimes the right move. Sometimes the right move, Jam, ends up looking worse than it actually is. Cedric, case in point, you can see he wanted to try and lift it over the net, but it went horribly wrong.
Again, patience from Asha, just on the ground, seeing if the ball drops to me, I'm either in the position to play it or follow it up on the flank, or I'm just there just as a threat to the opposition that they know that somebody is waiting. And so the ball falls once again to him. Cedric is unable to play it far away. A bit of a cross, so forces Stelios to jump back up. He has 100 again. But past one, it's hard to say whether it's past one or not. Two players are forced to commit from Storm Shadows, so Samhez will be looking for a pass. Now time for the Sentinels perhaps to retreat. Well, Samhez will be retreating in a burned out car as the demo gets executed versus him. J-Wood, so far himself and quite low, but still is very eager to get to the ball.
But even in getting demos, Samez actually picks up the 100 boost, and so that wastes a little bit more time in waiting for the Storm Shadows for that resource to respawn. And all the while, time being burned off the clock. Still 2-1 Sentinels, but that's going to change very quickly. I feel like I put on my crown, Jam. The King of Cursed is back.
The net is just too open. Asha does not get any boost in the corner. The first challenge should have at least put the danger to the side as opposed to straight on target. And it's way too hard for the Sentinels to make any sort of save. So back to a tie game it goes. As a reminder, this is an attack immediately straight off the kicker from G-Wood and a demo on Stelios. So there might be an opening for Sentinels. But match point for Storm Shadows, meaning that winning this game leads them to the next round. All the while for the Sentinels, it's their really life or death situation in front of the net. Two players, actually, orange trail, so this has to touch one of the Sentinel players. Cedric started to set up a pass to G-Wood, who's no longer there.
That was lovely read, though, from Shaman. Knew that the threat was there, knew that he had to get a demo on at least one player. G-Wood throws it past Asher. He gets the pass in field. Ooh, Shaman and Samez, and now Asher all over. My it's like Black Friday. Who's going to get in the store first?
They come out of it somehow. Cedric is down. But this interception by G-Wood out of the net. That's good, but there's follow-ups. A weak one. G-Wood gets demolished for the trouble. Cedric doesn't have much boost. Would love to have that 100, but Samhez gets there first. I'm expecting G-Wood and Stelios right now to lead the charge. Cedric definitely is going to be way deep. Yeah, he's the last player. Thanks of boost. Drop from above. Cedric plays it. Asha. Samhez was demolished, so if Cedric starts a quick attack, it just gives it to the opposition, but it works. Pass on the other flank. G-Wood is ready to receive. Pops it up for his teammates. Cedric plays it. They are just dragging Sentinels whichever way. No direct shots. It's 1, 2, 3 for Cedric. He puts it on target.
Yeah, I'd almost go as far as to say that they're overcomplicating it, really, but the Sentinels are the architects of their own downfall on this one. So many double commits, a triple commit now as well, coming out the woodwork in the last minute and a half or so. In match point scenario, let us not forget, if Storm Shadows win this, Sentinels are out the competition. They need to score Jam in the next 35 seconds.
Starting from this, no boost either on G-Wood or Shaman. Samhez with the ball behind him, so cannot immediately play at Asha. Would love to have that 100. Perhaps an aerial play. Stelios can only bump it just a little bit back, but doesn't really bring control to anybody. Kills the ball Cedric on the ground. Beats another one. A great dribble, but Sam has exactly what they need. A runaway ball. If had a little bit stronger, this could have been heading straight for the net. Stelios versus 2. G-Wood in the net. 10 seconds. Sentinels are looking for a goal right now. Stelios puts it to the side, but that's where Ash is already waiting. Tie game.
Wow, I mean, another crown, the king of clutch, but not able to clutch up on this occasion. Weak source touch, Asher over the top of G-Wood, ties it up with seconds to spare. And is there a kickoff twist in the tail now for either side?
Let's be careful. Samhez puts it all the way in. Cedric starts. Oh, do not give them the ball, Shaman. His teammates are not close to the ground. It goes. Okay. We're heading into overtime. Golden goal opportunity for Storm Shadows. Score 1. They win the whole series. For Sentinels, this is just back to the gauntlet of trying to make it through this best of 7.
Asher had to make his presence known there. And there's Samez, but still double commits. You can see that they're talking to each other via the land cam, the Sentinels, but they're clearly not making the calls quick enough or concisely enough. Shot on target, easy save. Cedric past Samez, Asher to Samant. Oh! Cedric with a save. Asher trying to throw it back to Samez, who's back in town. G-Wood goes central. That's going to be straight to Asher, though. Oh, and he doesn't find the connection that he wanted. Maybe Shaman will. There was a demo on Stelios as well. Samez misses. How many chances do you want, Sentinels?
More. Apparently more by this point. They need them. Asher plays it slow. Just as long as he doesn't put the ball off his car into the center of the field, that's where it's the most dangerous. Cedric just gets a touch, might set up his teammates. G-Wood is already there. Stelios not with much boost, but he still plays the ball and forces the Sentinels to react on the backboard. Already 1 minute into this overtime, and Samhez to Asha. Again, was looking for a redirect and had a nice amount of power, but not enough to beat the last defenders of Storm Shadows. Asha looking for a pinch, any sort of a play. But he has stopped by Stelios, and Cedric once again in the corner. Big clear coming up. Shaman plays versus G-Wood, just carefully waits for the opposition to commit and then plays the ball himself.
Just look how little boost everyone's working with, though. Shaman with the most. Sam is on the far wing now. Got G-Wood who defends well. Shaman, though. Oh, what a great save from Cedric. That was goal bound. Asher to Sam is always another miss. I mean, truly, this is becoming absurd.
It still works out in the favor of Sentinels. Previously, they might not even have the chances. Stelios a miss. Samhez beats 2 players. Asher right there. We are going to game number 5.
A fist bump from Asher. And look, you can criticize all you like, but they got the job done. That's what's most important. They stay alive. Another game, Jam. It's 3-2 in the series to Storm Shadows.
Correction for myself. We're going to game number 6. This was the game number 5 that keeps the series alive. We haven't talked about predictions for the series, and I was hoping to see Sentinels come up alive and strong. They're doing just that. Still a deficit to overcome of 2 games for them to win this series. Stelios just says a little prayer, a little Air Force prayer, and keeps on focusing. But look at them. They are just bouncing in their seats. So excited.
And you know, the scoreline or at least, I mean, the scoreline could have been more handsome, Jam. The result could have been locked in regulation had they taken their chances, had they kept their defense a little tighter. There is still margin for improvement, and that's got to be worrying for Storm Shadows. They've still got to play to their maximum heading to Neo Tokyo. Is that Game 7 on the horizon? Because if it is, all bets are off.
Starting the game number 6. Again, with the pressure from Sentinels, maybe nothing from Asha. Sames tries to hit that top right corner. Player already there waiting for him. Storm Shadows, Cedric's beautiful individual plays. And lately, Cedric's just touches that were not touched by anybody. Ball just bounces towards the net. They're the bread and butter of the Storm Shadows gameplay. It has disappeared from the view recently, and as such, they're not as successful with these plays. Asha, perhaps to Shaimant, a beautiful little pinch. Sam has actually going to be taking that one past Cedric. Technically past all 3 players, as you saw. All 3 of the Storm Shadows in the frame. G-Wood in the net. Yeah, Stelios attacking, and there's Cedric in the net himself as well. Enough power. Great precision, great decision making as well. This could have been played by Shaman, but the shot wouldn't have been as hard. Sentinels go ahead again. This is one of their strongest feats in the series.
It really is. I mean, that was one of their strongest goals, I'd say, as well. Sem, as you put it perfectly, Jam. It's not just about the precision. It's not just about the pace. It's everything coming together and shooting in a real awkward zone for Storm Shadows to try and defend, because even that last player on the line has to go 90 degrees up just to get a touch. And even then, it's not guaranteed that it's going to go in and off the crossbar. They've started really well, Sentinels. 1.5 minutes gone. They can't rest on their laurels now, because we've barely seen a sniff of a clean sheet for this squad at all.
It's impossible. Not versus Storm Shadows. Cedric looking for a double tap. Finds it. Actually, perhaps with no connection. But Tempest can play it out just as well. Passing play between Stelios and Cedric. Cedric gets beaten. Shaman will be playing the ball too close. I actually retract that. Close enough for Sam has to take it as it sails past G-Wood.
And the rub at the forehead from G-Wood is the pressure getting to the Storm Shadows. It's a very, very simple pass when you look at it. It's hard to read as well, though, because you're kind of anticipating what the player who's passing is going to do, how they're going to utilize the corner or the backboard or the wall just before that. There's so many options, and there's one for Cedric. Just about does enough. 1-goal game.
As we would expect from a Royal Air Force player, he rains hell from above. Great reaction from Shaman, but just not enough to take it out of the net. Man, everybody here plays for Royal Air Force, but it seems like it's Cedric who is the ace player when it comes to air. The thing that he does with his car, with the ball, his touches are what sometimes is the difference making between winning the game for Storm Shadows and perhaps being just a little bit behind. 1 goal clawed back. Storm Shadows still need to find another one, and for Sentinels, I think it's going to be incredibly hard to just keep the score as is. I think they need to be looking for more.
Agreed. There's too much time on the clock for that to be the last goal in this particular game. Gotta love the 2 lads on the Sentinels desperately trying to rid their hands of sweat. It's one of those types of series, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it. 2 minutes now and change left to go. And the Storm Shadows are in defense yet again. Shaman goes for the snapshot, but it goes a little too far wide for his liking. Asha now looking off the backboard. It's Sames who goes wide yet again. To Asha, spikes up. G-Wood. Shaman actually wins the challenge, and Stelios has all the time in the world to clear.
Asha drops it down to Stelios pretty much, so Shaman is playing it in the corner. G-Wood off the wall, and this just rolls all the way back to the blue side of the field. A chance for Cedric to start an aerial play from his own side. Needs to beat Shaman, beats him. Needs to beat Asha, could not succeed, so it's Stelios on the ground. And with a little bit of trouble here and there, a double play. Shaman plays it pretty strong. Cedric forced to remove it to the side. The Sanchez is already past that. Asha, no boost, but strong shot, top left corner. 3-1 to Sentinels.
like a thief in the night. I did not see this one coming. Cedric stops it, and Jiwa just completely whiffs. Asher in like a whipping. Again, fantastic accuracy from the Sentinels to open up the 2-goal lead yet again. Here I was about to say, you know what, they're playing quite conservatively, Jen. They're going safety first. They're going for their 100 boosts rather than going in for the challenge, for the positional advantage. Well, now they can afford to sit back a little bit. Just 65 seconds left.
There are a couple of claims in the Twitch chat that the Royal Australian Air Force is better at Rocket League than the Royal Air Force. Well, you'll just have to send them to Ramstein next year to compete with the best of the Allied forces. So we will welcome them with open arms. We'd love to see more of the teams and more of the countries represented in this tournament. All the while, we're approaching the last 30 seconds. Sentinels with a healthy 2-goal lead, and they find themselves once again on the opposition half, where they would love to be for the remainder of the game.
There just seemed to be a whiff of an omen in the air yesterday. The Storm Shadows beat the Sentinels 4-0. That was the series scoreline. But in game number 1, the Sentinels led 2-0, only for the Storm Shadows to come back to, what was it, like a 3-2 or a 4-2 scoreline? And they didn't really look back from there on out. Ooh, and the Sentinels are hoping that they won't look back on this game with this goal with regret. It's a kickoff or nothing to tie it up to overtime for the Storm Shadows.
This play has been just unfolding in the worst possible manner for Sentinels, trying to clear the ball. Just a little bit too weak on all opportunities. Asha just clears it. I don't think there's any doubts about that. Put another one up for the Sentinels to tie up the series and bring us to the first best of 7 that we're seeing on the screens today.
As soon as man had explored all they had wished to on land and on sea, their eyes turned to the skies. And we are going to a commentator's heaven. It's game 7.
Asha brilliantly played. There he is, just showing it to the camera. One more game. We can do it. Smiles? Well, focus. Focus is still, I think, the name of the game for the Storm Shadows. Stelios focused, trying to figure out how can we do it. What was going to be the pep talk for the team. I'm pretty sure he's going to be cheering up his teammates. But it has come to this. 2 Royal Air Force teams, both vying for the spot in the next round of the lower bracket. There can only be one, and so whoever they're going to be sending through needs to be the best of the best. And so far, in this series, we were not able to separate them.
Just narrative-wise, the runners-up of 2023 becoming the first team out of the competition would be an extraordinary headline in only our second series of the day. But you just have to trust your eyes, folks. The Sentinels have been cooking something, and the fruits of their labor, well, they're bearing something. Oh, they're bearing that save jam. What a one it was.
Wowee. Of course, fittingly, we are on Champions Field. And I'm going to be finding out the champion between the two of these teams. Cedric forced to commit to the ball, as Sentinel players already were coming up pretty strong. Shaymans to the corner, so more touches required from Storm Shadows to just keep the ball away from their opponents. That's going to work out, but Asha could have actually tricked G-Wood on that one. Plenty of boost from the Sentinels to play with. Even a little team paint from by Samhas could have worked out. But we're currently looking at the ball, moving laterally left to right. Only barely we're getting to the net. Nice shot, great heads-up play for Shaymant as well to look and demo or bump the player out of the way. Not on that attempt. I'm pretty sure Storm Shadows will be thinking about it. That's certainly one thing on Cedric's mind though. Goals, and more goals.
Get the high heels on, ladies, because that was a stomp of a shot. And Cedric, the only player in the lobby to successfully achieve Supersonic Legend in Ranked, is the man to get us kicked off here on Champions Field. 1 goal to the good for the Storm Shadows after a lot of pressure from the Sentinels, and they're not done yet!
Quick return from Sentinel as they remember they are the team who scores first, so this mistake, this deviation from the script needed to be punished. Cedric can do nothing about that Shaman shot, and just like we found the opening goal, just as quickly we found the tying goal as well. Kickoff, Shaman needs to be incredibly careful. Jay was already behind him. Great play on the boost. Yep, nothing that he can do anymore, so but there's no immediate pressure, so why not just reinforce yourself and start a great play. Who is going to have the nerves of steel? Who's going to have the best performance here? This is all that we have dreamed of. This first game in the lower bracket, Royal Air Force is putting on a show.
Sentinels are at great pains, looking to control the boost game. Demo on Cedric, that's on target. Well done by Sames to not just save that, but to drive it downfield, bit of interplay. Perhaps a mistake as Cedric picks this one up past one. Oh, doesn't get past two. Big touch from Shaman on target. And Asher, right place, right time.
Tons of players of both Storm Shadows and Sentinels in front of the net. Beware of any bumps, because I'm sure that G-Wood senses some blood in the water. He's gonna go for it. And any sort of redirection can just spell trouble for both of the teams. Shaman to the side, right?
Oh!
That was Stelios playing it back into the wheeling hands of Cedric. Now with 100 boost, fortunately a bump, can play it from the ceiling, a touch too strong. But too much mustard, I suppose, is better than no mustard whatsoever. As we're getting stuck, Cedric is just playing it back, knowing that there's no opportunities up ahead, and rather he keeps the ball, has to give it to the Sentinels, who are eager to do something.
Who is going to be the condiment king? Certainly somebody is going to be walking away with salt in the wounds. Oh, trying to open it there. Denied by the Sentinels. The Storm Shadows continue to have the best looks. But with 1 minute 45 left, the Sentinels still hold on to that last goal scored. Waterfall down, big miss. Samed, the setup for Shaman, a setup, but there's no four-player sheep.
This is not that kind of a game. Cedric gets demolished on the run up to the counterattack. Unfortunately for Sentinels, there was not a player that could finish it up in his own touch as well. Every single one of them was a setup for somebody else. No double tap opportunities. While quickly running down, Cedric is incredibly pacey to make sure that he still keeps up with the ball versus everybody who he comes up against with. We're seeing the ball sail all the way past. Sam is going to be first. Who's looking for a bit of a better pinch. Even that forces Cedric to do a little bit of a standing jump. Stops the ball. Doesn't really move the ball that much. J-Wood beats one. It's going to be easy pickings for Asher.
Ah, but that wasn't exactly the best clearance. He's helped out somewhat by Shaman, but Stelios is on it. And Cedric actually just lays off, allows Sames the room, but then wiggles his way through all on his own. Cedric to G-Wood! It's a save, but it's not enough! 2-1 Storm Shadows!
The ball caroms off the oncoming player of Storm Shadows. Cedric plays it really well, but G-Wood is just pushing him through, flying into the net, both himself and the ball. In the last moments of the game, where we were already thinking this is going into yet another overtime, Storm Shadows deliver a surgical strike. And now it's all up to Asha, all up to Shaman. Samhas, that's a great clear, but that required two. So Storm Shadows need to be careful. Samhas, without nothing in his tank, still stays up in the attack. They want to just play the man advantage. And Shaman cannot play it past G-Wood, so Ash's play is not helpful either. Sam has 100 boost. Cedric first, puts it against above everybody. Shaman on the ground. The ball is slow. It needs to be moving towards the blue side of the field, but it just moves left and right. And in a 7-game thriller, with a series-winning goal scored just 30 or so seconds before the end of the game, it is the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows that get the double.
That is a deep sigh of relief across the board for the Storm Shadows, the Sentinels. As spirited a performance as that was, let us not forget that they have now tripled their game output in a single best of 7. They needed the 4, Jam. They needed the 4. It was one step too far. The experience of Stelios the pure technical skill of Cedric and the clutch of G Wood was enough to see them over the line. But whoa, how much further in this lower bracket are they going to get? Because it only gets harder from here on out.
It's going to be incredibly tough. Their opposition is going to be found out in the next series. That's, of course, going to be the French Air Force versus the US Space Force. If this series has gone incredibly close, I'm expecting the French Air Force to really stick it up and show it up to Space Force and the other best of 7 that's in round 1 of the losers bracket. So keep your eyes peeled. This is going to be happening right after this series. And there's still more games to play. We have U.S. Air Force and U.S. Coast Guard waiting in the round 3. This is the winners finals right now. This is going to be happening much later on. But so far, those are the 2 strongest teams. They finished 1st and 2nd seed in our round robin tournament. They got themselves a bye in the round 2, so just not having to play the first round of the games. And they have won their respective matchups to really showcase that these are the 2 teams to beat. And who knows, we might see them, both of them, in the finals yet again, or somebody from the lower bracket might make a strong run and really make a showcase and the name for them. Perhaps it's the Storm Shadows. They would love to repeat their final performance, in a sense that make it to the finals and then of course improve on that and get something going. Perhaps a W for them this time, really.
Most certainly. Well, look, if there has ever been a kick up the butt, that would be it. But enough from us. It's time to get the thoughts of those down on the ground. Jasmine, it's over to you.
Cedric, brother, break this one down for me, because game number 1 did not go in you guys' favor, in you guys' way, but then you managed to kind of bounce it on back a little bit. Team communication, we had a very brief chat about that. Talk to me about what the boys are saying.
The pressure was definitely felt as like the more expected team to win. So throughout the game, there was a lot of mistakes, and it was just trying to keep it cool. But it just wasn't working, and they put on so much pressure, and they played really well today as well, so made it very tough to play against.
Who was it kind of on within your team to make sure everyone was cool, calm, and collected, heads in the game, full focus?
I was trying my best, but I don't think it was working. If you ask the other 2, I don't think they definitely felt the pressure. I was trying to keep as cool as possible, but yeah, I think we played just about well enough to secure it, so yeah.
Well, after game 1, you guys managed to make a bit of a comeback, a better performance, and it was a pretty quick turnaround for you boys. So talk to me, how on earth you were able to make that happen?
I don't know. It was just like, yeah. It was just kind of, I just told everyone to take a deep breath, focus, just maintain the basics, and we'll be all right. So.
And that final match that we just saw, Asher was on absolute fire. It's the only time I'm going to be complimenting the guy. But talk to me about how on earth he was able to kind of rip through you guys' defenses.
I don't know. I think we just kind of left everything quite open. We were playing really wide, which left him a lot of space. And Asher's got pretty good mechanics, so he kind of utilised that to break us open a bit. So.
And I know my commentators were wondering, why is your in-game name Cedric?
Is because I had my profile picture as Cedric Diggory from Harry Potter when he died in that scene, and then it just kind of stuck. The name, I took it for a game, and then it stuck, and that's my name now. So.
What's your real name?
Ed.
So nowhere near Cedric.
Yeah. No.
All right, well, next opposition is going to be either the French Air Force or the Space Force. Talk to me about who you're hoping to face off against.
I'd rather play the French. Obviously, the strong performance earlier, we know how to play against them. However, we're confident against both teams. So.
Realistically, who do you think you're going to be facing?
Space Force, probably.
All right, well, best of luck to you boys. I'm looking forward to seeing you perform once again. And without further ado, it is over to a break. Who's going to give me the best answer?
He's not Mike.
I think we can do like multi-interview.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to AFI 2024. Listen, we have to say goodbye to people sometimes. And sadly, the Sentinels, we bid you adieu. But we say bonjour once again, Bacon, to the French Air Force as they take on Space Force Gaming from the United States of America in this battle for survival.
Yeah, that's it. It's the nature of competition. Some teams have to drop earlier than others. It's the same as someone's got to win it all. So it is unfortunate that the Sentinels will drop. But here, who's going to drop between the Space Force versus the French Air Force? I mean, if I was to put money on one of these two teams going through, it would be the Space Force. But who knows? The French have had a little bit of time to cook in the background, scrim. They've had their lunch and they watched that last match. We got some great pictures from them.
Yeah, we have indeed. Let's take a look at that schedule then, just to remind ourselves of what has happened and what is yet to come after this next series. We're actually halfway through the day, but the day's been ramping up in pressure from blowouts, routes, whatever you want to call them, 4-0s, 4-1s, to the 4-2 of Space Force versus Coast Guard. Storm Shadow Sentinels then a 4-3. Bacon, do we reckon that Space Force and French Air Force is going to be as...
I'm scared right now. The French Air Force have got to turn things around. They couldn't even get a goal against the Storm Shadows earlier. Now, Storm Shadows came in with a great game, don't get me wrong, on a foundation, but they were just not nudged to the side at all, and that's a little bit worrying, isn't it, Jam?
Yeah, it's absolutely we expected more from them, and yet
You're on Discord, Jam?
Yep, I am indeed muted on Discord, but I'm live on the broadcast, so don't you worry. The world hears my words. Oh God. What a day it has been for Rocket League, and some I cannot necessarily say surprises, but man, the close games are just keep on being close right now in the day 2, and that's why we had to believe these teams saying that yeah, we are going to be much better on the day number 2. not going to be swept away in some cases, and even the previous match was just the example of that. The upcoming game, though, I'm looking forward to that as well. French Air Force versus the Space Force. It's going to be a doozy.
What flavor of coffee you got there, buddy?
This is just black coffee, black instant coffee, but I've added some pumpkin spice into it. And some
Ooh,
honey.
bacon.
I was thinking
you on the same...
No, I was there for a moment. Flavor of coffee. Coffee flavored. I mean, you get like hints of chocolate and nut. What? Oh, yes, I went out and got my apple coffee today.
Apologies. Whoops, I don't drink coffee. Oh, whimsicality. But let's actually focus in on these teams then, shall we? Because, you know, it's all fair and well talking from a wider perspective, but we've got to zone in on the players themselves. Bacon, Space Force.
Mm-hmm.
They're a bit of an oddity, aren't they? Because when it clicks, they arguably look like, again, eye test value. They look like the best team in the competition. But you know what? I'm going to let you ponder on it. I'm going to let you stew on that.
Thank you.
Because we need to hear what the teams have to say first and foremost. Jasmine, let us know.
Folks, I am here infiltrating the US Space Guard. Sorry, I'm seeing here Ethan is hyping up his teammates. Ethan, Noosh, Ethan, talk to me. What's going on here?
I'm just getting my teammate nice and loose so it can be nice and stress-free during our series and hopefully play really good.
Hopefully play really good. Talk to me about how your previous game went, though. How are you guys building up that momentum heading into this one?
We're just going to keep it going. You know, we're trying to figure some stuff out as we go, and hopefully we can get better throughout the day.
Okay, all right. Game plan heading into this, though, because, they're listening to you right now. They're looking over, dagger eyes at you as well. Anything you want to say to your opposition?
Hey, we're coming for you.
Fighting words. There we have it. They're watching. Okay, let me go ahead and see what's going on over here. Talk to me. Heading into this match, how are you feeling?
I think it will be difficult, but in this day we just do 2 matches, so that's the second match. So we'll do our best on this one, and we'll hope we win this one.
All right, and I saw you making the dagger eyes as well, and I'm hoping that they're listening to you right now. I think they are. Is there anything that you want to say to the Space Guard?
Match and Space, you can't win this.
That's it. That's your fighting words. Okay, so tell me, what's the score going to be in this one?
On this match, I don't know, but we will win. Let's see the score, and we are going to show what can we do the best, and we will see. So yeah.
All right. Well, good luck. Have fun. On that note, it is back over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. And zooming
You
straight
blurred
back
into scene. That was a really cool effect. Production are really outdoing themselves.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to the production crew, Urban, our producer, and everybody who's working for the staff and doing the observing and replays. It wouldn't have been possible without their involvement, and we're so grateful for them to be able to provide us with the image, with the sound, and with our lovely faces going out to your lovely faces. Great
I'm a big
work
fan
from
of the camera work, actually. Like, this has been
absolutely.
awesome.
Again, shout out to the person working the Steadicam. I unfortunately don't know their name, but they have been doing a stellar work. I do know it is. Oh goodness, I'm trying to now call absolutely everybody who's there on the stage. Kathy, I think, is doing the player managing around the stage and everything. Let's focus on this one. It is time for the second lower bracket series. It is Space Force Gaming versus the French Air Force, and they are flying in America on the wings of whatever they're flying over there. And on the line, Zaluk scores first. Okay. If you ever wanted to really give your opponent something to worry about, you go with something like this. So much fun.
So the French Air Force went 4 games without scoring earlier, and they just went 13 seconds without scoring. They turned up and went, okay, what did we do wrong? Oh, that big simple thing. Okay, let's fix this. And just went straight into this game hard. This is what we wanted to see.
That's what we've seen from Sentinel starting these games versus the Storm Shadows. It's on point, just immediate aggression. We've seen this from French side as well. They kept on attacking first. I believe they kept on winning the kickoffs as well. Let's mix it up with the already mentioned Sentinels. It hasn't been working out for them just yet, but this particular one, this already going to put him. America was looking for a shot on target as the next was empty, but not this time to Zulu. Perhaps Noosh is forced to be right in the face of it all, but the long shot from Fruit Loop ties everything.
Give them opportunity, and Space Force will score those. Again, it was an overextension. They have been punished many times in the past, the French Air Force, so it's another learning step. But again, like we were saying earlier, they look better when they were more aggressive, less passive. So they're bringing back these vibes too today, it seems, but that does also bring back their problems from yesterday.
That's the problem. I would wish they would leave that in the past.
Back at the hotel, yeah.
Yes, at the hotel perhaps, with the rest of the bags. But no, unfortunately not right now. This is going to work through it. And right now looking for opportunity to roll it out of their own half. Balls goes across the penalty box. But no immediate threat. Zulu will be looking for America. Already dropped down. And they'll be looking for at least a little bit of a boost. Perhaps a long-standing issue for the French side. Is not scoring enough goals, apparently. I was going to mention the boost control and boost configuration, but right here, win from America versus no other than Ethan, the reigning champion of Allied Forces Esports Invitational. That was a great 1-2 punch.
Space Force were too confident in themselves. They're expecting the save to come through. Turned into a clearance, of course. And no, the French had other ideas. 2-1 in favor of the French Air Force, and they are looking now, Space Force, to tie it up. They see their mistakes and they think, don't worry, we can make good on that. They get revenge.
We're just going to be seeing a goal after goal after goal after goal. Pinpoint precision. Anywhere higher, I'm pretty sure that was hitting the crossbar. Most likely still going in. But to sneak it in, beautifully placed. Space Force Gaming are not allowing the French team to do anything. At least not get ahead by too much. Fruit Loop, Ethan, trying to connect on the ground. Ethan, top left corner. For the first time in this game, Space Force Gaming are in the lead, but it required a lot of resources to make it work.
These are two naturally aggressive squads, so naturally, we're going to get a goal of Palooza. 5 already in the first 2 minutes, and I think that's only about half of the ones we're going to see. I like that from our fish. Very aggressive, forward, pushing passes, and we need that from this French side, but they do have to be careful. They've got to make sure they've always got that one player on the midfield line, which sometimes they don't exactly know who that is. So I'd just like to see the third call for it, but what a find from Fruit Loop.
Beautifully played, collects it. Again, this is 1, 2, and 3 play. As Fruit Loops comes in from the skies off Noosh, and then originally off of their third in Ethan. Goals just keep on accruing. We haven't even crossed the midpoint of the game. We're slowly trying to cross the midfield, but the ball is just stuck in there, as if by magnet. Fish finally with a strong touch, but Fruit Loop wins away, and she's not going to allow them to move on through. This is turning out to be a very high-scoring game. Already 6 scored. So far, a record for this tournament is a 7-2. We actually seen it on the broadcast first day. Nobody can get a touch in that. Noosh finishes up with a 5th one. First one for him in the game.
Good. Do it. Break that record. 5-2 already. And this one was a goal that resulted off of demos. Again, we're seeing various different styles of ways to acquire goals in this game. Not necessarily conventional, but if we're going by tradition and normality of Rocket League, this first game will be a blowout with tons of goals. The second one, though, will be very close knit. Not that many in it.
Fruit Loop from her own side versus Zulu. That just goes up high, but falls into the hands of Space Force defenders. It's now carefully moving out Fish. America on the flank means that there's nobody back but Zulu, who would love to have a little bit more boost in his tank. But for now, just dropping down. America forced to pick between the boost and the player, but Ethan did not have much to show for, and as such, a decision by America was the correct one. Now, though, only needs to retreat back. There is boost in the center. Zulu tries to play it. Both of them miss. Fruit Loop collects the boost. Now rushing, tries to make a pass. Ethan is already waiting, but with Zulu throwing his car against the wall and the ball, they remove down the pressure.
Great little attack clearance downfield. The 100 not stolen away. Zazalu is very, very deep there, and Ethan wants to capitalize. A Fish knocking it wide, but Noosh is up on the wall looking to follow through in the air. Fruit Loop is down in the mid, but it's Ethan to take the shot. Well saved by Mirko. Fruit Loop with the follow-up, and it is killer.
Hat trick for Fruit Loop, and Space Force Gaming still continue to pile up the pressure. 8 goals in the games already. We're approaching the record. A couple of games are tied for this 9 goals scored record. A couple of them with the participation of French Air Force. And they just love a big spectacle. They're scoring themselves. Again, they've scored 2-3 goals in games like these. So they're definitely looking out for the offense as well. Right now looking for a goal of some sort. But it's their boost that keeps on betraying them. Returning back to their own half, not being able to find anything on the field. We are in 7-2 territory.
Can't leave opportunities like that. The French side is fizzled a little bit, and you would expect them to already be clocked out of this game. 7-2's not pretty, but you have 51 seconds left to go. They can still figure it out. Keep testing a couple of things live. It's only game 1. It's a best of 7 like they have been all day long and will continue to be all day long. So you've got a lot of time to work your way back in the series.
Zulu is intercepted by Fruit Loop and Space Force. Star Force is just my own little branch of military. I'm the only member over there, but it's pretty cool in here. But is the Space Force Gaming who keeps their opposition just stuck in their own half. As a reminder, this is the Space Force Gaming versus the French Air Force, but also they're technically the Air and Space Force. So it's 2-1 for the French side. For now, though, it seems like the dreams of space exploration, at least in this game, will be brought to naught. Ethan, Fruit Loop, no follow-up. We are having yet another 9-goal game. America and Official are going to try to prove me wrong. As we are still alive, Fruit Loop on the wall, pushes it forward, pushes it up. This is now on the backboard. Anybody on the ground? Fruit Loop needs to be closer. America keeps it on. And this is pretty much, I'm pretty sure, the longest keepy-uppy game we've seen so far this tournament, at the very least on the broadcast. But the ball drops down 1-0 for Space Force.
Space Force, Star Force, Super Force. A force to be reckoned with nonetheless. Great opening game for them. French side now need to get chit-chatting. They have got to figure this out. You can see communication already underway. A little bit of listening in. Taking in the wise words of their coach there, and well, big changes need to be made here, Jam.
Well, perhaps it's the coach, Hateman, who is able to tell him the words of wisdom in French, so I wouldn't be able to replicate them. And while I can't do a French accent, I think on this particular case, I'm going to abstain from best of luck to the French Air Force in the next game. It's game number 2. It is by tradition in the Forbidden Temple. And America, ooh, Fruit Loop, that's unfortunate pass back. Obviously, Lewis rattles off the post and out. But now, in a whole confusion, they can start a counterattack.
A spicy start. The French side, though, need to capitalize upon this loose ball in front of net. Ethan does knock out wide, but Merrick keeping it down on that blue half. Zalu going to throw it. Oh, Fish wanted it a little bit closer to home, and it wasn't set up for them. Miraca having just scraped this off to the side, buying a little bit of time for them to be able to build up again. But look at the boost amounts you get from the Space Force. They are ready for an attack.
Miracus returns, grabs the corner boost. Unfortunately, nothing for his teammates. Trying to go for aerial plays. The problem is, again, with the lack of boost. There's chances are you're not even going to reach that ball, let alone hit it with enough power. Zalou versus Noosh. Fish on the side. That boost is going to be gotten by the Space Force. The French themselves got themselves some further up canisters that Ethan is returning back, and they just have so much resources on the field to play with. Shots keep on going a little bit too high. So Space Force, long shot, Zalou defends it, but Ethan is already there to receive it, all the while French Air Force is forced to return into their defensive rotation. Miraca is going to hope for their boost that appears on the floor, but not this time.
French elected to utilize width to try and break their way out of defense. It's only good enough to get to the midfield line. Space Force truly have control over not only boost, but positioning on this pitch. So a slowdown been chosen. Ooh, a bit of a pick-up of pace. They're definitely trying to test the tempo of their opposition. It has worked. It's definitely spiced things up. And the French Air Force, Jam, looking a lot better now in front of net.
Or right now, the Space Force are looking like they don't know what to do with the ball. Ethan, with a beautiful acrobatic dribble, great for a dribbling competition. He made so many touches on that ball, but not as good for removing the ball off their own half. To the center it goes. Miracle with a strong shot. Ethan, Fruit Loop both go up. Noosh to the side, but a bump on Zalou means that Zalou cannot play that ball. Fruit Loop beats one. Tries to go for a bump on the net. Zalou credited with a save to the Ethan. The goal is going to be a strong attempt. Miracle already crossing on through. Whoever stays in the net for French Air Force, as Miracle is doing the pirouettes here and there, needs to be aware that more and more shots are going to be coming through. Counter, Zalou, no boost, weak shot. But tests out Fruit Loop and perhaps even takes Fruit Loop out of the position. Ethan bumped across the net. Noosh is in place.
Might be testing them, but at the same time, with how this French Air Force side do attack, they've got to look for more passes instead of just throwing it towards the defenders on the opposite side. They're essentially wasting a lot of the control they have over the ball, even when they have zero boost. I'd much rather them keep it a little bit close to the chest and force 50-50s out.
Watch as this play evolves. Wouldn't happen without Zalou being bumped right here. Noosh gives him a little bit of an extra kick. Fruit Loop is forced to run away or rotate back and retreat. And there was just too much momentum on Zalou. We have spent 3 minutes and only now we have seen a goal. Well, at this point already in the previous game we had like, what, 6, 7? Zalou tries to go for yet another one. Noosh in a great position, but the moment French side scores, the energy just keeps on pouring out of it.
Oh, Ethan bringing this close to 50-50. Noosh taken to the skies, but that's easily dispossessed by Zalou. Fish keeping it on this on this right-hand side for them, sorry. Mirka might get the chance. No, Noosh knocking it away.
Ethan with his own opportunity will be playing the ground game now, looking for a demo. Yeah, Mirka is to the corner, but beats one. Saves the shot from Fruit Loop as well. Ethan to the center. Strong attempt. It's going to be, I think, Noosh hunting for it. Attack from French. Side is beginning. Zalou, great pinch to the corner. Fruit Loop deals with it really well. And now moves the whole team into the attack as well. 2 on the corner. Needs somebody in the air. Smoke screen thrown. As we're waiting for more and more opportunities. Noosh, I think, is doing the right thing with these attempts. Even something like that will test the opposition side and has beaten the French Air Force on occasion.
It's interesting as well. Space Force are actually quite happy for the French Air Force to push into their half as long as they have low boost. And
wow.
Noosh off the post, so close. You can just definitely see that. Oh, Space Force are keeping so calm.
Yeah, just keep on working, and this play, Ethan just straight up plays it into Efish. Efish blocks the passage on the left flank. Ethan turns it all around and plays it all the way back to the opposite side where nobody's defending, where there's players coming in on through, and that nets them a tying goal. The problem is, last time, once the Pandora's box has opened, the Pandora's box has kept on producing the goals in the matter of seconds. Space Force Gaming are now in the lead.
It's crazy just how quickly things can change. French Air Force, after thinking they kind of figured it out, got that one goal and then looking to hold on to it. And now just in tatters, Space Force. I mean, yesterday, what was it, 4-0? I'll be looking to repeat that once again, but this French side need to turn things around. They're looking so much better than they did earlier. Lunch definitely helped them, but they still need to help themselves get another goal in this game. The time is just not with them here, Jam.
Oh, America. Nice little play. They need somebody in the move. Everybody surrounds the ball, but it is Space Force Gaming getting themselves a W. And a nervy one again. For a team that had just scored 7 goals on French Air Force, they have been kept to absolutely nothing until the later half of the game, with the French side looking the strongest they have been so far, scoring these goals, getting in the lead, playing from this leading position, which allows them to sometimes even invite the opposition onto themselves and make the Space Force nervous or risky. In the end, it just needs more goals. It's so hard to keep the net clean from all of these attempts that the Space Force are putting on.
It's French Air Force. They need to get talking. They need to sort this out. You can just see frustration they're too tense right now. This is when you need that kind of, not even captain, but the Joker on the squad, right? To just lift the vibes. The French Air Force are so close to being able to take down Space Force. It is just, I don't know, something is just wrong in the air.
Well, I knew that Stelios is a big joker and all-around great fella, so maybe he can cheer up the French side in some way. Again, we're hoping also that Heatman has something up his sleeve as well, even if it's just a shoulder rub, as we've seen Ethan do before to his teammates. Fruit Loop on the attack with the rest of the Space Force, and as the French side is trying to remove the ball from their corner, another attack is starting. Collection of the boost again at the forefront of the mines for the French Air Force. Ethan down to the ground, a pass to his teammates, not to work out. Demo on Ethan, so one less player. Noosh has nobody to pass with. Fruit Loop is already in the center, but that gets turned around very quickly, and it's Ethan who's forced to start a play again. Miraca to the center. This has been a great interception.
So I'm just still contemplating the new era of Rocket League, the back rub era, just because, we've had the demo era, backboard era, but back rub, that's or shoulder rub era, that's kind of, it's a little bit of an odd one, but hey, if it works.
Well, we're about to see right now. Ethan has been dishing those out at the start of the series, and it's the Space Force who are winning. Fruit Loop sends a strong and long shot the other side of the field. But it is the Air Espace team, the French side, who is collecting the ball very well. Bounces just too strong for Zalou. He's there in position, but the ball and the way it moves just obeys a miracle. The great counterattack. This should be falling to the center. Fruit Loop with no boost, but first to the ball. Zalou waits. He's going to be dropping down. Just needs a pass, one simple touch, because Efish is already in the center. Attempt from Efish as well, just to keep the ball in. But now long clear. Needs to play it, has to stop it going from the net. Needs to play it to the side so the opponent cannot get to it, and preferably needs to play it so that his teammates can already pick it up as well. Zalou tries to set it up for Efish. Maybe bumps in the center of the net. Nobody gets the ball, but there's a boost from Ethan, and he goes on an aerial escapade.
Cool-off there was really, it was a good idea. Poorly executed, left too much time. Miracle couldn't get there in time, and the defender from Space Force was able to get there. I'm liking these adaptations that the French Air Force are bringing in, but they've got to be a bit snappier. That's the only issue.
We're still scoreless, and after the game number 1, it almost feels like we have entered an alternate dimension, or just as any team. The armed forces are good at rationing those goals. They really overspent in the first game. Now they're doing a bit more. Finally, a connection is made on a great counterattack. And it is once again that the French Air Force opened up the scoring. 2 minutes. It feels like an eternity against a team like Space Force Gaming. I want to see a second goal from French.
A really weird goal from that one as well. Space Force looking so good, so dominant, so in pressure, so well disciplined, and then just no one home. And well, French aren't going to turn their nose up at that at all. They will look to now try and just bolster themselves, get a second goal. Good block from Fruit Loops is thrown into the corner. Great demo, just buying time so that Space Force can near enough hold up that midfield.
No boost. Oh, that's behind the player. Noosh just takes a small chip over the goalkeeper, and it is enough. You can see Noosh himself has just collected that 100, and his positioning and this quick move of, yep, I'm not just gonna steal the boost, I'm gonna immediately rotate back into the play, is enough for him to connect and make a beautiful shot. It's so hard from the position that the French Air Force is, and with the lack of boost to make anything on target. And now off the kickoff. Go back to the orange side of the field. Ethan is all alone, tries to block Efish. Noosh scores second in quick succession, and a deja vu feeling overcomes me. I think we're seeing the game number 2 all over again.
Oh no. Space Force, they gonna do it. They leave it to the last moments and then just swipe away the victory from the French Air Force. This is the time where you gotta change the story though. French Air Force turn it around right now. Miraca can't get high enough. That is dropping towards net. A fish does get the save, knocking it out wide. Ethan to Fruit Loop, but that's a great block by Zalou. Miraca chasing off this. Efish is on the opposite side. Ball gonna linger around mid, and it's met by Zalou. AAE are back into it.
Brilliantly played. Efish playing until the last moment. No boost. Perhaps even makes connection with Noosh, so the Noosh cannot play the ball. And Zalu finds that bottom left corner. It was contested all the way through. And yet they still find a way. That demo earlier on by Fruit Loop on 2 French Air Force players actually helped them out in some way, but let's watch this. Noosh, demos 1. Ethan to the side, they block Fruit Loop as well, and now it rolls all the way to the other side. Zalu with the ball again, tries to find a pinch. We'll find just a little bit of a block. Efish can set up his teammate, but if Mirka is not going for it, Mirka is staying much deeper, knowing how dangerous a long clear, such as this one, can be. To the center, Fruit Loop, strong shots, they're testing out the defense. And with Mirka being down, well, there's just more defenders in the back. Efish and Zalu can think about doing something themselves. Too high. Anybody on the ground? Zalu. Now there's a follow-up from Mirka. Gets sent to the sides. It's Fruit Loop credited with a save. And Ethan on the wall himself. No blocked. Efish. No boost. Just tries to play against the opposition. That was 2 players of French Air Force. Somebody needs to come back. That's Mirka over here as well. Thankfully, with the demos, players come back, and players come back with boost. So there's at least some consolation and silver lining. But not for this one. With only 6 seconds remaining, the ball moves to the side of French Air Force. And right off of this unintentional pass, Noosh gets himself to goal.
Gonna be happy with that Space Force. The French Air Force, though, so close. 6 seconds, kickoff goal. Opportunities are still there. Big demo. Zalu off the bat ball. Mirka is around mid, but it's got to be a fish to turn up to it, and it's a little bit too late. Now it's just a game of keep you uppy. They launch it downfield, but no one's going to be there. And Fruit Loop, well, FL does the right thing, throwing it to the ground. Ending game number 3. We're already on match point.
3 goals from Noosh. He's a poacher. He's an absolute poacher. Looking for these opportunities everywhere he is. He just goes. He gets himself the results. Bravo to him and the rest of the Space Force Gaming. Ethan, Fruit Loop, they're 1 game away from taking the whole series. But I feel it for the French side, and Hitman, just give them the words of comfort, because they are looking great. French Air Force, keep on scoring first. Keep on scoring more than 1 goal. Keep on being an absolute nuisance and a threat in the offense. It's the closing of the game that is getting away from them. No longer this is a horror, the horror of the 7-2 of the first game. They're playing incredibly close. Now they just need it closer.
I said that first game was the anomaly. It's kind of Rocket League tradition, if anything, you know, if the first game goes like that. But after this, it's difficult. They need to really step themselves up here. They've got to get the opening goal once again. They've got to give themselves, you know, a fighting spirit. They can't be just knocked down. You can see they're still in it, looking to win. It is going to be a long road to ruin, Jam.
Ifish, Zalu is already waiting. Who has been instrumental for a lot of these goals. Actually going to pull up the stats. We have some updates with many more games happening. So at this point, it is Merrick actually with the 7 goals. So Zalu in second with 6, Ifish with 2. This might not lose some of the games. In any case, they are working really well. Ifish working the defense, 25 saves to his name. And Zalu is also showing up in assists, 4 for him, top for the team. Maybe Zalu can set up something for himself or for his teammates right there. Just met every single time by 1, 2 players of the opposition. This might drop into the net. It will. Ethan collects the first one of the game 4.
Eyes on Ethan, but realistically, you've got to watch Noosh here. Great camera work. Absolutely brilliant. You see, run across the goal, running disturbance forces the player to jump, thus they can't make the save when they need to. Space Force get goal 1.
This is against the flow of the series so far, as it was the French Air Force constantly scoring first. So now perhaps it's the French side who will be able to get this series under their control. Lovely pass to the midfield. Mirka cannot make a connection, and 1-2 between Ethan and Fruit Loop nets Space Force the second. I suppose one rule still remains the same. If SFG score 1, they immediately score another one as well.
That goal is Space Force at their best, though. Their counterattacks are so darn good. And just from near enough getting shot on to get a block, which turns straight into a pass and a goal, they're so quick to turn things around.
Zalou and the rest of the French Air Force side will be looking to bring the ball out of that place and back into where Space Force are residing. Fruit Loop leaves it for Ethan. On the ground, Noosh. That's bottom left. That's yet another one. All three players, the teamwork is impeccable. They're involving absolutely everybody on the play. And Ifesh was hoping that his teammate is gonna get to that ball and has taken himself out of the equation and looking for boost. Can we give them some extra boost somewhere? Maybe an extra tank in the net? Because French Air Force really need to find some boost for themselves. Otherwise, it is Space Force running circles around.
Here's a struggle bus right now. Square wheels. It's looking a little bit bumpy. Rough road ahead. But it is smooth sailing, smooth flying. Definitely passing with flying colors in this game. The Space Force game, and they are looking good. Ryan's on the wall for the French Air Force. But can they find themselves a couple of erasers? Can they, I don't know, get the power washers out and get rid of all that graffiti? We've still got half a game.
Exactly. There's plenty of time. So if one team has scored 4, the other team can score 4. So let it start right about now. A corner boost not going to Ifesh. He's trying to just move about on the ground. Noosh sends it to the corner. Ifesh will be setting it out. Just needs to beat Fruit Loop. Too hard to do in this case. Noosh misses. It's an opportunity for a counterattack, perhaps a pass. Zalou has been really great in this series. Ifesh blocks it. Noosh already waiting. They can be chasing that ball until the cows come home. Also getting a demo, also getting a second demo. It is open. It's going to be a little bit of time to get into the position, but Fruit Loop has already been waiting all this time. It's going to make her attempt, retreat, get some boost, try up again. Noosh going to drop down. The angle is not there for him. And now a bit of a runaway, but Ethan, so deep in his own half, gets demoed. They also can grab a little bit of boost here and there. Zalou. This is going to be on target as nobody is there. One is enough to get the ball rolling. So is this the one for the French Air Force?
It's a chance. The door, which many would have thought was slammed firmly shut, has just been opened a crack. It is ajar. It's all on the French Air Force now to just rush up and kick it open, rush themselves for that door and start their run. They're a full reverse sweep. That's going to be a waffle down. Did they put themselves in front? Yes, but Noosh was there to block it off. Rubbing up against Efish, but Noosh finds a way to knock that ball right up into the air. Zalou not able to get a touch. It's off the post. Ethan into the ball by Zalou. And Zalou does still have a little bit in the tank. Fruit Loop does well to put that up in the air, but Miraca's there, knocked away.
Challenge in the midfield. The time is not a friend of French Air Force right now. All right, with a little bit of confusion, Zalou looking for a pass. Oh, too close. Of course, Efish and Miracle were both expecting a very short pass, but the way the ball has been played, a bit too hard. This might be on target. No, left corner. Ethan actually finds a touch and a dangerous move across the net. Two players go up. Zalou, they're very eager to get to the ball and keep on moving it. But the ball only moves to the other side of the field. Somebody working on the flank. Efish backboard or close to it. That's just setting up the Space Force for their attempts. Ethan to the side. The French team gets themselves an opportunity, but midfield is closed. It is on a lock. And Noosh, even without getting an attempt on the pass, he just controls the flow of the play. The ball is not crossing the midfield point.
15 seconds left to go. Time is not on this French team's side. As we get to the final countdown, it's on our screens and the players as well. We know the end result of this series. It is not pretty for the French Air Force right now, but the Space Force, this is that comeback which they needed. A perfect 4-0 sweep to send them into the next round, bolstering their spirits. But it's got to be said, it just was not the day for this French side. They looked great yesterday, Jam, but it's the nature of competition. It's just the nature of things. Sometimes things work out one day and not the next. Commiserations to this French side, because they've been in great spirits and you can still see smiles, the fist bumps. It's been excellent having them here.
If somebody would have just taken a look at the 4-0 result of the series, they wouldn't have the full picture. And the full picture is that in games 2 and games 3, the French Air Force scored first, kept on to the lead for as long as possible. But every single time Space Force came back, they came back in twice the force. And as a result, every single one of these games was taken by them. But bravo, and again, folks on Twitch chat, those of you who are supporting your team in French, tell us what is the congratulations, like commiserations in French, like well played, you lost, but well played, amazingly done. We would love to know that. But that, unfortunately, makes it an end for the French Air Force side. They are joining the Royal Air Force Sentinels and being the two of the first teams being eliminated in Allied Forces Esports Invitational. And they're not going to be watching from the sidelines, cheering for whoever their favorite team is. I'm pretty sure Sentinels are going to be supporting the Storm Shadows. I do wonder who the French Air Force is going to be cheering for. Perhaps the U.S. Air Force, who have been teaching them this and that, some moves, and just to see who is going to be playing.
That's it. This is all a bit of fun, and it's kind of like linking up between different departments, different colleagues, as is put perfectly by Stelios. So don't worry, it's not a sad situation. It's just the nature of competition. Someone has to go out, but someone's got the win, and it is Space Force winning here with not necessarily the strongest display, but just the most controlled display I think we've seen from them so far. Even after receiving that initial goal, to then be able to pick themselves up, notice some key flaws, some weaknesses in their opposition's defense, and really pull them apart.
Well, now we know that the U.S. Space Force is going to be joining the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows in the next round. And that's also going to be our next match on the screens. Or do I say that? No,
I think we go back up the winner
I do beg your pardon. The very next match on the screens is going to be U.S. Air Force versus U.S. Coast Guard. That's the upper bracket matchup. But we aren't going to be joining then the Storm Shadows and the Space Force in a later matchup. And just another one. But let's talk to the winners. U.S. Space Force and Jasmine are on the stage and ready to tell us all about this victory.
All right, Noosh, first things first. Was it all down to the shoulder massage that you had at the start of the game from Ethan?
Absolutely. I was feeling really loose going in, feeling good. Team confidence was high.
Well, what's next then? Foot massage? Is that a thing as well?
I won't subject Ethan to that torture, but I did appreciate the back massage.
Well, have you got any closing words for the French folks that have been joining you on the stage? Obviously, they have been eliminated from the tournament now. They put up a good fight, but any closing words for them?
Yeah, it was an absolute pleasure to meet with them. Playing with Azalou during the two tournament we had going was a lot of fun. Those guys only got better throughout the week, so really appreciate you guys coming and hope to see you next year.
Well, you're going to be facing off against the RAF Storm Shadows next. Give me your thoughts. The boys are sat in the crowd right now. Is it going to be an easier matchup than that which you guys had against the Sentinels?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to crush them. They were looking shaky against the Sentinels, so we're going to capitalize on that, and we're going in for the win.
And I want your final prediction for the upper bracket matchup that we have, the U.S. Air Force versus the U.S. Coast Guard, which is going to be coming up next. Who do you think is going to walk away with that victory?
I gotta go for the Air Force. We are a team, so I gotta go for them, but I hope the Coast Guard does well as well.
Well, thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck to the boys that are going to be playing next on stage, but before that, we're going to throw to a quick break.
Welcome back to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational broadcast. Jam here with Relic and Bacon, and we have just seen a matchup between the US Space Force and the French Air Force with a solid performance. 4-0. Space Force is moving on through into lower bracket, while French Air Force have worked perfectly. Relic, perhaps you can run us through this one and see what now we have on the docket, what has happened, what will happen, and how the things are going to unfold from this point on.
Yeah, so essentially it's just a single funnel through now. If you win, you face a loser, basically all the way through. So next up on stage, we have Air Force versus the Coast Guard. The Air Force correctly calling out the Coast Guard as the second best team in the standings on Saturday. We'll see just how far they can go up against their United States brethren in a little bit. But of course, you saw down there in the lower bracket, the Space Force are going to be going up against the RAF Storm Shadows. They will then go on to face the loser of this upcoming series. It all makes sense in your head, really.
Well, before we start going to that series, the teams are already prepared for this one. So Jasmine, take it away on the stage.
Joining me on the stage very shortly, we are going to have the reigning champions here at the AFEI. That is going to be the US Air Force. Let's go ahead and find out how they're feeling about this match.
Guten Vogen, I'm Senior Airman Logan Lejeune, also known as Low-Tech in Rocket League.
I'm Cadet John Brandon Cunningham, known as Chowder. I'm a cadet at the United States Air Force Academy.
I'm Senior Airman Alex Tuttle. My in-game name is Tut, and I'm an aircraft maintainer.
A big thing in the Air Force Academy is a lot of people want to be a pilot. Quick reflexes, being able to communicate, esports and Rocket League in general, it really helps with those. Being able to work with guys with the same interest towards a common goal is something that I felt fostered a great community within the scene.
Being able to be in the military and play this video game as my hobby and do it competitively with NATO countries is awesome.
I like seeing new things. We get to go to these little towns and experience different cultures that they grew up with and they keep. Shout out for my leadership and my commander for letting me come out here and represent the Air Force.
Personally, I liked seeing the castles.
I liked eating the schnitzel at the top of the castle too.
I've never seen a castle before, so it's the first time for me.
Normally, if we're playing against other militaries, it's just online and we don't really get to interact with them much. We just went and played mini golf with the French Air Force guys yesterday, and getting to just hang out with them, seeing that capacity and meet them is way more cool than just playing against them online.
I like talking to the French and the Royal Air Force and just seeing like their backgrounds, and I'm super excited to play against them.
We're definitely the favorites coming into this tournament because we won last year. From my experience, it's probably gonna be Coast Guard, the second place team, but even then, we're still just gonna completely destroy them.
I think we'll see once we get up there whether or not they can handle being on stage.
Cedric, you just gotta step it up, man. This is disappointing.
Lights out, bud. Echo and Xylem are not ready to play on this stage.
When we win, I think we're gonna head out and get a nice schnitzel to celebrate.
Let's go, AFG!
And what did you just say there, Tut, to Cedric?
I just asked him if he's up here, but he's not. He's in the crowd. He's not in the finals.
I've just heard your vitality with Furia from your teammates. But anyways, back to the game at hand. Tut, you boys right now are 24-0 in the tournament. How do we think this one's going to go?
It's going to be 28-0 after this.
Okay, and so the last time you guys played against them, it didn't necessarily go your way. It was a 0-4 affair. So what went wrong in that instance?
That was the first series of the day, so we were still getting warmed up. We scrimmed them beforehand and actually beat them, so they got us the second time around, but we got them the third time around.
Is that fact? Is he speaking facts?
Yeah, I mean, we were just kind of warming up, getting used to computers, giving them false confidence for this series, and here they are about to get swept again.
Swiped again. All right, boys, go ahead. Fist bump and good luck. Have fun. Back over to the casters.
The king of chat and carnage is back, baby. He's back.
Love
but you
it.
know, I think he's got reason to be fearful because, as was rightly pointed out there, the Coast Guard lost to the Air Force because it was the first, I say because of, one of the many factors involved was that it was the first series of the day. It can be a little bit nerve-jangling to dive headfirst into a tournament against the tournament favorites, Bacon.
Mm-hmm.
Do we think that we are really going to see a 28? Sure, the event's over if they go 28-0, right?
I wouldn't say it's over. Because who knows, right? Like, when we saw them yesterday, they were closer games than just four O's. You know, it's that case of you got to be careful because one slip up can lead to two. It's the same for a whole series. The Air Force are strong, but Coast Guards, they've been improving and slowly but surely up in their game over the weekend. And it might not be now, but it could be the grand finals because, like we said, it's looking like there's no bracket reset on the docket. A straight 7. They could just catch them off guard.
They certainly caught the Space Guard off guard. The Space Guard? The Space Force off guard, I should say. Correct names, please. And it was interesting because they managed to do it mid-series. They just shell-shocked them. Game 4, Game 5, and then they ended up beating them in 6 games, going one better than how they did it on Saturday. So this is obviously a Coast Guard that has improved overnight, Bacon, but have they improved enough to beat the best in the A5 business?
Well, let's find out. We're underway, starting things off on Manfield for this game 1 of a possible 7. That is, unless you're listening to Air Force Gaming, which is going to be done in 4.
Yeah. Choose your source of truth wisely, folks.
The trust me, bro source right there.
I don't know whether we've got any mods in chat who could do like a bit of channel points betting out there, like who's got the 4-0 correct. We'll wait and see. I certainly hope it won't be a 4-0. I think that the Coast Guard are better than the 4-0 that they showed previously, but that's a phenomenal opening. Leaves Low Tech to, I mean, he goes for the double tap, and that hesitancy actually allows Xylem and Echo to come in and together dissuade the attack away, but it's all AFG in these early stages.
I like that in the intro video as well,
saying
that they weren't ready. I think the Coast Guard were ready for the opposite competition, but they weren't ready for AFG. This is immaculate.
It's honestly, it's a machine and it's got machinations, Bacon. They are so good at denying opponents boost and getting a little bit of collateral on the way out as well. They ground down that CGG defense, and down the other side, there's not really too much to speak of. Echo's going to go in for a challenge, but Chowder's going to ride it around Light as well. Echo's back, Xylem calls them off, Low Tech comes in, neutral up high, and there's Tut already. Gets the shot towards net, but is not really threatening as Echo will attempt to throw it downfield. Waits out Chowder, goes for the fake, Chowder having none of it.
The Chowder had a little bit of boost, so could adjust to that. Again, we've been talking about it all weekend long. It's keeping a little bit in the tank, which creates the difference here. And of course, Chowder being the difference, setting it up. Echo did get a demo, but it wasn't enough. Low Tech, like a sneaky little ninja, was able to just cut his way through that defense.
There's no chill, bro. No chill. 2-0 AFG in the first minute and a half. Coast Guard ain't had a sniff. The one silver lining, really, Bacon, as a 3-0 is threatened, is that this is actually kind of where we saw them in game number 1 against the Space Force. Ironically enough, they actually walk out 1-0 victors in that first game of the series, but the performance wasn't really clicking until later on. So they still have time. A reminder that it is, folks, a best of 7.
I think as well, this AFG, whilst we have said, you know, gone perfect, not dropping a single game, there have been little signs, some hairline fractures in their play. But the issue is they've also had overnight to fix those, and I have to say, so far in this game, they are looking possibly the best we've seen so far.
Couldn't agree more with that, actually. Couldn't agree more with that sentiment. As Low Tech takes out Lights, the anchor removed, and but to be fair, Echo's got a great shot on target. Requires quick reflexes from Low Tech and vision to see Chowder, who loses out. Tut caught in no man's land. That's going to hit the backboard. No follow-up shot from CGG, who are forced into the retreat. They have spent their resources. Echo corrals this off the backboard, throws it downfield. Chowder stops that exit strategy. That's a challenge win, and Echo has stolen some boost down the other side of the field, but they've had to go out of their way, Bacon, to go and get them. That's what makes the AFG rotation so simple, but so beautiful to watch in action.
But at the same time, CGG are doing the right thing. You have to take that boost away from Air Force game. You cannot allow them to be comfortable, to near enough run their own game. That is the thing that no one's really been able to achieve yet, and that is to stop them in their tracks and kind of ruin their day, because they've been so much quicker, so much better on their rotations.
Kept in the corner, Lights. And there is Xylem. That was registered as a shot. It was registered as a save. It was a simple challenge, but well made. It's Echo and Lights. That's actually a little loose, but Tut ready to throw this downfield, and there is that, once again, that little diversion off to the 100 boost, takes out the player. Chowder back into the middle. Tut, second touch. Xylem steals it from underneath their front bumper, and that's very dangerous yet again. Echo this time lands on the ball and does well to throw it into the blue half.
It's the reason predictions from AFG knowing where the open avenues for CGG are. They can see, okay, they've got players over from this side, thus they will clear to the opposite end, and thus they stack themselves there, moving from that midfield line, like we saw earlier, Low-Tech on that right-hand wall for themselves. It is predicting your opponent's play and getting there before they even realize what they're doing. They have got the natural flow of how CGG play and are locking them out.
Read them like a book. Echo decides to go for the far post where he thinks a teammate is lying in wait, but Xylem had turned for boost. And an AFG player had turned to make that 3-0. And it's, I mean, there has been... If I was to best describe CGG, it's like a blocked nose. It has the ability to smell out opportunities, Bacon. But it's well and truly stuffed right now.
I don't know if that's the right analogy, purely because the scary part of AFG, right, is that they focus on their own game. They're not there to counter you. And because they only focus on their own game, they're not looking to stop your game. So,
unreal.
Coast Guards and everyone else feel like they're playing natural, which then runs into the natural way that Air Force Gamer are playing, and thus their game plan, their natural way of playing is just better, so they will win out.
Hence why I say it's a blocked nose. Because, I mean, look, the nose works perfectly fine.
Yeah.
It's you know, it's in working
Someone's
order.
just stuck
but
tissues
it's
up there.
Exactly. And that's where Air Force Gaming, for me, is a cut above the rest. You identify it perfectly. They work on themselves first and foremost, and it is their own bravado. It's their own confidence, their own play style, unwavering in its execution, that makes them so wonderful to watch, but so horrible to play against.
It's only game one, I said, of a, and we are putting, quotation marks here, possible 7. It wouldn't be a miss if it was another 4, especially with a game 1 like that. It was a statement from Air Force Gaming. But, as I said earlier, there were hairline fractures in their plays yesterday. If you can just exploit them, maybe knock their confidence, maybe frustrate them, who knows what will happen to this AFG squad.
Is it possible to knock, I mean, let's just say the confidence of Tut, for example. The dude is laser focused in. He is such a great player, an initiator, a goal scorer, a clutch saver. He really can do it all, but that's just speaking about him.
You want to know my immediate response? Like, just literally
Please.
off my brain. Demo Low-Tech. Low-Tech is the glue for the squad, is literally connecting factor. Get rid of that, and you force both Chowder... you just force them to go way back into defense. Thus, they're not as aggressive. Both Tut and Chowder will have to, calm down a bit.
I feel like that's the right play, personally. But that's an even better play, Bacon.
But again, like I said, Low-Tech is the connecting force. Great sight. Is a beautiful finish, don't get me wrong. But it's the sight to deliver a pass like that, which requires even more precision than shooting on net. Take the size of the goal, take the size of your teammate, literally a car. Tell me which is more precise.
The thing is, right, I love a bit of big brain bacon, and I couldn't agree with you more. I think that low tech is 100% the linchpin, and if you want to try and disrupt the AFG rotation, you go after him first and foremost. The issue being, Bacon, is that is simpler said than done. Let's look at that first goal, for example. Where is Lurtek? Completely out of range of any Coast Guard player. It's difficult enough to demo someone on the ground, let alone going like a heat-seeking missile towards them in midair. And that's another facet to this team that just makes them irresistible to watch. They are so agile and maneuverable, and their positional sense is phenomenal.
It's also little things like Tutter's just stolen away 100 from the back lines. When these AFG players are crossing across your net, bump them. You've got to break that rotation. It doesn't require a demo. Actually, a demo is worse for you. Bump them, ideally into your own net, so that you're pushing them as far away from their teammates as possible.
A whiff there is not punished. And it is still 1-0. Double demo in the midfield. Echo will leave it to Lights off the backboard. Well read by Tuss, and that's such smart positioning. Just gently put it to the side. It's out of harm's way. Deal with a follow-up later, and follow-up they have. Shot on net, and Echo with the save, and he looks to drive downtown again.
Lights here. I like that follow-up on the 100 boost, but Chowder was able to kite it short. That was great. A great idea to keep both possession of the ball and keep driving it forward. Didn't work in that situation, but you can see that the Coast Guard gaming squad have got the brains on them. They've got the knowledge of the game to be able to try and evolve it in their favor, and that gives them hope for the series.
It's a good demo, certainly. Tup waiting. Lights flounders around. Echo, that's an easy setup for Chowder. Continues to the backboard. Here's low tech. Off target. Oh, straight into Tut. Echo was lucky that his car was up and up, otherwise that is skimming off the top of his bonnet, or hood, I guess, depending on which part of the world you're from. Xylem now again loses out to Tut. Challenge master over here.
Yeah, I could hear the many from the Americans in chat right there. What on earth is a bonnet?
I'll tell you what this is. It's a good opportunity on net. Chowder saves yet again. More chance generation for CGG. And that is another one. Oh, a little bit lower, and that's golden. Xylem and Chowder again dispels the threat.
Oh, good knock by Echo, though. Can they get up in this sky quick enough? They do. Pushing it off wide. The demo in the corner did stop Xylem, so you can see that CGG, they're closing in on the answer. They've got that working on the paper, but they just have not got the full equation written down. They don't have the sum.
It's a far better, I mean, even if this ends 2-0 or 3-0, a far better performance from CGG. Actually competitive, actually looking threatening. A couple of centimeters here or there in the shot accuracy, and we're talking tie game. We're maybe talking lead for CGG, but the same can be said for AFG in their lead extension. They've gotten into dangerous positions time and time and time again. It's a credit to the Coast Guard defense that it is only 1-0.
Could be into that ball. Lights now trying to dribble it away past Chowder. This should be with Tut. Lights has gone up in the sky, and that does put him out of position. This is the moment they got to run downfield, allow Echo to make the play, but Echo has just been beaten to the ball by Chowder Zion to knock it down to the ground. Lights with a clearance, but it'll be picked up by Low Tech, blocked and put to ground. The US Air Force 2-0 in the series.
Very safe, wasn't it? Very safe. And this is something that we talked about in the US Air Force, Royal Air Force Sentinels series yesterday, is despite the Sentinels being bottom of the table, and despite the fact that we now know that they were the first team to go out today, the US Air Force showed them respect. They saw that there was a genuine issue in the pace that they were delivering to that game, and so they had to adapt around them. And again, it's this focus on themselves. They take into account outside factors, and they craft the play style and adapt throughout the series based on that information. I mean, it's literally a scouting mission, Bacon, and it's what you do with that information that is super key.
See you in chat there, Daramus, with sheer dominance. Yes and no is the answer to that. It is closer than you would expect. Good on the Air Force for making sure that they do keep that line. But again, 1-0 game, and we did see many more chances actually to shoot. The chances are on goal from the Coast Guard. It was just the Air Force. When they see that opportunity, they really do hammer hard on it.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. And it's better to score no goals, but keep it to a 1-goal game in my mind, than score 1 goal and get beaten by 5 any day of the week, because that 1-goal game, 1 coin flip, 1 change of momentum, 1 player going into form, 1 player going out of form, fine margins that could see the Coast Guard picking up a game win, maybe 2. We'll wait and see. AFG still in driver's seat.
It's also a kind of series where if the Coast Guard can get that opening goal in a game, then the whole vibe changes. Coast Guard just got to make sure they keep their... Oh, that was a double demo! Beautifully opened up! Low-Tech with a brilliant flick into it. Lights left on the close post afterwards, and Xylem just tries so much to get across. Little boost, can't really do much more because you've got an open there and has to cover the close side.
He went charging into battle and didn't take a look in his rear view mirrors. His army had abandoned him, but not for the want of trying. It was a brilliant demo. And here's Tut. Oh, doesn't get the second touch. That's really unfortunate. And they lose out on the 100 boost as well. Turnaround, Low-Tech, and Chowder's going to pick this one up. Lights takes out Tut. Echo, that's on target. Xylem throws away. Lights on the chase. Tries to pre-read it, but Tut goes sideways. Simple, stupid, sometimes works. Double commit. And now it's 3 versus 1. Lights has got nothing to work with. No hope!
3 versus 1. The numbers were never in CGG's favor. It only took 2. Chowder put in the backboard pass, and of course Lights has to be ready to jump out that in case it is a shot. It was always going to be a pass because that's the most, the best option for them, because they would have better angle over the entire goal. But nonetheless, Air Force Gaming 2-0 up in the game, and I mean, that was the chance!
Couldn't have put it better myself, mate. Oh my goodness, you've got to take that. You've got to take that. It was beautifully worked. Just didn't have the final application to make the difference, but there is still enough time to do just that. Echo doesn't fall on this. Shot goes wide. Echo trying to go near post. Tut covers well. And Xylem with the pinch back out. Chowder completely misreads. Lights is actually the one who picks up possession. What a lovely chip, and again it's the crossbar that denies.
Notice again, though, the aggression, the pace. CGG are now in the game. They've finally got to their destination and are looking good at it. Air Force Gaming respecting them. Xylem a knock towards mid. Echo up into the skies, but Lights has to hold this on the midfield line, keep this pressure up.
That's a big bump from Tut. This, again, just completely disintegrates what was a very promising drive, and CGG forced back to square one. Past 1, though, and that's a lovely fall on the ball. 2 in net. Xylem goes high. Echo, yeah, kind of flubs it, to be honest. It could have still worked out, but Lights misses the ball as well. Xylem, very quick cut in on rotation. Echo's got 100 boost. The fall on Chowder. Here comes the third, and would you believe it? The crossbar denies for a 3rd time.
Feels like luck is completely against him. Good little fake, the pop-up, but Chowder gets to it. A bump onto Tut. Echo needed to be there quicker, instead throwing it down into the corner. A bump onto the 3rd man as well, and Lights now just has to scramble to the ball, keep it on this midfield line. Echo, I don't know if that was communicated for Xylem to take it, but nonetheless, it is scrappy, and CGG for a moment lose control. They do still have the boost, but do they have a chance on net? No, it's knocked away by Low-Tech.
It should be tie game. At the very least, it should be 2-1. CGG are now starting to spurn the chances that makes you wonder, is that getting inside their headspace? AFG remain unflappable, although they do have their 4th player, the Woodwork, to thank for a couple of the saves that have been performed. It's 80 seconds left, Bacon. They might find a 3rd. But decently dealt with by CGG. Wait, there's another go. It's Low-Tech, and it's snuffed once again.
This is when we need someone up high. Echo is there looking to drop on the ball. Can they finally get it? No, Low-Tech just in time. Ball knocked out. Xylem puts this up high and starts climbing the ladder. But can their legs, can their arms reach it in time? Yes, but no one's in the middle to receive it. And we've seen that countless time. That's perfectly put on target. Lights is there, but so is Tut to knock it away.
Oh, they go for another bump, and so it's just a whisker away from Xylem to get something on it. They're low on boost. They're low on resources, but they still have position, but now they don't. Big double commit, forced all the way back. All they can do is stop it, Light. Echo, turn around, 100 boost, challenge 1. Chowder midfield, Xylem towards net, but lack the juice behind it. Light, another challenge win, but there's Tut again, full tank.
I think you got to look at CGG here and think you're not going to win this game if you just keep pushing directly to net. Utilize this width. I like that as a clearance play out, but Lights left the ball. Lotek able to easily pick it up, and now we're into the final few seconds. It is now or never. This has to be a goal. It was hopeful right in front of net, and Echo couldn't reach it in time.
This was the first time this series that the Coast Guard genuinely looked like they could win. And Bacon, they didn't score a single goal. But this time, it does feel more on the Coast Guard than their opponents. The US Air Force cannot lay off the gas pedal.
Didn't score a goal, but hit the crossbar 4 times. Oh, it was... I don't want to say that CGG should have won this game, because I don't believe that. You know, Air Force Gaming, in the end, got the game off merit. And they were overall the better squad in that game. Coast Guard Gaming, they are so close. They've got the key in the hole. They've just got to turn it, and the door will open for them.
The defining factor, Bacon, is that they took their chances. Otherwise, it's even Stevens. In fact, I'd actually say on the overall flow of play, I'd almost say that the Coast Guard edged it ever so slightly, but you know, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Like, they've still got to put the ball in the back of the net. That is the rather large elephant in the room when it comes to the game plan at the moment. Utopia Coliseum is where either the most incredible reverse sweep begins, or perhaps we might just see AFG close it out in dominant fashion, going 28-0, and so close to a go-ahead straight off the rip.
Echo is on the ball. Lotek not able to get it in net. That's so well controlled. And again, because Chowder's given that space and time, can knock it to the side, but knows the difference now. CGG instantly diving in, stealing away the 100 to the side. They are getting even more aggressive.
Lotek scooping it from off the line. Although it's bouncing awkwardly for AFG. Still haven't cleared it. Lotek beaten to the punch. Lovely read from Chowder. Lotek around the corner. Xylem, and that's far better from Chowder, who gets a demo as well. Tut using the underside of his car, just a little bump, but Xylem again does well to intercept the play. Chowder backboard. Echo, not great. Tries to go for a pinch play to recover. Somewhat works, because AFG had no idea where that was going. And that was a clearance. I don't know why Echo was called off that.
I don't either, or maybe they weren't even called. It was just more instinctual. You know, if you see Lights going for the ball, Echo, you come away from it, you know? Who really knows what's going on with these communications? We're not dialed into them. I'd love to be able to hear afterwards what's going on, but here and now it's a minute 30. No goals just yet, but Lights with a chance, and it's a knockback to Xylem. That's not what they were expecting.
Xylem does well to recover, so at least covers off the shooting lane, but the passing lane was still open, Bacon, and Chowder's gonna stroll on through the Utopian door.
I say it was a pass back to Xylem. I think it was a mistouch, to be completely honest. It threw the team off, and AFG, we know, given the opportunity, give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and they saw it right there. They took it the whole way to the bank.
Oh, it was definitely a mistake. I was more talking the low-tech pass back to Chowder, since his shooting opportunity had come and gone, or maybe it never arrived to begin with. Looking at you, London Buses, but London Buses often come in pairs, Bacon, and AFG looking to score twice. That'd be very nice within the space of seconds. CGG have to weather the storm now. At 1-0, it's still recoverable. At 2-0, you might be in dire peril.
I mean, a more appropriate reference right now would be to the German trains over London buses for, you know, just even
efficiency.
Arriving on time and efficiency, yeah. We currently see it's still, like, this is the issue right now. I can see this ending a 1-0 game by what we've seen previously. CGG, they've got so close to the mark, but it's just that one final thing that needs to be figured out for them to get a goal.
Struggling for air. Are they running on copium yet? Or are there still a few more fumes of energy and just pure vibes left in the tank? It is a stranglehold by the US Air Force. Underneath Xylem, on target. Echo saves but goes sideways. Chowder attempting to bump, but now the breakaway. 2v1 and Lowtech says 2v1, not a problem, my friend. How about 1v2 on my side? Flip reset a little too wide.
Tuck. Like that block there. It's very, very lofty to Chowder. Low-tech with a shot, but Echo on the line. 0 boost, but has to charge this out. Doesn't pick up anything, but it's fine as long as you're still making the clearance and as long as you're still disturbing the opposition. But Chowder, again, I was talking about earlier, leaving the boost in the tank. Notice how they drop and they've still got about 40. Means they can turn on the play and keep that aggression going.
They're overcomplicating their launch procedures, though. Like, just go up and hit the ball. You don't have to be fancy about it. That's a nice little short pass, but unfortunately, no one was continuing their run to try and go for the final dagger into the chest. And that final dagger that has been referenced, well, we're going to go for a different sort of viewpoint here, because the dagger that is approaching the chest of CGG is looming ominously. 60 seconds less than Bacon to rescue this series.
The only thing left for CGG to do... Oh, they do make the save, and it's good. I was going to say, is for them to break their rotation, do a half rotate, a cut in. Don't be afraid if you are that first man to then quickly rotate around and be the third man in the rotation. If you are closer, if you are faster, again, it's all dependent on the boost, but that's what they need right now, because you can notice AFG again to every single ball, because CGG are somewhat predictable in where they want to go with this.
It really is predictable. And if they don't win the first challenge, AFG, they are sure to win the second. Smart to bump the play. Burning time off the clock. It is a fickle mistress. And it's currently singing the death knell of CGG, at least in the upper bracket, but that's a brilliant bump, but yet again, there's someone on hand. Chowder with a buzzer beater. AFG 28-0.
AFG, why have you got your controllers in your hands? Put them down, guys. That is a buzzer beater and a definite nail in the coffin of this series. They live up to the word 4-0s, 28-0 throughout this tournament so far. AFG look impossible to beat.
Look, by US Air Force's own admission, CGG, second best team in the competition. By the standings admission yesterday, the Saturday round robin, CGG are the second best team in the competition. Well, the second best team in the competition, Bacon, have lost a total of 8-0 over 2 days worth of Rocket League action. Honestly, the best hope for a challenge to the Air Force, do we have to see this CGG team lose in the lower bracket? Is that really where we're at right now?
Hey. Like, tinfoil hat time, we can borrow them from the Space Force. They've got them for us. we gotta think. Maybe the Air Force get a little too confident in, not even tasting defeat so far. So they get to the grand finals and then surprise upset. They're not ready for it. They don't know what defeat's like and they can't turn it around. I doubt it. It is possible. And we've just got that little bit of coping, I feel like, because we're just in the waiting room right now for AFG to take it all. That's what it feels like. They're just too darn good.
I subscribe to the theory that maybe an actual defeat might unsettle them. But I also imagine that Jasmine is just going to talk to these guys and let us know why that isn't the case.
Indeed. So Chowder, you yourself as an individual have the most amount of shots taken out of every single person here in the tournament. So tell me and everybody just joining us from home, what sets you apart as an individual from the rest of the players here?
I mean, I put in a lot of hours, I put in a lot of work, But I have to say, like, I have two great teammates along with me that are enabling me to get a lot of these shots and get solo plays and score a lot. So, I mean, without them, I couldn't be doing it. But I feel like just as a whole, the Air Force team works well enough together that I can, play my game.
Well, you guys as a team, how long have you actually been competing with one another, playing outside of broadcast hours and things like that?
So I think we made a team about 6 months ago, and since then I've been scrimming, playing in various tournaments. We did an Oral CS qual together, and we've just been playing with friends, with teammates for a while.
And in the grand final now, you're going to be our very first grand finalist here. Who do you want to face? Your options are the Coast Guard, once again, Space Force, or the Storm Shadows.
We just play Coast Guard, so I like to see Space Force up there. We know all the guys, we're good friends with them, and we just like to go and play with them again.
And realistically speaking, is a 32-0 on the cards for you boys?
Yeah, I think we're going to go 32-0.
Amazing. Can they make history happen? Only time will tell. We'll be back shortly with our next match.
Oh, it's me, isn't it? I forgot. Sorry, folks. I'm so used to you two are hosts normally, okay? It's fine, folks. It's good fun here. We're enjoying it. And, of course, we are enjoying the action as AFG move in to the grand finals. So we take a little step back. We'll look towards this lower bracket. James, run me through. What do we have coming up still?
Oh, it's me, isn't it?
I hate it here.
So, hey, listen, when there is a joke to be made, you know that the Comedy King is going to come into town. But listen, there is nothing Comedy King about the U.S. Air Force. They are serious, they are business, they are workmanlike, and they were clinical as they took down U.S. Coast Guard 4-0. So they have booked their place in the grand finals. They can sit back and relax now for another hot hour or two, since we got to finish off the lower bracket, and that's where we're heading, Bacon, through the trap door. Another team to be eliminated between the US Space Force and the RAF Storm Shadows.
Right, Jam, give me the odds between these two, Space Force and Storm Shadows. Of course, I know that Space Force are favorites, but for the folks that might just be tuning on in, why is that?
They have been absolutely tremendous on stage. They are a rounded team that is working together and perfectly. And of course, they're just great. They were supposed to be the number 2, number 3 team. Coast Guard has taken that number 2 spot, so the Space Forces are number 3. They're incredibly strong, but it's the Storm Shadows that have the support of the Sentinels now, and maybe in a little 6 versus 3 with all that energy coming from the Royal Air Force Sentinels, they will be able to defeat. I expect another 6-7 game series.
Well, I might have not been ready for the start of this segment, but I know Jasmine and the players are over on the stage. Let's throw it on over there then.
Thanks very much for that, boys. I'm joined back here alongside the RAF Storm Shadows. Cedric, I feel like we've not really chatted much with one another, but on day 1, you actually managed to break your controller. So talk to me about how the adaptation has gone with a new controller heading into this next game.
Well, yeah, I had issues with my PS4 controller, so I went to the local shops and got a PS5 controller, which is a bit bigger. But I've adapted quite well to it. It's nice to not have a camera that shakes 24/7, so it's kind of helping my game a bit. But yeah, I'm feeling really good with the new controller.
Was that broken controller because of tilt, or?
No, it's just because I think it was just wear, dropping it one too many times.
All right, and how about you? Talk to me, how are you feeling about this next game, Stelios?
It's an interesting one because obviously after the shakiness of last game and how tough it was to get through that series, that we should on paper be getting through quite easily. Credit to the RAF Sentinels. It's last hour has been interesting. I've had to go outside, take some fresh air in, steady my mind, steady my brain, and I've had a full reset now. I've had some nice pizza rolls from Pizza Hut. So yeah, I feel good, I feel ready, and yeah, just gonna take them all the way.
Is that how you mental reset with pizza rolls?
Who doesn't reset with pizza is the better question.
You know what, who am I to judge? Without further ado, back over to the boys.
Now we want pizza. Where's our pizza? We got our coffee.
It's true.
Now we want pizza. It's oh God.
I will say other pizza chains are available, by the way. Just just cover our bases in case. I Storm Shadows, Jam. I'm slightly worried for them.
Pizza.
I'm not gonna lie. You know what? You know what? Fair play, fair cop. Pizza might make the difference.
But to be completely serious, yes, right now, if we compare the performance of these two teams, well, in the standings, they are close 3rd and 4th spot. It has been a real difference maker what these Space Force have been able to show us on the stages and on the scenes, and it is wild. Again, just picking up there some of the best performance right now. Noosh and Fruit Loop tied on goals and outputting a crazy number. And again, everybody on that team has been known both to assist and to score. Last time we checked the save stat, they're all pretty much equal on saves. It's such a well-rounded team that it's impossible to pick one player who's actually great. And I think it was you, Alec, who said that you just cannot pick between the 3 of them. It's just all.
They all have their own individual talents, I would say, but they all complement each other so well. But here's the thing, is that they do rely perhaps a little more heavily on each other than other teams. If you disrupt the passing lanes, then that is almost a surefire way to make the series, the game in question, a little bit easier. And straight off the rip, A challenge win for Cedric sees the Storm Shadows take an early lead.
All right. Today has been ripe for underdogs. One of the teams, at least, we're considering to be the underdogs, to be scoring first. And as such, Storm Shadows are still keeping up with tradition. Ethan, with a long clear as the ball was heading towards him, makes a counterattack of Shadow Force. Oh goodness, the
Shadow. Now you've got me. The Storm Shadows.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm just like the Shadows, the 50s instrumental band. Go subbing their attack, but so far that one goal keeps on being the difference. Cedric already roaming on the wall, ready to receive any of the passes of teammates Noosh and Fruit Loop. They can connect, and again, they have been connecting previously. All of those passes and goals do not come out of nowhere. Cedric demo opens up the net. The demos are back and forth for the Storm Shadows.
It's interesting. Cedric has been one of those players over this couple of days where I'm like, I wonder where he's gone. We were expecting this guy to be, almost like a titan of this team, but Stelios was the guy on Saturday. It's refreshing to see the Cedric that we know and love back, encouraging plays, getting creative, getting brutish when he needs to. He is the sole reason at the moment, whilst that lost my own tongue, why the Storm Shadows are 2-0 up.
Yeah, the RAF, now that the Sentinels are out, the Storm Shadows are the definitive Royal Air Force team. Ooh, a potential bump. G-Wood is still looking for those disruptions and nuisances on the other side of the field, trying to remove the opposition, and he has been succeeding so far. Space Force not knowing what to do with it just yet. 2 goals. Now, well, our games are pretty rich on scoring, so we'll see whether this scoreline is going to stand. Chances are no. And it's only then remains a question of who is going to come up on top. For now, with 2 minutes past, Storm Shadows are in point, and Cedric so dangerous with the ball in the air, really, realistically, any single time he gets the possession.
As they want to do, Space Force looking to utilize the wings, but the Storm Shadows are spreading their net pretty wide and capturing a lot of these exit attempts from the blue half. Noosh registers a save. It wasn't really too much of one, was it? Stelios going over to the other wing, and G-Wood's going to lose out to Fruit Loop. Cedric, really nice chip over a lot of the defense. Stelios there with the follow-up. Cedric just a little bit ahead of the ball. That's unfortunate. And as we pass half-time, I think we're looking more likely to find a third Storm Shadow goal than a first for Space Force.
I'm with you on this one. That rotation back to the defense, they've got the boost. They've just set it on the other flank. It's wide open. And they're just continuing the possession, not allowing Space Force to find any just freebies. A ball that has been let go just way too easily, too lackadaisically. Fruit Loop and the rest of the Space Force are fighting for it. There's Noosh with his attempt. We're watching Cedric's POV. And Cedric is going to be the player trying to contest Space Force from the back. But all the Space Force can do is to keep the ball on the other side of the field, forced to rotate back. Nobody in support. That's actually pass for Ethan. But Cedric's already there, one step ahead in front of the ball and intercepting everything that is going his way.
It's Stelios. And Ethan and co are forced back. Noosh leads the counter-attack. 1v1 and Cedric stands tall. 90 seconds, sideways to Fruit Loop, who throws it back to Ethan, but has run out of juice. That's on target with a question mark. It's as close to on target as you can, I can guess. And
it's nervous, and this should be open as well.
Where's the?
They were coming up. Cedric, I think, as the player closest to the ball from Storm Shadows, just finishes it up. Not on the first try, perhaps not on the second try. But he's just there, looking for a bump. That bump not only removes Noosh from the equation, sets Cedric the right way around, and with a little bit of momentum going to the ball, who knows how this could have gone if Noosh wasn't even there.
I am left speechless. I mean, it's difficult to do, I understand that, but I'm left speechless to a certain extent by where Space Force have gone. 3-0 Storm Shadows, admittedly. Still first game, Jam, but that is a shocking scoreline considering their form earlier today.
Houston, we have a little bit of a problem. This is only the game number 1. But Space Force Gaming have been thoroughly shocked by the Storm Shadows. Right now, I need to be careful, though. We know how quickly Fruit Loop and company can start netting these goals in the series versus the French side. They've been scoring basically 2 a pop. Score 1, get 1 free was really the result of that series. And so the French Air Force were never safe even when scoring 1. And that series ended up in favor of Space Force 4-0, but with a really valiant effort of the French camera.
Oh, nice readjustment from Cedric. Makes the save. Getting to the end of this game with a clean sheet really would be, to a large extent, the perfect performance. I can't pick too many holes in what the Storm Shadows have done. It's not been super spectacular. It's just been efficient. A rare clean sheet for the RAF Storm Shadows. 1-0 up.
I would love to also know, if I'm actually going to be pressing the right buttons, I would love to know how many of the teams have managed to keep the Space Force scoreless. I don't think that's a large number of teams. I'm pretty sure this is going to be just a select few. For the most part, Space Force just have been winning straight out. Their results are 4-2, 4-0, 4-0. Actually, they've been 0-4, I suppose. Yeah, the only team that has kept them scoreless so far was, of course, the U.S. Air Force, which is to nobody's surprise.
Well, to the Forbidden Temple, and a bit of... I honestly thought that was another tech issue, but it's just a weird vibes kickoff that sees the Storm Shadows move forward first, but they've given it up cheaply. And Ethan will go over G-Wood. Double commit from the Space Force, but Ethan somehow retains possession and has got 100 boost, 2 boost, but he's used so much of it. Going for the second, third touch. Follow up from Noosh. That is far better. All made by Ethan.
Required 3 players of Space Force, but it still works out. This extra charge by Ethan is just right. Noosh rushes and hits the crossbar for a little bit of an extra sound effects as well as extra flair. But the Space Force, where their attack managed to bleed, the Storm Shadows dry. And now, playing from behind, I guess now the real fun begins and the real hard work from this point on. There's Dangles very dangerously in front of the net, like with the hell of Cedric between him and G-Wood. They're close, but no cigar in this one for Space Force.
And beginning to double commit the Storm Shadows, and this is certainly something that we've seen before, not something that we've not seen earlier today or yesterday, is a Rule 1 which is mercilessly disrupted, having none of that. Although, to be fair, they were going. That was the trajectory of the ball, so maybe we'll just say that was the natural course of order, Gem.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they need all of the players right now on the field, just like in any situations for these folks during their usual duty. Again, we have the Space Force, we have the Royal Air Force. One question on my mind was, throughout all this time, I've heard that there's some of these are like comm specialists, some of these are drone operators, so quite a few of them are actually using gamepads for controlling some sort of a device or a machinery during their active duty. I do wonder, did we have any pilots, whether it be plane pilots, helicopter pilots, again, drone pilots, I suppose, yes, but something where you are sitting in an actual machine and controlling it from there. I don't believe we have. I would love to hear from the players or from our production if we know information about that.
I don't recall in any of the interviews hearing that they are, because of course you can be an airman without necessarily entering the aircraft, and so I think again, please correct me and if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure from the interviews we've got air mechanics, as you say. You've got drone pilots on Xylem, for example, a drone pilot, ground robot pilot, and that in and of itself is incredibly cool, by the way.
Well, for now, they are all controlling a Rocket League car. Speaking of which, I do believe we had, of course, a smattering of Fenix, the Octanes here and there. Have we seen anything besides that? This I think has been the 2-car meta so far for all of these teams. No dominuses, no funny things, like nobody's driving a battle bus or anything of the sort. I think everybody just sticking to the classics.
There was a rogue appearance of a Mustang yesterday, I remember.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it was the French Air Force who brought that one out, but again, I'm willing to be corrected. I'm pretty sure we did see the Mustang though in a very lovely rainbow attire as well at that. But back to the it's so easy to get distracted with all this wonderful information. 2 minutes less than left, and still no closer to a first goal for the Storm Shadows. Very close to a second goal for Space Force. Will they rue that opportunity? Well, they're gonna get another bite of the cherry. Ethan 2-0.
It's as if all the players on the field were just waiting for us to stop discussing the cars, and just then, only then, they got a second goal on board. And we've been waiting all this time. You haven't missed anything during this dialogue between us two. But the second goal from Space Force Gaming, and as the game number 2 is approaching its closure, a great pinch. Stelios is on the back. G-Wood again hunting for the players. It is time for the Storm Shadows to find themselves anything in this game. They can start with as fast as Fruit Loop was potentially setting up anybody from Storm Shadows if they were brave enough to come off towards the ball. Not this time. And Ethan and the rest of the Space Force just trying to keep the ball in the orange side of the field for as long as possible. Looking to find the third goal, barring that, just waste as much time as possible.
With the best will in the world, some Rocket League was happening. They kept on flowing into each other, nobody with a super obvious effort on goal, but I'm liking what I'm seeing here through the middle by the Storm Shadows, but it's just a little too easily telegraphed, and oh dear, new shot, little too sharp a shot. Storm Shadows, architects of their own downfall, I swear, and that almost an own goal. I'm sure Ethan knew what he was doing, but with 30 seconds left, Jam, a miracle required for the Storm Shadows from here on out.
They're going to be rushing right here. Still is. Waits for a touch on the ball. G-Wood forced to retreat as Fruit Loop sends the ball way past him. And she gets the goal first for her in this game. Space Force Gaming just getting the job done and sealing it in game number 2 with a third one, because it's no surprise that Storm Shadows are forced to attack, forced to push, and forced to commit incredibly hard.
Truly, how difficult is it to remain consistently good? Because actually, if anything, these two teams share that in common. They find consistency harder to come by than, say, your Coast Guard or your US Air Force. How hard is it to maintain that consistency? And then once you've lost it, how much more difficult is it to try and find that good form again?
It's incredibly hard, and that's why it's one of the things that separates the good teams from the great teams, the ability to bounce back, coined in a wonderful term of the bounce back ability. And right here, you just need to completely reset your mind. You need a flip, you need a switch that you can flip just to get back into it, or not let the drop in form affect you. Always have a plan B, plan C. Let's see what the Storm Shadows have now that the Space Force Gaming have taken one game back. It's only the second game that had just finished, but it feels like we already have played 3 or 4. This is a battle out there on the field, and nobody's willing to give an inch.
Do you feel the individuals are going to be more important as the series progresses? Since
no.
You really think this is going to be
team
the
and only
thing?
team?
Yeah. Well, the team effort really is visible from Space Force Gaming in game number 2, as it was in game number 1 for the Storm Shadows. Need to re-find that synergy, which we know is there. We have seen it in flashes during this weekend. Speaking of a flash, well, there's the demo on Ethan. And we want a little bit more from Cedric. Certainly does really well to set up Stelios, but that's a missed target. Good opportunity.
Cedric's going to be starting it from the side, perhaps not wanting Ethan to contest on this ball. Cedric's put it just to the side, still Ethan with the ball. A little bit of a lob to the center. The rest of the Space Force is back, and Noosh is meeting it in the center field. Again, no overcommits. They know that they have the speed and the time to come on in, just like Ethan has right here, blocked by the opposition. It goes to the corner. Stelios does not get the boost. Ball was more important in that situation, and I do respect that. Still stuck in the corner, and so it forces more and more Star Force players just come out, utilize the boost. Noosh finds himself an angle again. Crossbar this time denies them. Not unlike the previous times, Fruit Loop. There's going to be Ethan waiting. Oh, Ethan is still on the flank. Noosh somehow gets a touch of it. All the while, Storm Shadows are sitting deep and allowing the Space Force to come out. They do not want to risk because they know just how quickly a little dribble can go past them and get them out of the game.
Yeah, blue team setting up shop in orange neighborhood. Rent prices do apply. And that resource will eventually run out in the form of boost. Oh, very sneaky from Cedric. Lovely flick over the top of everybody. Oh, it's a spectacular from Cedric.
Boy, it could have been placed any more perfect. First and foremost, he beats the player right here, Noosh. Ethan, try as he might, cannot reach it, and then it ducks right underneath the crossbar and off the post at an angle that, more often than not, gets you absolutely nothing. Storm Shadows. Well, time has passed, but finally there's an opener, and it's opener in their favor. Careful on the ground. Strong shot from Noosh. Stelios is forced to play as smartly as possible in that situation. Fruit Loop is out. And so it's chance for the Storm Shadows to start another attack. Nice flip. Oh, there's a demo. G-Wood is on point. Anybody following it up? Stelios too high. G-Wood immediate rotation. Fruit Loop to his teammate. Ethan cannot reach it. That was too fast, but boy, was it dangerous. Ethan's still on the ground. There could be an angle for him dropping on the ball. There's Noosh. Fruit Loop shot. Left corner. It goes. A tie game.
Oh, when it's not your day, Jam. When it's not your day. Stelios has missed. I'm not going to call them open nets, but he's had two very good shooting angles in this game. He's missed both of them, and this time his team has been punished, albeit a little bit delayed from that initial opportunity. We saw that ball running downfield and thinking, gosh, surely this is a Fruit Loop tap-in. Still 1-1, almost 2-1. Wow, speaking of Fruit Loop, rescues it, scoops it from off the line. G-Wood and Noosh meet in the middle with a neutral. Stelios heading back towards the corner, run out a boost. And I think that's the same said for the Storm Shadows, who go up high, but that's easily read by Ethan.
It just shows how well Storm Shadows can threaten their opponent. Cedric doesn't even need to hit it. These moves have netted them just a couple of goals previously. So goes right up. Noosh is not in place. Has to reach for it. Cannot get to it. I think he was trying to adjust for Cedric making a touch of some sort, but not to be beautiful clear. G-Wood gets himself the credit. Now gets himself a touch as well. Stelios is already up, and this is to the corner. They have the boost over Ethan. Noosh is in the net. Cannot reach it. Well, I say that. He's pretty fast on his aerial, but it is their beat. Ethan helps the ball into the net. It's a 2-goal advantage for Storm Shadows.
Man, Cedric is flexing. It's a great challenge from Stelios. It's not a great clearance from Noosh, but Fruit Loop really, really wanted to get a touch there. Doesn't, of course, and Cedric does the rest. A 2-goal advantage is looking pretty safe for the moment for the Storm Shadows, but with 2 minutes left to run, Jam, I'm pretty sure that we might yet see a couple more twists in this particular tale.
Right now, Stelios interferes with the ball, but at least manages to push it past Noosh. I think advantage to Storm Shadows just now. No strong touches from the Space Force, and as a result, we just keep on exchanging the possession, but with no real changes in placement of the ball or where the ball is on the field. G-Wood, Ethan's going to find it very easy to deal with, but does he have the teammates in the right positions? There's going to be Fruit Loop somewhere waiting. But just that demo is not enough for Noosh to beat the defense of the Storm Shadows.
80 seconds. And Stelios, lovely layoff, goes for the demo. Beautiful. Oh, what a wonderfully executed power play.
Look at that. Yes, Fruit Loop gets the boost, is ready to play, but with a 2-player advantage, you just send somebody forward. They took their time. They pumped their brakes just a little bit, but made sure that they have a great advantage. And Fruit Loop could do nothing in that situation. A 4-1, make that a 5-1. And this game number 3 is running away in favor of Royal Air Force.
Is this are we sure that we haven't got flip side tactics? Are we sure that they haven't put on masks to look like the Storm Shadows? Because this is giving very flip side tactics vibes. A lower bracket run in the making. Like I said, that very close series, I mean, they could have quite easily lost to the Sentinels, Jam. That really does feel like a warning shot because the Storm Shadows are back.
Well, if all of a sudden Cooks are 97, Speed and Miss... Well, I mean, Speed could be playing for Royal Air Force because he's British. The rest, well, we'll see. Love to see, though, the absolute legends of Speed, Cookser, and Mystic on the field. But for now, I think it's the real deal. It's the boys. It's the crossbar and out, but I don't think they will be too shaken up about it. Storm Shadows are bringing the master class to the Space Force Gaming. And this game is going to be a memorable one, and I think a real building block moving forward into the series. Storm Shadows won the first game. Space Force Gaming to game number 2 in quite a strong fashion, but a response have been nothing but tremendous from the Royal Air Force.
Oh my goodness me. The thing that stuns me, especially off the back of SFG winning 3-0 in game number 2, is that it could have been worse for the Space Force. If Stelios had taken a couple of the chances, if we didn't see that miss from Cedric there near the end, you know, we're talking 6, 7, 8 maybe? I mean, this is a different look. The pizza's working, Jam. The pizza's working.
Look at Stelios just bouncing up and down. Always great to see him on camera. Not focused faces. Yeah, he's just there and in action. But composed faces on the side of Space Force. Nobody's talking. Come on. Somebody needs to be talking. If not, to make a game plan, to at the very least to lighten up the situation, lighten up the mood. You need to take those losses on the chin and just keep on moving. So game number 4, Utopia Coliseum, and Storm Shadows might put themselves on the match point with a win in this one.
Oh, but that's a little bit of tomfoolery from Cedric. Well recovered though. Stelios throws it away. There's 2 on the chase, and they miss out on the 100 boost. Forces Ethan to go infield, where they find Noosh. Stelios. A little bit heavy for Cedric, and that's going to have an Orca bounce, isn't it? Ethan on the chase. Misses out. Stelios loses to Fruit Loop in that particular sprint, and Noosh now with 100 boost. Throws it back infield. There's 3 players in the way, though. No way through.
New game, new situations, and at first 40 seconds, it was old Space Force Gaming. Storm Shadows lacking for boost, now forced to retreat. And with tanks full for the Star Force, Ethan is trying to go in an individual challenge post, second post out. Will be hitting himself for not scoring that one. It was all him, and I think he had the opposition around his finger. But the dude just comes in and says, okay, brother, I have got you back. I got you. Of the assist of Fruit Loop. Space Force with an opener in this game. How is it going to progress from this point on? Are we going to keep on seeing back and forth between these two?
Love the precision. 1-0. 1 minute in. And Storm Shadows barely had a sniff of the opposition net here on Utopia Coliseum. Ethan down to Fruit Loop. This could be a big transition. Noosh chasing as well. Stelios, that's a double commit. Onto the side, Fruit Loop, and that's a big block from Cedric. G-Wood watching brief. 100 boost for himself now. Chases. Big double demo. It's a shot on target for Stelios. Fruit Loop up and away and over the top of Cedric too. Quick rotation back in for Stelios. 100 boost stolen for Cedric. That's on target. Noosh. Here's Stelios again. Oh, that's a brilliant press, and it takes 2 players, Ethan and Noosh, to scramble it away.
Again, they keep on working. No boost on the 2 players that went up for Space Force Gaming. A demo on Ethan. I'm pretty sure G-Wood is looking for the next player. Ball is quite deep on the other side of the field. Cedric with full tanks, though. This pinch versus Fruit Loop just completely crosses out his plans. Miss on the flank. With 2 players of Storm Shadows. And how about this move from Stelios? Wow. Passes to himself, rushes through the flank. And it's a turnaround. The first minute and a half has been all Storm, or rather the other way around, the Space Force. But a turnaround from Storm Shadows has been tremendous. They got the boost, and all of a sudden the pressure for them was monumental.
It's a flip-flop sort of game. It's a flip-flop sort of series. Turning on a dime, the momentum swings. And now, check this out. Space Force, in the ascendancy. That travels across the force field of the net. That travels across the force field of the net and off the post and away and to Noosh again. Stelios picks up a piece of it infield. Noosh misses. Oh my word, Space Force, how much closer can you get?
The attack still continues. Fruit Loop denied by Cedric, and now Stelios plays it out for it, so the Noosh cannot get it immediately. Ethan with an attempt. No boost for him. Which is going to grab at least something, but that attack. I would imagine it's the Space Force who would have force fields on their net, but somehow it's the Royal Air Force. They got themselves first. It goes completely against all the rules of the side habit. Here we are, past the middle, intercepted by Fruit Loop. Too heavy-handed, too obvious. Fruit Loop sets up Noosh too high on his attempt. Now it goes to the ground. Cedric is going to be playing it alone. G-Woods is not going to be helping out too much, but he is the second player in case they need somebody. Stelios, smart play. They give the ball to somebody with speed, with boost. Stelios to the center. Nobody can intercept it from the Space Force. And so they just softly play it to the side. But nobody can commit, and perhaps for a good reason. Strong commit on that ball, and all of a sudden you most likely have a wild clear going behind you and behind your teammates. Cedric individual play flick, denied by Ethan.
Yeah, Storm Shadows, whatever shots they do have, it's strong quality, a rare double committed attack for the Storm Shadows. Looking for a bump or demo on Ethan, doesn't really get either, and Ethan dances around G-Wood. Neutral challenge, falls back into the middle. That is a demo, Stelios on Noosh. Now that was G-Wood a bit of time to play with, but throws it cheaply to the side. Mercifully for the Storm Shadows, there was nobody to receive, and that's a big misplay from Ethan. Mercifully had a teammate in tow, and a demo on Stelios opens it up now for the Space Force counter-attack. Noosh with 100 steal. On the retreat, though, no boost and a dream Cedric. G-Wood takes over, picks up 100 himself, but completely whiffs.
He had the speed. And now they have the demo. Cedric in the center. Too high. G-Wood versus two pushes in between Ethan and Fruit Loop for the second goal for Storm Shadows. We have 34 seconds remaining. And this valiant effort, continuous push, where nobody lets go of the accelerator until they're absolutely sure they need to rotate out. Nets, Royal Air Force, the go-ahead goal.
A lot of these goals are pure instinct. Some of the chances are almost too good to be true. A lot of respect between these two sides, but the quality is all over the place, and that might just be the easiest goal of the lot.
They let Fruit Loop just contest the ball. Noosh had the angle, had everything, with Stelios and the rest of the team forced to return back with not much boost, and again forced to defend against that clear with their backs to the ball. One of the hardest things to do. So all of that work up ahead means nothing. Stelios with 100 boost tries to flick one. Ethan denies him. G-Wood versus two works. Fruit Loop is getting bumped out of the net. G-Wood gets credited with the goal. And just like that, the go-ahead situation is restored.
From a feels bad backflip to a force you into a backflip moment. Wonderful work from Stelios. And G-Wood reestablishes the lead. Less than 20 seconds off kickoff. Space Force needs something, and they've lost it, at least in the short term. Long term, Ethan towards net. Beats G-Wood. Ethan!
Individual effort from Ethan brings us back to a tie situation. Everybody is trying to be the star player right now, but this is textbook aerial dribble, uncontested. He's playing a training pack right there, just a practice shot. 3-3. I thought it was over. It wasn't. We thought it was over again. It was not. 10 more seconds. Anybody scoring before the overtime, or are we going to go into OT and golden goal territory? Storm Shadows still looking for their match point with their 2 wins so far to the Space Force's 1. Ethan sets up teammate. Fruit Loop is blocked by opposition's players. We're going to be dropping the ball down.
I don't know about you, Jam, but 3-3, how this game has escalated, this does feel a little bit like a series backbreaker. I mean, look, if Storm Shadows pick up the win, of course, they're a match point scenario, but if Space Force are able to beat Storm Shadows at their own game.
This is dangerous.
And this is very dangerous. Then, but they don't go for the shot. Poor angle.
Wow.
G-Wood was backing up. I'm surprised that the ball still didn't retain momentum. Such was the positioning of the car, Jam. It hit the front bumper face on, so it naturally ricocheted away.
G-Wood plays hopscotch with opposition. Fruit Loop to the pass. Stelios is forced to work overtime in that net just to keep the opposition away. Anybody on the EVM that ball? That's Noosh. Cedric go ahead, but that's just giving the possession and retreating back. Better to be safe and back in the net with a boost than somewhere in the opposition's half with nothing in the tanks. Ball rolls back. Should be okay. Ethan plays it safe to the corner as opposed to across the net. To the ground it goes already. Technically beaten one. Plays slow. Noosh very aggressive on that ball. There's Fruit Loop in the back. But they are playing with fire, really eager to bring the series back to a tie series and as fast as possible, not allowing Storm Shadows to nab that third win.
Stelios keeps it close to the chest, but misses that second touch. G-Wood was called onto it, though. Really smart play in general. That's an even smarter play. Oh, and the smartness. I mean, it was all there until the very end, but they lacked the finesse and the finish and the demo that would have made the difference. Ethan, big clear. That's an even better clear towards net. Dangerous, goes harmlessly wide in the end. We got ourselves a cross pass to no one really in particular, so Ethan will ultimately look to set up for his team instead. Big frontline defense from Cedric. G-Wood again gives it away over the top of him. Cedric has pre-read this pretty nicely indeed and manages to get the stomp on Ethan too. G-Wood already to the ball. Pulls out of the challenge. Fruit Loop with the spike up. G-Wood just gets a piece of it, but now it's Noosh with the shot. Easy enough save.
Great moves. Demo on Ethan. That's just gonna stop the attack of Space Force just a little bit. Exchange of long-range efforts, but I do love the proactivity and Reed's shot. Cedric denies it. Crossbar post out. A crucial save after we're 2 minutes and a half into this overtime. Neither of the teams wants to succumb to a defeat. And right now, passes in between Space Force. Long clear. Fruit Loop looking for a second tap. Ethan is going to be on a follow-up with G-Wood. Solid in the net. Stelios passed the ball. Cedric is out. I don't know what happened, but he still falls onto the ball and makes the save.
How? Yeah, I mean, that is fortuitous. And now they're down the other side with a potential opportunity. G-Wood snuffed at the near post. 3 minutes plus! And they don't need the 3 minutes plus, just shy of. Cedric with a stunner. And it's match point for the Storm Shadows.
Beautifully set up by Stelios from the corner. They just kept on bringing the ball in, kept on bringing the players in. And
wow.
Breathe out, boys. Breathe out. Now you have 30 seconds, 60 seconds to just take a tiny, small breather because, my God, the nerves are playing high. This is one of the best games we've seen so far. Hydrate. Do not forget to hydrate as well. It is, yes, absolute corker, I would say. These RAF players are talking about, like, absolute corker of a game. Let's keep on going. Match point. Storm Shadows, can they do what they have not been able to do in the round robin stages? Can they defeat the Space Force game?
We're literally watching their training arc in action. I mean, they've got such a strong position now in the series, and this does feel like a confidence team more than a team that will settle into complacency. You look at the Space Force faces, a little solemn, a little bit lacking words. That was a long game of Rocket League to not win. They tried to start strong. They are going to start strong. It's Fruit Loop.
A little bit of confidence brought back into the veins of Space Force Gaming. Lovely little block, and Fruit Loop is not discouraged by where the ball is. 10 seconds in, Space Force already have their opener. They have a long road to go. They have one win to their name, but they still need to win 3 games in a row. And one misstep, and it's Storm Shadows moving into the next round. Cedric is already hunting for the first for his team.
The thing is, though, is that Storm Shadows, they're showing a bit of mettle. They're showing a bit of guile. They're showing that they can battle their way back into a position where they can go on to win games. Demo on Stelios means that it's one light in attack. And Noosh love this slow down play, but they've given it cheaply to Stelios, and that's not a great touch from Ethan either. Fruit Loop at the near post does what she does best, but that's not great at the far post, just the angle betraying G-Wood.
Noosh and the rest of Space Force just trying to bring the ball out with any means necessary. Fruit Loop on the attack. Ataj heading the ball towards the net, but Cedric collects it and keeps on moving forward. Noosh back in the defense. That's a long clear all the way to the other side. Attack nullified. Stelios nullified. But with a clear returning all the way back to the blue side of Space Force. Any chance of a quick attack and man advantage are dismantled.
Fruit Loop. Look at this. Look at Cedric. Snatches away the 100 from Fruit Loop, but everybody kind of doubling up now. This suits Space Force just fine. 1-0 advantage. A slender one, yes, but one nonetheless. And Space Force relying a lot more on Demos, but who needs Demos, Jam? When you've got G-Wood, what a redirect.
He was sitting so deep into that half, and the pass from Cedric, which wasn't too high, but that was perfect. Anything higher than G-Wood is just not reaching it. Anywhere lower, and Noosh is already there in the middle of the field. Needed a superhuman reaction to get on top of that one, but best he could do is rotate back brilliantly done. Cedric and G-Wood, they tie up the game. Stelios tried to set up G-Wood in the back. I think right now they're going to be retreating and trying again, also trying to stop the opposition. Ethan does not reach the ball, and now it's two Space Force Gaming players in the offense without any boost to their names. Cedric, without any boost to his name, still keeps on playing versus two, and he's winning.
It just cranks up the pressure even more, doesn't it? It's not just one goal away from losing a game, it's one goal away from losing a series. Ethan. It's Noosh. That's loose for G Woods, who's got nothing to work with, easily challenged. Here comes Noosh again, and that shot wasn't even close to being on target. It wasn't powerful enough to get past anybody. Stelios into the midfield, and all of these attacks and passing plays are kind of just breaking down at this phase.
Cedric will be looking for a pass. Stelios, not fast enough. It retreats immediately, seeing as he has the opposition player in front of him, and the opposition players are about to control the ball. And working on the other side, Ethan, not a pass, but thankfully nobody from Storm Shadows in the offense close enough to do anything with it. Noosh will be looking for left, right, and instead Stelios just blocks it and sends it all the way back on the backboard. It's a nice clear from Noosh. There's going to be players awaiting a miss from Stelios. Not going to be counting his lucky stars. Fruit Loop cleans it up, second for her.
You could see there Cedric was the first person being like, you know, it's okay, it's okay. It is an egregious miss, don't get me wrong. But Cedric's right to back his man up. It's been a pretty decent game. It's been a close game. It's still close. There is still time to be utilized, but the Space Force will take that goal all day long. Here we come, maybe with a second attack for the Storm Shadows. Cedric forced back now, 100 boost. Round the world, bumped out of the world, bumped out of orbit. And Ethan arrives in the atmosphere to try and start another attack. Fruit Loop. At this point, they can buy time, Space Force.
Yeah, with a minute and 20 remaining. You're playing for the defense, but the moment they retreat, feels like J-Wood and the rest of the Storm Shadows are going to be removing a defender after defender. And in possession, when you're deep in your net, when you're low on boost, one player absence is felt really strongly. For now, though, they still need to get out of their half on the goal line. Fruit Loop touches it in. That's a hat trick. And Space Force Gaming are trying to cement their lead in this game number 6. They need to, otherwise they're out of the tournament.
It's another whiff on defense. It's another mistake from Stelios. It's not been the greatest series, but he is still a vital cog in this machine, and there is still time to try and rescue the situation. To be fair, Jam, let's not forget, of course, 3-1 doesn't look great in the microcosm of a single game, but, you know, the Storm Shadows are going into this game 3-1 up in the series. So even if the worst does come to pass here on Aquadome, you know, they do have a couple of lives to spare.
Absolutely. Ethan looking for a goal for himself. So far, it has all been Fruit Loop in this game. But it's a team game, so they're all winning. G-Wood, they're playing the ball forward. And right now, off this move, they need to score now, and they need to score off the kickoff as fast as possible. But it seems like it's not gonna be. Cedric, dispossessed of the ball. Stelios keeps the ball in the half, but that's the timer dropping to 0. Space Force Gaming stave off the loss in the series, but they still need to win 2 more to get anything, and nobody is feeling that this is an easy walk, a cake. Nope. Everybody is trying to zen themselves in, distress themselves out. Maybe it's time for that patented back rub.
Perhaps. Goodness me. I mean, when it's not your day, it's not your day, and Aquadome will certainly not be a favorite field of the REF Storm Shadows in the near future, I can tell you that much. However, if there was one positive I would take from that experience, first and foremost, they did score a goal. So it's not like, you know, the Storm Force, it's not like the Space Force came away from that particular game with a clean sheet. Not just that, Jam, the performance felt a little unsure. Like, to me, it felt like the Storm Shadows were their own worst enemy rather than the Space Force were resurging back into good form.
I can go with that. I can absolutely go with that. So for now, on the agenda, first item is, just be careful, boys. Try to focus on your own game and see how you can communicate and work with each other better. And still, let's keep on saying it. His job is all about communication, and in Rocket League, what would you say, like 50% of the success is the communication amongst one another?
Yeah. It depends how many percentiles you've got to work with, I guess, and you can allocate as you wish. I also think it's very different for every team. I think the communication is practically like 75% essential to some rosters, but others can just vibe with individual brilliance.
Oh no, oh yes.
They've got enough numbers, Space Force. Noosh, 1-0.
What happened to Stelios? So watching him from this angle, tries to go, even earlier, I'm not sure if he was stuck on a post or something was happening. He felt a little bit of stationary on that close post. In the end, even his valiant effort of just sweeping it off the line was not enough, and it is Space Force Gaming potentially with a second one immediately. Cedric needs to play it incredibly carefully, sends it way back, and so he's going to be allowing his teammates to just recover, grab some boost, and get in a position where perhaps he can start threatening the US team.
Bumped out the way. For Cedric now to go over the top of Ethan. That's a great setup, but there's 2 players ready to stop it. Demo on the back end, G-Wood against Noosh and Ethan. No way through. Stelios misses this. Mistakes accruing, maybe nerves starting to get to the RAF.
They need to fix that. Oh, immediately Ethan to Noosh. These passes are just in the nick of time, but they're connecting and they're allowing Space Force to move the ball uncontested and really force the Storm Shadows to guess where on earth the play is coming the next time. It'll be clear. That's Ethan already waiting. Somebody in particular, G-Wood is going to be picking that up. Does he have teammates up ahead who's going to be bumping, demoing? Well, no, he's just doing it himself whenever he can. The problem is, nobody's home. Cedric forces to play it up. Fruit Loop pumps the brakes and finds herself a goal.
Double commit. It really is as simple as that. One of you has to go for it. Cedric does, while G-Wood jumps at the same time. And honestly, I find it so fascinating with these live pictures of the players. Cedric turning to Stelios. Stelios responding to whatever Cedric said. G-Wood statuesque on the left-hand side. Not a word uttered. Not a sound escaping his lips. Space Force 2-0 up. The changes have to come now for the Storm Shadows. They at least get a shot on target from downfield. But it's easily enough saved.
At least something. G-Wood versus Fruit Loop. She plays the ball forward. That's Ethan already waiting attempt from the side. And no connection, but Noosh looking for Ethan. They're keeping the ball alive. Now can contest G-Wood on the flank. They do not know that he has no boost. But they can deduce from the way he's moving, the way he's approaching the ball, the fact that he's slowing it down. And of course, the possibility he just trying to trick the opposition. And for now, nobody wants to contest this ball from the side of Space Force. This allows G-Wood and the rest of RAF to just walk on in, start setting up something for themselves. Fruit Loop, beautiful block versus Stelios. On the flank, Cedric plays high, misses. Ethan, bottom left corner, cannot find it. Noosh, and now it's a chance for a counterattack. Long shot. I see Fruit Loop on the flank, could not make it. One back for the Storm Shadows.
It's 1. With just shy of 2 minutes left. Fruit Loop had a lot of juice in the tank. You wonder whether a front flip just to try and get a little bit more pace, just to try and get something on the ball might have been in order. Again, hindsight is 2020. But do Storm Shadows have the vision to make a second goal happen? Oh, G-Wood on his own has turned the tables.
I was expecting a pinch. I'm just looking for the multiple replays to have the stream going in as well.
Oh, that completely caught them off, didn't it?
I think that's the best spot he could have placed it.
Yeah.
Because Noosh was awaiting the ball to just drop down powerfully. And instead, he leaves his top right spot in the net. And that's exactly where the ball goes. It's a tie game. And the hopes are still high for Storm Shadows, the Royal Air Force players, and the Sentinels supporting them in the crowd for sure. Needs to be careful right here, though, as response from Star Force Gaming usually does not let itself wait. Pretty fast. Why 3 players, though? I have no idea. Oh, sorry, that was Ethan, one of the players, so he masked himself so well that I thought he was one of the Storm Shadows.
In disguise, but no spy networks here, at least not officially. At A524. Noosh is here, though, looking for that second touch, and Cedric takes control of the situation. Fruit Loop steps in rapidly, and that's going to ricochet into no man's land. 60 seconds. Space Force need 1 to force a game 7. Storm Shadows need 1 to continue their lower bracket journey. Fruit Loop on target, and this is a rare miss from Cedric, head in arms.
He did a great job recovering. He saw that he cannot make to the ball airily and tries to, at the very least, make it into the net. But that was not helping him out. Fruit Loop on point yet again, scoring a goal after goal after goal in this game, really being the difference maker from the Space Force. Is there anything on board for the Storm Shadows? Cedric in the center likes to find himself more in the front of the net. He's going to be playing any position that his team is requiring him to play right now.
No, they can't give Space Force easy clears, that's for certain. Oh, what a demo from Fruit Loop. Stelio is forced to continue the journey of this ball over to the far side. Decent challenge. Fruit Loop again steps in. Ethan not able to get a little flick on, but Fruit Loop is that on target? Almost. Time elapsing at a canter. And still the Space Force keeping Storm Shadows locked in their own half. Loose possession. Clears not exactly doing the business. Champions Field awaits. Unless a minor miracle is achieved, and it won't, Jam.
Nope, we're going to Game 7. The comeback from Space Force continues. And they have the momentum. That's the thing. Whatever the Royal Air Force has taken in the first games, I can look at that, they are still so happy. Whatever the Royal Air Force has taken in the first games, the momentum is now with the Space Force, and it is up for the representative of His Majesty, the King, to make something out of it, to come back, to showcase that they are the best. But I'm loving how we cannot separate these two teams. Just like previously, it was RAF as the Sentinels and the Storm Shadows. Now it is the Storm Shadows and the Space Force. These are beautifully matched teams. But somebody needs to push that one bit extra. Who is going to be? Well, there's only one game to find out.
At the risk of repeating myself, similar vibes from that game. It wasn't particularly explosive from the Space Force. In fact, it felt like the goals that really mattered, the goals that broke the morale of the Storm Shadows, were of the Storm Shadows' own making, whether it was poor passes, whether it was, a missing defense. And you can see Stelios there looking to try and hype up his lads. To be fair, Jam, they at least have Game 7 experience, and good experience of that as well.
Let's see what the Space Force Gaming can do in Champions Field. Fruit Loop starts strong, sets up Ethan on the ground, and it only took 6 seconds for Space Force Gaming to go ahead. The fans in the Twitch chat are going to be incredibly happy for that. Player from Stelios just falls into the waiting bumper of Ethan. What a handicap to start this game with.
Yeah, sometimes you got to throw that experience out the window and play the game in front of you. Well, I'm not going to commit to a certain way of thinking. I'll let you as the audience decide. And I'll
A
let these
lovely
players
touch.
on the pitch decide. I tell you what, G-Wood is getting a bit of a handle, a bit of a knack on creating these goals out of nothing.
Oh, look at that. It's also a hard bounce to read. This ball could have been going anywhere, but G-Wood knew he needs to be on top of that, and he was completely bamboozles the defensive Space Force. So that go-ahead goal was go-aheaded very quickly. A tie game, and it's game number 7, where we haven't been able to separate these teams yet. And it seems like we're still continuing to struggle to do just that. We're getting a great bit of Rocket League out of it.
Stelios watching brief. And G-Wood calls off everyone. The best call, honestly. Had a little bit of boost to work with and had the best attack angle on that ball. Speaking of attack, it's Stelios. Oh, and a bit of a misplay there from Cedric, who does at least get a demo on Ethan. Limits the attacking options now for Space Force, and Noosh gives it up freely. It's G-Wood. Straight to Noosh. Taken out for his troubles. And Stelios with an unsuccessful clear. Fruit Loop not going to get the shot.
Cedric, just as far as Ethan. There's an opportunity for G-Wood just to pretend that he can do something with this ball again. We'll do just a little bit further, as is classic for his rotation, goes through the players, collects the 100 somewhere on the corners. The ball goes all the way back, so it's time for Stelios to set up an attack of his own. He's not contested. I think this just went over Noosh, and Fruit Loop is forced to play it. Now Ethan comes in for the fray as well. An exchange of pleasantries. Noosh is demoed in the background, but nobody can start the attack quickly enough still. This can ruin the rotation of the Space Force game just a little bit. Could be a problem. Noosh evades the bump attempt from G-Wood. He's already has been coming in, so now everybody from the Storm Shadows needs to return back and do so gracefully.
You know, Space Force press not as intensive as I would like to see personally, and that's allowing the Storm Shadows not just time on the ball to get out of defense, but to get shots away, Jam, and Stelios has just put them ahead.
Ethan is gonna be damning his unlucky stars as he sets up Stelios perfectly for that shot. On a flank, Royal Air Force find himself a go-ahead goal, but with 3 minutes remaining and the goal outputs of these teams, and just the absolute barnstormers that we've seen so far, I do not believe this is going to be the end of the story. We're going to be seeing, I'm going to say 2 more goals. Which way? I don't know. But I think one thing for certain, this has not been the last one.
How much more far forward can you lean if you're Stelios or Cedric? Well, there's one of the 2 goals, Jam. Tie.
I think the only opportunity for them to lean any more forward is to put on the virtual reality set and be in the game themselves. 2-2. RAF succumbed to yet another attack from Space Force Gaming. A little play right here. Stelios. G-Wood. In the end, nobody gets the ball, so at the very least they conserved the boost. Nobody used up more than they needed to. Now on the corners, Cedric, anybody in the center, G-Wood pretty far away, and Noosh plays it perfectly to block it. Perhaps doesn't have the control himself. Fruit Loop cannot catch it. Ethan, long-range effort. Cedric to the corner. Now the boost of Royal Air Force is being taken away. What can Storm Shadows do in this situation?
It's G-Wood. Gives it up to Stelios. Ethan. Oh dear, Noosh. Puts it back into a dangerous area, although look at the boost total. Storm Shadows have nothing to work with, and Cedric had to get a piece of that one. Noosh, beautiful infield pass. Ethan, a bit too much mustard on the shot. Here's Fruit Loop for another wind-up. Hits the backboard again, but G-Wood throws it right back.
I love how G-Wood positions himself on the backboard. Being on the ground, these shots would just continue returning. He needed to nip it in the bud, and any sort of setup of Space Force Gaming so far has been going through that backboard. Beautifully placed. That breaks the deadlock and allows them to get out of their own half. Stelios grabs the boost. G-Wood is there as well, placed it himself. Anybody in support? Well, he just continues on playing it himself. Space Force Gaming are quite wise to not contest him too early, and the attack goes the other way around. Quickly fizzles out. We're back in the middle of the field.
Oh, it's another miss for Cedric, and Don G-Wood! What a heroic moment! If there is anything to say that there is fate having its hand in this series, give me a better example, audience, I dare you.
This was much needed for Space Force. Storm Shadows, rather. These two teams are just now melding into one as they keep on battling on this field for 7 games in a row. And even with 40 seconds remaining on Champions Field, we're still tied. The long, clear Ethan has all the time in the world to assess the situation on the field. Beat one, G-Wood versus him, go underneath him, Cedric to the side. Noosh, with hundreds of boost, will be looking solo effort by the looks of it, going versus anybody. Goes by himself and almost makes it work, but now versus Ethan with Fruit Loop chasing down just to try to put some spokes in, put some sticks in the spokes of the wheels of the opposition. Off the wall it goes, and it's nervy. It's the last seconds. It's whoever scores wins, either right now or in the overtime. Attempt by G-Wood, stopped both by Fruit Loop and Noosh. One last opportunity, gonna be going to the ground. What a better way to finish out this series with an overtime in Game 7. Now it's for real. 1 goal, and Stelios starts this off.
It has to be, doesn't it? It has to be. G-Wood, was looking for a cheeky drop down. Cedric rotates out, as does G-Wood. If you were to bet on anyone in front of net, honestly, I'd go Space Force at this point. They look like they've got both the mechanics and the calm when it matters. Ethan's so close right there at the end of regulation. And G-Wood gives it up to Noosh. Free shot, but there's Cedric again, rotating back in. Safe pair of hands.
How about this setup to the center? Lovely little bit. Stelios. No, they keep on hitting the same spot on the wall, not moving much further. Fruit Loop. Setup for somebody else coming in on through, at the very least. Get the Cedric out of the way. I'm pretty sure Fruit Loop also went for a bump in the goal line. Cedric plays a bit of a block game with his opposition number. Cannot get it out as far as the midfield line. Still keep on returning. Cedric sees that there's just no opportunity for Ethan to raise it down from his head, and Cedric wins it in overtime for Royal Air Force. A 7-game thriller with 1 extra minute of the overtime. He is the absolute star player of that Storm Shadow side.
One champion falls. The runners-up rise. RAF Storm Shadows continue their lower bracket journey. The Space Force valiant until the end. But in the end, it was Cedric, a man who made a couple of mistakes earlier on, a man who let Space Force back into the game, who truly struts his stuff when it matters most. Wow.
Stelios, the most animated. Cedric, the most sportsmanlike. He immediately goes to the opponent, and I don't know how quickly he won. He won. He put his controller down, put his headphones down, fist bumped his teammate, and was already on the other side, shaking hands and fist bumping with the U.S. Space Force, who unfortunately are now going to be watching this tournament from the sidelines. What a series. We have been treated to an absolute blast, and it's such a shame that one of these teams has to go, because they've given us a show and a half.
They really have. I think the Space Force debut, of course, in the AFEI, an incredible beginning. I've loved watching this team. I think that Fruit Loop and Noosh are fantastic additions to the family. Great seeing Ethan again, of course, but sadly just didn't work out for them. I mean, the RAF Storm Shadows, as I said earlier, it just felt like there was a hand of fate playing its card, and well, what more is on the cards for this team? Jasmine, please let us know.
Exactly is on the cards. It's heart palpitations, shaking. Put your hand out for me. Actually shaking right now. Okay, Stel, talk to me, because we had a few overtimes in this series as a whole. Game number 3 in particular, you were looking incredibly stressed. The comms between your team, I'm assuming, were a little bit chaotic.
At times it was very, very chaotic. Yeah, you're right. You're spot on with that. And in those moments, it's actually Cedric, or as we know him, Ed, who takes a second just to scream out comms, 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 comms. And then in that moment, we snap back in from whatever dream we were in previously, and we're back in, we're locked in again. And it happened on so many occasions. You would not believe where he was trying to calm us all down and get back into the game mentally wise. And in the end, as you can see, it paid off.
It absolutely did. But you know what, Stel? In particular, yourself and your team are big on demo reviews, actually putting in the grind, the time and effort that it takes to perform well on stage as well. I'm pretty sure you're one of the only teams to actually do that here. So yesterday's kind of debugs, shall we say, after the performances, what did you guys get up to?
We found a lot of misrotations and a lot of gaps in communication as well. Like when you're watching the replays, you know what you were saying at the time. You can recall it pretty well. And we found a lot of gaps in our comms. We weren't saying things clearly enough or concise enough, and we were getting confused and double committing. I would say the reason why we have to do such a thing is because we don't have, at least I don't have, the skill level that some of these opponents have, like these great American players and even the French. So we've got to make up for it in some way, right? And replay analysis is one of those ways that we do it.
And I was actually chilling there with the rest of your team, watching the game as well. And I gotta say, these boys need some kind of oomph to them, because their support for you boys has been incredibly quiet. So this is your opportunity to have words of wisdom with them.
We're going all the way, Asher. We're going all the way, Shay. Strap in. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Thank you so much for joining me, Stel, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, honestly, there's been a bit of a musical theme throughout this evening, so allow me to continue that. Hey, do you believe in miracles where you're from, you sexy thangs? Well, certainly the RAF Storm Shadows do. Welcome back to A-Fight 2024, where the Space Force fall to the airmen of the Storm Shadows. I'm joined by Jam, I'm joined by Bacon, myself, I'm Relic. And Bacon, you were just, you're there sitting, chilling, moving a sofa apparently, but somehow pizza works. Pizza works.
Yeah, new pizza man. Let's go. No, badge for or medal for most improved team, easily Storm Shadows. They went away last night after probably falling fourth and probably feeling a little bit down in the dumps maybe because being runners up last year, you kind of expect to be easily in the top 3, and they have made that now, but they had to put the work in, and they are looking good. I mean, if you want to put it as a little sign, Coast Guards couldn't get a goal off of the American Air Force, but Storm Shadows could, so does that make Storm Shadows the second best team? Let's find out with this game, because we've only got 2 left to go, don't we, guys? US Coast Guard going up against the RAF Storm Shadows. Winner of that will take down the indomitable US Air Force, who are still yet to lose a single game.
I'm sure, Jam, that the Storm Shadows will be somewhat glad that they only had sweeps to deal with in the upper bracket, currently sitting at 22 total games played. Is it even conceivable that they could beat the Coast Guard at this point now? Or are the vibes really enough, do you think?
I think the momentum might be with the Storm Shadows right now, and that's, in my opinion, is what are going to get them through past the Coast Guard. And what's going to be happening in Air Force Series, who knows? But Jasmine is out there ready with the players to kick off this series.
Thank you for that, boys. I'm joined here alongside Xylem, the one and only. Go ahead and show them how dedicated you are to the game of Rocket League. Beautiful bracelet. Who made that for you?
Our public affairs, Jasmine. Oh, she's right here.
Another Jasmine. We're going to be besties, you and I already know it. Right, so talk to me. Were you watching the previous match that just took place on stage here?
I was watching it, yeah. It was very entertaining.
Entertaining, but what did you make of their performance? Are you thinking they're looking a little bit shaky heading into this one, or are they looking pretty strong compared to usual?
Us? Shaky? Oh, them shaky. I thought it was going to go to 7 after the first couple games, and then I had Space Force winning, but they proved me wrong.
Any key takeaways from the way that the UK boys have performed?
Key takeaways? None that I'd like to share on screen.
All right, keeping all the cards very close to your chest, indeed. And last but not least, score line prediction, please.
Let's go 4-1. 4-1 Coast Guard.
All right, there we have it. The boys have been listening, and I want to find out from our commentators, do they agree or disagree with a 4-1 to Coast Guard?
4-2 to the Storm Shadows. Just right there, out there. Just bam.
4-0 Coast Guard. I'm British. I should be back in the RF here, but logic says after the performances, not only today, but yesterday. Yes, Storm Shadows are improved, but Coast Guard, I can joke about them not getting a goal off of the US Air Force, but they were close. When we're talking 1-0 games, that's how close it is. Coast Guard, I still think, are your best chance to dethrone the US Air Force, and I think this game is absolutely perfect for them, Jam, to build that confidence up once again. The only issue, though, is that they could pick up some bad habits, because the RAF sometimes can have some bad defense, which you do not see with the US Air Force.
No, US Air Force has their defense on the lock, their offense firing on all cylinders. Honestly, by this point, it's gonna take an all-star team, and by that mean everybody playing versus US Air Force to beat them. Otherwise, in a fair 3 versus 3 game, they are nigh invincible. I do have to say, Bacon, I thought I saw all the biggest anime betrayals, but a Brit cheering against and bidding against a British team, it's honestly unheard of.
Look, I lose 1 HP every single time I say that CGG will probably come out on top, okay? So just let me be. I'm taking the pain. I'm taking the suffering here. Truly, I'm rooting for Storm Shadows to take it all. But I'm saying my brain says, realistically, looking on paper, looking at the games, should be the Coast Guards. But I am so happy if the Storm Shadows do prove me wrong. Right now, Coast Guards have been all on the attack. I'm also curious today. Greenwood, G-Wood is taking off the glasses. I don't know if that's a buff, a nerf. It's weird.
I think with the caliber of the games, how stressful they were, his glasses were steaming up. Absolutely just steaming up from all the action. So he just decided to play a little bit more, with a little bit more vision. And he is the one currently in the play. Wide open flank for Stelios to take. Now, Echo and Lance, it's been a while since I've seen them in the play. It's like forever since I've casted their game, but here they are. Xylem, Echo, and Light. Light's an absolute locomotive when it comes to scoring goals for his team. We'll be checking out 14 for him, 13 for Echo, 10 for Xylem. And ball just sails into the net, netting Echo that 14th and putting Coast Guard up ahead.
I did say the defense of the Storm Shadows was not on the same level as the Air Force. That was an open opportunity, but well met, well received. The interception in the air, well done by the Coast Guard. Here's 1-0. Storm Shadows will be looking for a return on that. I like this. Slow it down again. Control is everything for the Storm Shadows.
Well, look at that. They beat 2. Cedric is following it up as the ball was basically put up for anybody for the taken. And here's past the Lice and the defenders. Of course, a completely different game than we have seen just now between the Storm Shadows and the Space Force. And for Coastal Guard, they had a bit of a break. RAF are forced to go into this one immediately after the next one. Beautifully executed flip shot from Echo. But that's not enough. And Cedric versus Lights. I think the battle of Goliaths up here. One of the Goliaths gets removed from the field.
Echo, once again, beautifully taking it downfield. Well met by Cedric, who's predicted this right, but just couldn't jump out in time. Big demo onto G-Wood. So it's a run downfield by the Coast Guard. Cedric is able to cut it off in the lines, but look, Coast Guards are wanting to set up that midfield line. This is where they look strongest with this formation.
Oh god, and they're just keep on besieging the net of the Storm Shadows, taking away their boost, taking away their lunch money by the looks of it. And once they go back, they immediately have the players to come in and take yet another shot. Saves are coming on through from Cedric. There's a little run away. He is also the player who plays the ball in the midfield, keeps it away from the opposition. Will be ready to receive the pass. G-Wood with a pass, past one, into the net. A demo on Cedric opens up the scoring opportunity, and Coast Guard are all too happy to take it.
I know Relic said it was a musical kind of day. Well, the theme here with scores like this has got to be Echo and the Bunnymen, I think, because dang, they are just bopping along, absolutely grinning with this kind of performance. Perfect so far, and they're not really that phased.
Well, Twitch chat, let us know your predictions for this series scoreline, and also predictions of how many musical puns we can work into this broadcast during this series. Cedric, individual effort versus 3, as if it's nothing. As if 3 players of Coastal Guards are just boys in the water, just bobbing along.
I mean, if anyone can make a musical pun out of Cedric, I would be impressed. Actually, I'm going to turn my
Cedric the Entertainer.
I hate you. I love you, but I hate you at the same time for instantly proving me wrong. Oh, that's a belter towards the net. Well met, of course. Great save by Cedric. And, well, G-Wood needs to run this away, but Echo has absolutely stepped up form to change this dominus. Might but just be the deal breaker here.
I said, we've seen different cars. We've seen Phoenix, we've seen Octane. There was a mention of a rogue Mustang from the French Air Force side. I was going to complain, why didn't they pick a French car like a Renault or a Citroën? And the problem is those cars are not in the game. That's a big crime. We need more of those.
Technically, the Formula 1 Renault car could be on there, but Cedric is on here. The double block. I mean, Coast Guards just were not expecting this. Lights, you've just been absolutely done, son.
lights and camera action was then on the Cedric. He's currently pulling the whole of a Royal Air Force with his teammates supporting. Somebody needs to be in the net. Ooh, swing and a miss. Oh, it's a walk. They just walk it in.
I mean, the Coast Guards would say that's a little bit of a wash. I think that's their terminology, right? But nonetheless, it's a kickoff goal. You just got to put that to the back of your mind if you are the RAF here. Just go once again. You got a whole minute. Let's just get an equalizer.
1 minute. Stelios starts the display and lights cannot get to it, but nobody from the Storm Shadows can either. So Chance goes begging. Cedric in the air, too low for him to do anything. Xylem already way on top of him and ahead of him. Demo in the net. And if the Storm Shadows wanted to play a demo game, they're now having to play versus one from the hunter to the hunted. Let's see how they can adjust to this play style. Would be surprised if both of the teams are demoing each other left and right. Going to leave us in a lot of a 2v2 situations, if not less.
The Coast Guards are used to sharks in the water. I'm pretty sure they can turn this around, handle the pressure, and then chomp down if needed. That's 4-2. That has got to seal the deal for this game one.
17 seconds remaining. It's a likely start, but let's watch the kickoff. Let's not count our chickens or our army men before they hatch or go on a mission. We have some votes and predictions in the chat. It's Coast Guard in 6 games, and we're gonna put in 17 musical puns, or I suppose any sort of puns. We can count on this one because we're quite pun heavy. We're for another 6-game prediction, but it's now to RAF instead. And right now we have a 4-2 on the field. How about this one? G-Wood cannot move it fast enough to the center, and as such, is going to be dropping down. Game number 1 is bringing us a lot of excitement and a lot of hope for the RAF, who are continuing their lower bracket run.
It was a little bit of a slow start for the Coast Guards. It's got to be said. Like, you would have thought they would come out the gates absolutely running. They did get 2 goals, don't get me wrong, but it just wasn't necessarily the statement of a game that you would have thought. They looked a little bit shaky, did concede the 2 goals, but I brought it back. This is kind of like a case of we need to see the Coast Guards evolve during this game, figure themselves out a little bit more, as they will be using this as a stepping stone to that US Air Force game. I know it's a little bit harsh kind of saying like it's closer to scrims and experimentation against the RAF, but that's the kind of mental they've got to come in with this, knowing that they are better, looking for that domination, because, well,
blink.
Yeah.
Blink. Please blink.
Xylem, you good?
Xylem?
Inner
hello?
demons speaking out right now.
Wow, he hasn't blinked once. Just staring down the camera.
I'm just thinking
Amazing.
of the Futurama hit mode right there.
Wow, Echo immediately demoed. Lights is going to be continuing what his teammate has started. Cedric, Xylem, and he has stared the camera down for a very good reason. He was about to score a goal. He was looking into the future.
Intimidated. I think that is the word to spell after that. And, well, 6 seconds. Coast Guards pick up where they left off in game number 2. So, what do you have in store for us, RAF? Can you launch a rebuttal? Can you sail this storm, quite frankly?
Previously, the answer from the Storm Shadows was swift. But right now, a continuation. Lights gets one off the pass of Echo. Again, a quick move throughout. And Coast Guard Gaming, yeah, they seem to have charmed the camera, charmed the casters, and put a little bit of a spell on their opposition as well.
You wouldn't have thought it coming in. I'm just going to say right now, like, Coast Guard Gaming, like, probably with their debut, no one's kind of expected them. The story, the eyes were all on whether RAF could come back, be those runners up, maybe dethrone, or this new Space Force with Ethan moving across, but I think Coast Guards truly have stolen the show as the front runner, as challengers to the Air Force.
I love to see this kind of a shakeup. A new team comes out, and since this is not a big league where everybody knows who the best players are. No, where somebody might be hiding the best Rocket League talent in one of the armed force branches, and we just don't know about them. But we would absolutely love to have them next time around. LA Forces Esports Invitational 2025. Just bring out your best players. Bring somebody from Australia. Bring somebody from South Africa. Anybody you can find. And we still haven't had any Canadian forces, and of course we're still vying for some German army folks as well. Just come on in, show your best gameplay. I would love to see French Air Force being coached by the best of the French players as well, so the next time they are taking names and kicking goals.
Of course, we're talking like next year is guaranteed on in. You just got to show your support. That's how you guarantee another one. Right now, show your support for the Coast Guards and the RAF. These are your two challenges. Best one at the end of the day will be facing off against US Air Force. At the end of the series, may the best one win. Want them to strengthen. We know that you can be forged by fire, and this Blaze of the Heart match is everything we need to make a stronger side.
Cedric was looking for a snatched pass, but in that situation, still constantly roaming around. G-Wood tries to bump out Lights. Lights is wiser than that. Bob's weaves and dodges. And it's the Storm Shadows forced to play against. G-Wood all by himself goes for a flick. Again, a smart move. He was pretty fast on getting it onto his hood and onto his roof, but it's Coast Guard Gaming with a pass of their own. Strong attacking opportunity. Weak shot, but almost bamboozles Stelios, who was looking for something more higher and stronger. Still the ball in possession of the Coastal Guard. Echo just pogo pounces on it, and here we go, a third one.
The second touch, I absolutely adore this. Off the ceiling, saving that dodge. Because, of course, if you fall down, not jumping off the ceiling, if you just fall down, you do keep a dodge in store for about, I think it's like 2.3 seconds, roughly. Saving that dodge, of course, into the ball. So much power, so much agility, really cunning stuff.
Xylem with the possession of the ball, and they're just going to be trying to put more shots on target. Lights is already waiting, but Echo doesn't even need his teammate. A strong front flick, and that's what the Dominus was made for.
It's absolutely perfect for scenarios like this. Don't get me wrong, you can do it with Fennec and the Octane, but the hitbox, a little bit flatter, roughly the same amount of surface area, but it's that shape. Think of it, just looking straight at them, it will be able to get a little bit more thrust from those flicks.
Again, with anybody familiar with the airplanes, especially the ones fighter jets used in all branches of the military across the world, yeah, that car is flat, but it's incredibly aerodynamic. And if your plane would be able to flick a ball, that's what these cars are doing. And they just keep on adding a goal after goal. This is a rout by this point, 5-0. Coast Guard Gaming are not allowing Storm Shadow to even take a breather. Just shot after shot, goal after goal.
Interesting thought there, like, what if we did actually have air resistance in this game, you know, for the bigger hitboxes? Because, of course, on the floor, there is kind of ground friction, right? If you just let go of R2, you will gently slow down to a halt. Takes a while, but, like, they've got those forces there, just not in the air.
Might be a change. Cedric sneaks one underneath his opponent in Echo. And Royal Air Force are finally on the board. Great little challenge won by G-Wood. Then he knows that, yeah, Shadowrick definitely called him off. Says, I have it. And that's where the goal materializes. One for the road, but even with this, a couple in quick succession. And we can be talking about a comeback once again.
Stelios along the wall. Sort of block against Xylem, but Xylem's not able to get massive control over that. That's a shot put on target that no one was expecting. You would have thought pass out towards Echo in the center, and it completely caught the RAF off guard.
Somebody on the flank. Well, that's Cedric trying to return back. I think they've collided between with him and G-Wood, as both were trying to rotate to their respective positions. And as such, that shot by Light is just on through. 6-1. And there is absolutely no freebies. Yet another one rattles the goalie. No freebies given away by Coast Guard Gaming. They are here making their statement very clear. Nothing hidden. No surprises. 6-1 in one of the highest scoring games across the tournament. This one.
Really cool tactics, like Echo there, blocking out by just using the boost to negotiate himself into his opponent's car. We'll say as well, Jam, here, actually, we haven't had in Brazil this weekend yet, have we?
Oh, actually, let me look. We have the scores of all of the games available.
We've had 7 twos. See that?
We did. Yeah, we have 6 threes as well. So let me look at it again. Pretty sure I could use the wonderful function of search in our document. Nope. No 1-7s or 7-1s. 7-2s, 6-3s. Again, those 9-goal games have been our highest scoring ones. We have a couple of tied games rather for that particular record. In the meantime, the time runs out in the game number 2 of this best of 7, and Coast Guard Gaming sailing to success with this one with a second win.
Lights, you could have got the Brazil instead. You got a turtle. Okay, that's fair. Sitting upside down. No need to exert any extra energy. I respect it.
Yeah, just keeps it calm. The Coast Guard are now chatting with their coach. Gonna quickly double check. Yeah, they're just making it work. But smiles and laughs from the side of RAF. They do not have a coach with them, but of course they have the RAF Sentinels in the crowd who, Justin has pointed out, are not cheering for them as strongly as they should. So I do not hear any crowd audio right now, but I want them to just give support for Storm Shadows. Come on. The Brits are so well known for like the football chants. Give them some.
How about some chants in chat as well? Just hype up. Who are you supporting? Who are you behind for this one? 2-0 in the lead for this series. Coast Guard Gaming. The RAF Storm Shadows, they can turn it around. They are a battle-hardened squad. They've made a long run through this lower bracket. Can they turn it around right now?
Echo. Immediately, Coast Guard starts with attack, and they're just patient. They know that it is the game for Storm Shadows to push on forward. It's them who needs to be aggressive, all the while the Coast Guard can wait for their opportunity, and they know that they have enough pace to pounce on any chance, any free ball, or just keep on pushing and playing their game. They have all it takes. Ooh, an unfortunate own goal. Or at the very least, a ball pushed back to where really nobody from RAF wanted to see.
Echo is literally going next level. That run along the wall to get the second touch, again with the Dominus. I'm going to tell you now, I don't think in an Octane or Fennec you would have got that, just because of the length of the car. It's incredible. I'm absolutely adoring, like, I don't want to say this is the car they should have been on all tournament long, but, you know, like, you can just feel a different kind of vibe from them.
This is the car to defeat the U.S. Air Force. The Dominus, the secret weapon. Very overeager on that commit with 3. Well, let's see how Coast Guard Gaming is going to be playing versus that one. A couple of shots here and there. Echo just in time to block a strong shot from Cedric. They're still on the flank. It's Stelios. No blocks, but the lovely pass just needed to be faster. Zelium, you tried to push him through. Stelios, in the end, manages to make it work. It was looking like a disaster right here. It kept on building up to the point where surely there's no way they can stop it. And Lions can only do as much as remove Cedric from the field. There's more and more Royal Air Force men coming on through. Tie, building block, just 1 for the Royal Air Force.
Did take a bump by G-Wood at the start as well onto Lights. It just shows for the Royal Air Force, they've got to get all 3 players involved in the plays if they do want to convert them to goals. It's going to take a lot of effort, but they're up to the task, throwing the ball towards the center. Stelios and Cedric are there. Cedric taking to the sky. Stelios has got to wait underneath. Not able to get that touch there, and G-Wood is throwing all out of sorts. 0 boost, nothing in the tank, but luckily it's a loose attempt from the Coast Guards. They will live to fight another day.
Nobody from a US team was able to commit to it, so move from G-Wood to just go and grab the boost since he couldn't do anything with the ball. He couldn't chase it on the wall in the moment. It was a smart one, shot on target. I wanted to say top beans, but no top beans in this situation. They're going to return back in again, as well as the Coast Guard and the Echo are trying to get something going. Cedric, more pressure. It is the Coast Guard under sack pressure, maybe for 20,000 fathoms or leagues, I think it was, under the sea. And that's what the Royal Air Force is currently putting on.
Sorry, no top beans. The beans have been spilled. The crossbar has denied the beans. I love the beans. Give it all the beans. Zelium putting this to the sky. Perhaps all the beans could be provided here, but no, Cedric to deny.
On the wall. It's going to be this attack. G-Wood by himself. Cannot outplay Xylem, but Cedric is there. Lights does not have much boost. G-Wood is not going to allow him to grab any. So back we go. Stelios very high. And they're looking how they can outplay Echo. And Echo just utilizes his Dominus slow underneath. Stelios not past Cedric. It's going to take more than that to beat one of the best players from the Royal Air Force side.
Sorry, that is such a sort of like incredible moment. Lice has done so good in the air. Zelium to pick up, and then Stelios is like, nah, just a simple block. But I think that's it for this RF side. Stop trying to overcomplicate stuff. Stop overthinking it. Go simple. Blocks. 50-50s in the middle. That's going to be where you'll get success.
When they get another block, and Lights is almost forced to look back and see what he has done with that touch. Another long clear. I doubt anybody's gonna get on the end of that immediately, but at the very least it's the Coastal Guard who is right there. They'll be working rule 1 between the teammates. That's not how it works. Cedric is all too happy to take the opportunity and score.
Yeah. That's a no bueno moment really right there, you know. Awkward times, but the Coast Guards can bring it back. 1 minute 20. They've only got themselves to blame in some regards, and, well, they are good enough to turn it around, aren't they?
They are. Well, depends on who you're cheering right now. Of course, we're supposed to be absolutely non-biased, but hey, RAF, do your best. Cedric on target. Lights. Oh, a chance for G-Woods to just move him to the side, but not in this attempt. Little attempt. Echo going upside down with his Dominus. Anybody to the front? Xylem is deep. The last defender. Echo just removing the attackers, and Lights trying to play something. Demo. Cedric loses the control of his car, but still has the possession, still has the boost, and that is where he feels like fish in the water. He gets blocked by Coast Guard in the end. Now we go to the corner on the opposite side of the field.
Well, G-Wood does get a touch, slows it down perfectly for Cedric. Stelios is up, shot on target, and it does pressure Echo. Showing the Dominus again, knows how the ball just goes straight up. If that was a Fennec, it would have been a little bit more forward. Awkward stuff, but again, that's how hitboxes work. Lights throwing it forwards towards Echo. Powerful shot, looking for the bottom left, but Cedric does get away alongside Stelios.
Oh, that's a problem, that's a problem. Thankfully for Royal Air Force, not enough players of Coast Guard were ready. Otherwise, this would have been just nothing. They couldn't play it off the backboard. They couldn't really clear it out. Xylem, his last chance in this game, but they cannot score 2. Hey, let alone, this could have been a 4th one for Storm Shadows. A dub, and up ahead in the series go the Royal Air Force.
Okay. Take a little moment to breathe, because there is a chance brewing. A storm is brewing. Question is it out at sea? Or, I don't know, we're looking at a thundercloud. Who can make their way through it? The RAF lads have sort of defied all expectations coming into today, and, well, could they defy it even further by taking down the Coast Guard's jam?
Vumich right there for the Coast Guard, trying to bring some words of wisdom, some support, just tactical ideas. And the boys at RAF, Storm Shadows, hello. Okay, it's the stare down again. I'm scared.
Please.
No, sir.
Please. Can we?
At least he blinks.
I just imagine beforehand he was there like, I heard you were talking about the RF taking us down. Really?
Really?
Just the stare down? Okay.
Yep. Or he's trying to maybe use Morse code to tell us something. Since we cannot hear him, we can either read the lips or read the Morse code. So if any specialists are there, I wonder what he has blinked. Chances are he only blinked like a letter or two. So.
To be honest, looking at the ranks of these different folks, we do have a couple of specialists, Jam, actually.
All right. And I'm going to guess that he has blinked W in Morse code, trying to say that he is going to get that dub. Straight off the kickoff, it's Echo and Coast Guard trying to find an opening goal. as they're currently trailing in the series. Oh no, my bad. I could swear Royal Air Force won too. No. Nope, I was just too happy. Cedric is trying to fix that by trying to score in this game and win this game for the Royal Air Force. Oh.
Again, it was kind of an awkward moment for the Coast Guards. Now, trying to unravel it, Royal Air Force are making things weird right now, and Coast Guards are struggling to predict their opponents, and that's kind of where the RAF lads are getting their strength, is that they're playing some very, I don't want to say peculiar Rocket League, but the Coast Guards play a lot of predictions. That's how they get their speed. And so not being able to read what the RAF are doing, that's what's throwing them off, and it's making them move in sort of out of their formation, out of their comfort zone.
Any opportunity? Yaku gets dispossessed by 2 players, and now they still can continue on going. G-Wood with an attempt to just push the ball through as he was out of boost. Right now, Echo in the middle of everything tries to receive some sort of a bounce down, either as a pass or as a rebound from the opposition, but couldn't find it. Xylem with his own attempt on the Octane, and now returning back. They're trying to look for passes. Xylem just abandons that one. He's going to try again. He's going to be the passing player now, back and forth as the boost. Oh, Cedric is way too fast. You need to raise much faster to beat Cedric to an aerial ball.
Big launch downfield from Stelios. Look at that G-Wood approaching, but keeps it close to the floor. That's when you need to put it top right bins. Cedric could keep us alive. Slowing it down in the corner isn't a bad idea. Stelios tried to get a block, but G-Wood is back in defense to hold this one.
Is it the top bins, as is trash bins, or top beans, as in legumes?
When do you call a goal a bean?
Hey.
You give the goal the beans, I guess, because you can put beans in the bin. I'm kind of confused. I'm not gonna lie, buddy.
It seems like I've learned something today, because I might have been saying
it's top bins. Yeah, it's not top beans. Wait, you've been commentating Rocket League for like near 7 years, dude, and you've been calling it top beans?
It's my personal touch. It's my personal signature saying. Bottom right. This does not go into the net. As we return to the gameplay to commit from Coast Guard. Between the two, it is Stelios winning the duel versus Light. Need to be coming higher. No boost. Stelios needs to retreat. Where is? There's definitely one more player on the field that is really deep. No boost. Goes past him. And the game has definitely
devolved. Because I think it's more Coast Guards there were allowing us to sort out this bean dilemma, you know, because they should have scored those 2 goals. Like, they had 2 cracking shots on net, but the post just denied both. Echo, kind of a weird situation to sit around, but it's fine. It's not going to hurt right now. Cedric, leaving the ball for Stelios, is thrown into the corner. Stelios with a pop-up, but that's not where he wanted it. You can see G-Wood weighing around the middle, having to adjust, and it's kind of becoming a very weird game. And that's the nature in this kind of mid-mark of a series where both teams are kind of looking for answers, but they're moving into playstyles which they're not entirely comfortable with.
Exactly. Light attempt, beautifully redirected to find a power while moving perpendicular to the ball is not an easy task. And yet on this win from Echo, he does exactly right. Could have been a bit too powerful, then it would have been too high. Chance for Royal Air Force to save it. Instead, it brings to a tie, 1:21 on the clock. And Royal Air Force have to look for yet another one. Very rarely in this tournament, 1 goal was enough. We had those games, 1-0s. Even the U.S. Air Force had the games in which they only won 1-0. Imagine that, a team with such a game output, but not necessarily always the goal output. In the end, it's the W that matters. Last minute, where's the next goal going to come from?
Let's find out. 50 seconds left to go. Anything can happen here. G-Wood does throw it under Lights. Oh, that's not great from Xylem. Echo's after the reach for it. Literally tips of the fingers. Cedric, though, scuffs the shot. That was meant to be off to the right. You could see the idea, the plan. Again, everyone is just stretching, trying to push themselves to the limit.
How about this? Lights has Echo right next to him. G-Wood already so early up to the wall. As he makes the save, looking for a pinch. actually outplays the opposition with that one. We're perhaps looking for something else. Nobody back, and Xylem is all too happy to pounce on the ball that Cedric has left.
Coast Guards finally get that go-ahead goal that they have been searching for so long. It was open, it was free, it was an easy finish for Xylem, but it had been an absolute gruel. A real slog to get to that point. That's because this team is pushing each other. These players are really having to do everything they can to get that reward.
Strong attempt from Xylem. For Echo, this actually can launch the ball even further. Cedric, Stelios, back to Cedric, on the corner, anybody can do it. Too strong for the upcoming player, and this could have been a tying opportunity. Instead, Coast Guard takes it. In the last minutes of the play, a bit slumped in their seats. Are we looking at the team that's currently winning? I do believe so. Coast Guard's 3 up in the series and on match point.
So I'm just really committing to the bit for this one. Like, it's kind of impressive, to be honest. Did also predict 4-1, so they just sticking to the script that they wrote for that. You can definitely see the RF lads. Normally, Stelios is all smiles, all cheers, all jokes, but that looks pretty locked in. That looks like serious business.
It's nothing but serious business. These folks are focused on their games, and right now talking strategies, trying to figure out again all of the players that we keep on mentioning. Lights, Echo, Vomic, and their coach, the 4th player, if there he is needed, is staying in the background. And of course, it cannot forget the Xylem, of course, who has been staring us down throughout this whole series. It seems to be working.
Well, we head on the water, home turf of the Coast Guards. You could argue, could this be the one they see it out on, or is there going to be another twist in the tail here?
Oh,
for the RF?
Hard shot for Stelios. The net was almost open. Player from the Coast Guard was coming up, and he is the one who made that save in the end. But a great opportunity, an opening opportunity as well, means that the chances are still there for Royal Air Force.
Gee would. I will go any further with that. Cedric does block the players here. It gives a little bit of time to Stelios, who takes this guy. Xylem is there along the wall, and well, so is Echo to block it in the air. This is a loose ball in front of net, but well cleared away.
Still keep on pressuring. Stelios collects the ball. Lights collects the boost of their opposition, and keep on pushing, looking for anything, even if it's just a keep the ball in the opposition half situation. Coast Guard will gonna be happy because it starves Storm Shadows out of the boost, forces them into rotations and jumps that perhaps they're not comfortable with. Keep it on the rotation so glows are hard. Cedric opts for a little bit more of a, not a first touch, but a second option. Doesn't immediately work out from a G-Wood. Cedric on the ground, too weak of a shot. They were looking for a little bit something more stronger. Now as 3 versus Lights, another player on the ground, Coast Guard. Could not find an opener in this one.
Loose ball up in the air, and Cedric will take to it, but that's a big overextension of the ball. You need to keep it close to keep the control. Loose in front of net, and Echo will punish.
It's too loose, and that might force them to lose the whole thing. A touch, just evades everybody. A slight attempt at it from Stelios, high up on the wall. But while the backward defense is important in high-level competitions like this, somebody also needs to be on the ground. G-Wood is going to have to try and find a tying goal. 2 up for the Storm Shadows, and they get punished for overcommit, at very least with a counterattack immediately materializing. Not a goal, so we counter Lucky Stars, they can return back to the board.
Echo with the pass back. Xylem kind of loses it in the midfield, but does get a demo to slow down near enough stop any chance for a counter-attack. Cedric can't get to the ball, and Lights is going to be able to find the second goal for Coast Guards.
Demo's not working out. Just one small touch, and G-Wood is immediately taken out of the play. Cedric, a reaction time, perhaps superhuman reaction times are needed to make an interception over that one. Gives him a little bit of a haircut, and still puts another number on the board against him. Unfortunately, 2-0 for the Coast Guard. A reminder, this is a match point for the U.S. roster, and as such, a win in this game moves them forward to the grand final, where U.S. Air Force have been awaiting have been watching these games, have been calculating, and have been trying to make it 32-0 in games. Air Force have not dropped a single game throughout the duration of this whole tournament.
Cedric past one, but Echo is up so early. Stelios with a powerful shot, but it's just wide of the mark. A whisper away. G-Wood having a chance, and it does connect. It brings the RAF back into contention.
Strong shot, then an even stronger shot against 2. G-Wood, 104 kilometers per hour. A little bit slower in miles per hour for our US team, but I'm pretty sure that has zipped past them without any chance of stopping. Within 1, and G-Wood wants to immediately go up. Xylem with his attempt of a strong redirect and the bounce of the backboard. He would place nobody to pass to, but he just hangs at Cedric. Can he find anything off of it? Just keeps the ball alive. G-Wood can play for it. Stelios calls him off. Now on the ground, nobody is there. G-Wood's strong attempt. Stelios, no, that's Cedric already coming in. A backpass from Lights, unintended. Stelios right there, another block. Anybody close up? G-Wood tries to play it slow. Cedric already rotates and cuts the rotation. They're going to be retreating all the way back to their own net. A couple of bumps on their own players. Need to be careful. Beautiful save across the net by G-Wood. Pass to G-Wood himself. Needs to be there faster. Xylem, though, is even quicker on that. Was on some sort of a rocket boat, perhaps, and off to the side it goes, a breather for both teams.
Storm Shadows have got to be careful. They're starting to double commit position-wise, but that's a beautiful pass out from Cedric. Stelios wasn't able to get there in time. No boost, so it was hanging back more defensively. The ball was up. Cedric not able to finish it off, and this is kind of getting to the scramble moment for the Storm Shadows. They've got to find a goal to stay in contention. They're fighting for their tournament lives here, as Lights and Co. will be looking to get another to try and seal the deal, bring them a little bit of security.
Oh, that is open, and Cedric was doing another one of these. Whoop, the goal goes past me. You were thinking I'm going to make a shot. You were preparing for that. No. G-Wood aims for the corner as he sees he doesn't have a clear shot, and tries to keep the ball away from his teammate. Cedric is already there, redirects it towards the net. Xylem, well, that's past his teammate as well. No immediate control. The 30 seconds, incredibly nervy for both teams. Cedric does not have the control, but released a chip towards everybody. Lights to the corner. Past Stelios goes Echo. Past the last defender, potentially goes him, but no, Cedric strong on the play. Now they need those 10 seconds, and in the nick of time, Storm Shadows need to be on the other side of the field. Echo is faster to the ball, tries to continue going on, and Xylem plays it high, just needs to keep on playing the ball and putting it away from the opposition. It is enough for the Coast Guard to take this series 4-1, but it feels to me like this series could have gone into many U-turns, not U-turns, taking many left and right turns away from where we actually ended up. So many turning points that this could have been in favor of RAF Storm Shadows. Magnificently played by them.
Jam, I think the terms are starboard and port as the turns it could have taken there for the Coast Guards. But RAF Storm Shadows, we said it earlier, most improved team coming into day 2. They gotta be proud of themselves, finishing in bronze position, but the US Coast Guards will be your champions to move on and contend against the US Air Force. The reigning champions sit atop of the mountain, and well, it's got to be the Coast Guards to knock them off of the mountain. They're out of their comfort zone, but nonetheless, they will soldier on.
We have a little bit of time to theorize what it takes to defeat US Air Force. Everybody needs to be cheering for Coast Guard right now? Are the US team like the US Space Force are going to be cheering? Like, who is everybody going to be cheering for? It's so hard to tell. Again, there's 3 US teams. 2 of them are in the finals. US Space Force, of course, is out. So who are they cheering for? Who are the 2 RAFs team cheering for? Who are the French side cheering for? Can everybody just pile on and everybody play versus the US Air Force? Or will they still go 36-0, even against unsurmountable odds, because he feels like this is the team that can go perfect to the 2 days. 2 days, not just one, 2 days. It's amazing.
Trying to do the maths in my head. I think they're already 28-0, and they're looking to go 32
in the grand finals. And then if everybody plays versus them, and they still win a best of 7.
Nonetheless, it's been great from both teams. Coast Guards should already be proud of themselves. But for me, with how they're playing that game, like I said, it was the weirdness that RAF were bringing, so I don't think they'll be so proud of that last performance, and they'll go into this last game, probably have a little bit of breather, talk about, and come up with a plan, because they would already been scheming away on how to take down that US Air Force.
I can imagine, if not cheering, at the very least, all the teams, with the exception of Air Force, are going to gather in a small circle and going to try to share the strategies. Like, okay, I think this has worked versus US Air Force. Then maybe you try that, and the Coast Guards are going to be writing it down. Yes, that's the plan, Because so far, as a reminder to everybody, we keep mentioning those numbers, 28-0, 32-0. It's the amount of games that US Air Force have won without dropping. That means every single series that they've played so far, and all of them have been best of sevens, they've won 4 games out of them and have not dropped a single one of them. They have been close, potentially. Again, they've been close games. Can Coast Guard do it? Jasmine is standing over there with the Coast Guard player to tell us how on earth this can happen.
Xylem, let's break this down real quick. The matchup that you just had against the Storm Shadows, closing thoughts, feelings, any words you want to give towards the boys?
Great matchup. We had a blast playing. We're just very, very thankful to be back in the finals, or playing AFG again in the finals. So it should be a really good matchup.
And speaking a little bit more about AFG, the boys have made very bold statements saying that they are not going to drop a single match. Do you think that's plausible for them?
I mean, it could go back and forth. We've taken games from them before, so I don't see why we can't. It's just about how we show up.
I see Tut shaking his head on the stage right now as well. And obviously there's a fantastic trophy on the line as well as bragging, right? So if you guys happen to win, who's going to be walking away with the trophy?
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
I like that. Not trying to tempt fate over here, but we'll be back very shortly with our grand finals of AFEI.
And we are finally up to the grand final of Allied Forces Esports Invitational. It has been a long, grueling 2 days, but we finally can figure out who's gonna be the champion of 2024 edition AFEI. Jam here with Relic and Digital Bacon. It's been a road towards here. We have been some heartbreak, some wonderful games, best of sevens, finally galore in a double elimination bracket. And it all comes to this one last series, US Air Force versus US Coast Guard. Relic, tell us how we got here.
Well, we started the day, of course, didn't we, with the RAF Storm Shadows going up against the French Air Force, US Space Force going up against the RAF Sentinels. And really, at the beginning of the day, we're like, oh my goodness, sweep Central, kind of. Sentinels picking up their first game of the tournament, of course, against the Space Force. But then we drop into the lower bracket and all hell breaks loose. The French Air Force, we bid adieu to them. Space Force too strong. But the Sentinels win 3 games against the Storm Shadows. Could have been 4. But it wasn't. And look, the Storm Shadows, they've had an incredible run, haven't they? Managed to go to Game 7 again against Space Force, but the Coast Guard were too strong. And so now they have to run it back for a second time across the weekend against the US Air Force. They've lost 4-0 both times, Jam. Third time's the charm?
It's a rule of threes. They are... The comedy sometimes is about the rules of threes as well, so we still are awaiting the return of Is It Me as a break joke coming from all the way earlier. But perhaps, Bacon, we can talk about the teams themselves. 2 have made it to the finals, U.S. Air Force and U.S. Coast Guard. Both of them have been tremendous throughout the tournament. Air Force returning as the reigning champions with 2 of their players. Chowder is replacing Ethan, who has been playing on the Space Force throughout, while the U.S. Coast Guard are newcomers, and yet they already are taking their spotlight and potentially even taking the whole thing by storm.
Yeah, as we quickly bring up, though, for me, it's been a whole sort of wild smattering across the day. I said yesterday, Lights for me was the lad who stepped up for the Coast Guards, but today, day 2, I don't think I'm wrong in saying Echo. You know, has absolutely been a belter on that dominance, especially in that last match, was the thing that kept the US Coast Guards afloat. But on the Air Force, I mean, I said it yesterday, Lotic was the one to talk about, and I think today has also been the one to keep this team just absolutely cruising ahead. Don't get me wrong, Chowder, Tut, incredible players, but Lotic is the one that is the difference maker to really be able to let those 2 shine, Jam.
I think on that side, yeah, Chowder, the great new pickup, Lotek, the absolute monster, and Tut, he brings the talk. He absolutely brings the talk. Let's hear it, though, from the players themselves on the stage for the final series. Jasmine, it's the grand finals.
Thanks for that, guys. As you can see in front of me here, we have the Allied Forces Esports Invitational Trophy on the line, as well as, of course, the incredible bragging rights that are on the line here for you and the boys, Lowtech. Talk to me. How are we feeling? You took them down last time 4-0. Can you do it again?
We will do it again. This is our chance for our interviews that we did to come to fruition and show them that they'll make it to the finals, but they won't win this tournament.
And where do you think their weaknesses lie when you guys go up against them? Give them a little bit of something. Maybe give them a chance to take a game off of you guys.
I don't see it happening. They can try their best, but we're feeling pretty good right now.
Okay. All right. Talk to me. How are you feeling about this matchup?
Oh, amazing. We're exactly where we want to be, the underdogs. They didn't give them a game or another, bracket reset, so clearly they love an underdog story too. We beat them twice in scrims, so we're going to beat them now.
How long ago were those scrims?
Say that again, sorry.
How long ago were those scrims?
One was here, and then the other one was when they first picked up Chowder, so I think he's probably going to get a little passive, and we're just going to demo him out. Sorry.
Are you feeling like maybe because you guys have just come off the back of a game win, maybe you're feeling a little bit more warmed up than they might be?
Oh, absolutely. They were all upstairs, just kicked back, relaxed, just watching, just laughing. So we got in the bag. We're good.
Kick back, relax. Is that actually what you guys were up to?
I don't know. It sounds like Echo remembers a lot of things, but I remember last series he didn't score a goal.
Oh, any comeback for that one?
We'll let the game show here. See how long you're alive for. We'll see.
Well, let's go ahead and see which of these two teams will be walking away with this fabulous trophy.
Oof. Let me just. Do you mind if I add on to that fact, Low-Tech? None of the Coast Guard scored a goal in the last series. So, I mean, if there has ever been a team that is going to win flawlessly in Rocket League, Bacon, the American Air Force is them. But while we're here at the beginning of the grand finals, there is still hope, although you can almost hear it leaving Echo's body as he got roasted there.
That is probably the sickest roast ever. We're like,
I'm God, call him out, bro. Leave him be.
Literal oof moments. Like, that deflated the Coast Guards, but they can pick themselves back up, have a little bit of a breather now as they all log in and get ready, because you know what? It's even Stevens once again. But this format is just a straight best of 7. There is no advantage for the Air Force. That means that the Coast Guards have got... Stop it, Xylem! No, you're creeping me out. It's scary.
My man has got the cameras on lock. Dude, you should consider a host role. Like, this is like a host's nightmare trying to figure out which camera to look into.
Yeah, how does he know? Like, is there a
know?
little light on them, or... I don't know. But one thing I do know, you can see just down by the screen, starting to get into the lobby here, James. Let's get underway. Grand finals time, baby.
There is no bracket reset. There is no game advantage. You earn this grand final win fair and square. And you start right now with solid defense, with strong passing plays, and hopefully with a little magical dust or two. Maybe a goal, maybe 2 goals. And AFG,
you asked too
much. I asked too much? No, I think I asked too little. I want a goal fest in this grand final, Mr. Bacon.
Well, only the players can deliver that. Remember again, we said it is truth. Coast Guards couldn't get a single goal in the winners finals. I want them to get the opening goal. That would really get the chip on the shoulder, monkey over the shoulder perhaps. It was beckoning for it, but Tut will beckon it away.
Honestly, surviving the first minute without conceding is pretty decent, but that first minute ain't out just yet. Loose ball, Echo over the top of Chowder. Here's Tut looking for Low-Tech. Great passing play, shot on target. Double commit, but the save is made. Tut back near target. Chowder going in for the near post shot and denied again.
There's a double commit, Echo. If they can just run this away, no. Great block by Low-Tech. Does run that off wide. Lights will be second to that, so Chowder's got an easy stop down with 0 boost though. Perfectly executed. Don't just dodge into the ball. Block it out. Force the 50-50 into your opponent's half. That is a good bump. As Lights tries to go, I guess, for a little bit of a wave dash. It was a weird one there.
Yeah, but what he did well was keep control of the ball close to him, and it gave him the best opportunity to get a shot on target. Just too many players in the way, really, and Low-Tech has been able to lift this one over Lights and continues his drive to the backboard. Xylem helps it on its way. Chowder going back towards the corner. Xylem tripping over Lights, kind of. Again, we've said this time and time again, Bacon, the key to the Coast Guard's success will be to deny the American Air Force what they do best, which is stealing those 100 boosts in their own territory.
Tut, not able to get that under the bar right there. There's a chance for the Coast Guards. They've got to run out towards mid, but Tut does get the save thrown into the corner, keeping it under control. Low-Tech with a clearance. They've got to follow up onto this. Lights takes it up high and throws it back towards his own corner perfectly to Xylem.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well to pass the ball and not give it away cheaply, Coast Guard, although double commit, Echo on it, Lights on it, falls fortuitously up in the air. Chowder almost felt like they were going for a pinch play, but it didn't quite pay off. Half time's come and gone, and now Low-Tech is going far post, but the Coast Guard remains stout in their defense, although Tut, the setup into the power shot How about that for an individual effort?
Again, though, this looked like the Coast Guard's kind of overcomplicated it. Xylem had the right-hand side. Echo was caught on the backboard, and Tut just... not on the backboard, sorry, on the back of his goal. But Tut just perfectly reading, just seeing where that damage point is. Coast Guard's looking a little, I won't say silly to it, but you can see, like, that was too simple for Tut. It looks simpler than what it is, sure, but Tut just perfectly seeing the weakness.
But there's also a bit of grace in the mind games. It's the little pop up. They're expecting a straight shot, the Coast Guard. It's why you see that, like, one player just sort of like almost go off the backboard and then not, but then the player in net is kind of jumping. That's a lovely pass, isn't it? Sadly, the connection for the shot itself not so great. It's an easy save for Chowder and Lights to rotate back.
Is eerily like the winners final, I've got to say here. And now you can see Coast Guards have got a good measure of the game again, but the boost is still their biggest issue.
It feels a little bit better than game one in that winners final. I agree. We're asking the question, where on earth does this Coast Guard goal come from? But it doesn't feel lethargic. It doesn't feel apathetic. It does feel like there's a little bit of pep in the steps of the Coast Guard. Although, again, we have to go back to that primary question. Where does the goal come from? They've only got 70 seconds left to score it.
They've got the setups in play, per se, with the pass into the center, the ball lingering in front net, but they just don't have the finisher. That is the issue right now for the Coast Guard. So they're halfway there, but the issue is to get that final step. It feels like it's still a long, long distance away.
It's not just about the quality shot. In order to break apart this incredible rotation,
that's it!
You've got to find the moment and take it when it arrives, whether that's a demo, whether that's a shot, and that was a mightily good shot opportunity. Lights driving towards the net, but runs out of boost.
Again, flashbacks to that game with 4 crossbars here, James, and it is a nightmare. Still half a minute left to go, however, they couldn't turn it around, but Low-Tick with the interception puts the Air Force 2-0 up.
They've got the glasses on, haven't they? There's been a bit of glasses controversy recently. Do you take them off? Do you put them on? Does it make a difference? Should you change your car? Well, Low-Tick has been in that Fennec all weekend long. And that's a second goal on the board for AFG. Breathing room.
You talk about glasses on, look at that towards Coast Guards. They are locked in, leaning forward. They still think themselves in this game, and I admire the spirit. Who knows, the Air Force could get a little bit too cocky in these final moments and just switch off a little bit too early. But with that 2 seconds left, Air Force have sealed the deal for game number 1. That perfect streak continues.
29-0. Count down or count up with us, I guess, folks. That really felt like a continuation of the winners final, because it was a close game. It's not like the Coast Guard were blown away into oblivion. Like, they only scored 2 goals, the American Air Force. They were made to work for it, but the Coast Guard is right now feeling like 80% of a team. Defense, pretty good, pretty solid, pretty strong. Transitioning into the midfield, pretty good, pretty strong. But they only had one clear-cut opportunity in 5 minutes of gameplay. And I'm sorry, if the games are this tight, in order to even just force the overtime, you can't miss those.
And again, don't want to be harsh, but that's now 5 games in a row without a goal. That hurts you on a spiritual level as a player. And like you said, if you do get those little glances at net, Echo going for the demo there was hoping that someone like Xylem was going to be able to follow up onto it, but nothing came of it.
Yeah, Xylem stayed central, and he's been able to wiggle the ball through basically back to where it was a couple of seconds ago, into this left-hand corner for the blue side. Bumps abound, Echo on the sidewall. Little bit of boost to work with. Gets it past one near post. Defended well by Low-Tech. His Lights now. Chowder to Xylem. Demo! And they've got breathe. Oh, well, they've got breathe. They've got breaths to take because the oxygen tank is back.
Breath in their lungs, I guess, and wind in their sails. Coast Guards are now in it. That demon that has been haunting them, haunting their dreams probably, has now just been banished away. We have a grand finals, James.
Can't speak for yesterday, my memory evades me, but certainly for today, the first time in 5 games they have scored against Air Force Gaming, the first time in 5 games they lead against Air Force Gaming. A little bit of a different scenario for Air Force Gaming to deal with, and that's a loose pass, but it's somehow still found Tut.
And Air Force are going to have to close this down. They cannot let that hope build up. Coast Guards, I hope you're ready for the storm that is coming your way. If you can find a second, that would be everything right now.
Tut. Past Echo. Falls kindly to low tech above 1. Lights chaperones this to the right-hand side. Is there at the near post again to defend with 0 boost. Make that 100. Fortuitous as Echo drives forward. And good bump out the way. Forces Tut into action. And action he does take. 1 challenge, rides a second. That's towards the net, but it will be handled.
Again, pressure. Once again, notice Coast Guards aren't struggling just as much for boost. Echo looking for a pass. It falls flat. But Lights is there. They are offering each other options.
Honestly, the ability to say, hey, I'm going to miss this is almost as important as correctly calling the pass. Ricochets off the crossbar. Chowder decides to go back into setup mode. Low-Tech lurking, waiting, but Chowder takes too much time. Low-Tech now on the ball. 23 boost. Sees Tut. Fails to get the touch. And Lights with the breakaway. Oh, it's an important interception from Chowder, isn't it? Xylem goes midfield. But there's Tut again with the interception. But there's Light. Oh, that's a great opportunity. But yet again, Woodwork denies the Coast Guard.
And now they need to get us back to the opposite side, Coast Guards. They cannot allow the Air Force to build into their half. They cannot build up an attack. That's perfectly out to Tut's. Shot put on there, but Xylem does get the save.
Lots of power. Xylem with another interception. Chowder to Low-Tech, who tries to take it short. Very cheeky. Lights with a throwaway. Don't blame him. Just over 2 minutes left. Still precarious, this lead.
They went for a pinch.
They were going for a pinch. It doesn't quite come off. It would have been extraordinary if the worst had come to pass. Oh, what an important lift from Lights. I know it falls to Low-Tech, but Low-Tech whips. And it's those mistakes that are starting to pile up for the Air Force. But somehow, Tut has still found a way.
I can't believe this is the goal we get.
Unreal.
It feels so... I don't want to say unwarranted, but just so peculiar for this game anyway. With the highest level, the smallest slip-up does show they can be punished.
Shout out to the golf club in the background as well. You know, they're zoned in where there's no cheering. That's a great demo, but no punishment. Lights is going to be given a bit of freedom as Low-Tech was bumped out the way. No steal from the 100 boost pad. And here is Lights who picked it up to Echo. That's a bit of a shack upwards, wasn't it? No real forward momentum, although it's loose now for Tut, who runs out of boost himself. Low-Tech low as well towards net. Lights, easy enough. And Echo was looking for something kind of crazy. Nothing crazy materialized. Lights back into the center. That's a lovely shot. Well saved.
That's it. The save was bigger than the shot there because the setup was so good. The steal with 100 away by Lights, pushing it back into the mid. They were so far aggressed, and it's because Coast Guards have realized they have got to risk it. They have to send all 3 men into this formation to get on these attacks and, of course, create the opportunities.
Going to the right-hand side, Echo. And it's called off, presumably by Lights. Good demo. Xylem. You can see Lights looking for Low-Tech, taking shelter in the goal mouth. Echo to the backboard. Tut returns to sender. Chowder. And here's Lights. Gets a little piece of it and stops it from escaping the blue final third. Echo using that caboose. Lovely readjustment. He's just 1v1 versus Tut. And Tut is too strong.
Tut was the only one with boost there, and unfortunately for the Coast Guard, the only one that mattered to have boost. The last man holds strong. Chowder sent towards net. Lights does pick it up and is trying to go on a run, but the fake was read so well by Tut. This is looking like OT. It lingers across the net, and I don't blame the Coast Guards for just letting it drop to ground.
You kind of get the impression Coast Guard have to win here.
Yeah.
They simply have to. You can't have your first game with a goal and not convert it into a win after not just, of course, the 4 games on the bounce previously today, the 9 games on the bounce, and you know what, Bacon? Make it 10!
The demons are back, and they're on the pitch. Low Tech with the fake, going to just the idea, everyone there hits it once again off the backboard to set up in the center, but no, Low Tech with the step away and the drop of the mic knows that Chowder can secure it.
That placement as well from Chowder, I mean, unsavable, truly unsavable. And you've got, of course, the coach now of CCG leaning in. Not that Xylem's listening, or maybe he can multitask, I don't know. But also, shout out to Air Force Gaming with the straight-up L posture. I mean, listen, they are super relaxed. Xylem, man, I don't know what was in that. I don't know whether you had some of Stelios' pizza. I don't know what was in it. But I pray for you, good sir. I pray for you.
Yeah, this has suddenly changed from like a stare down to established dominance to just, please. It's a cry for help, it feels more like, because they were so close. What more can they do, James? Because
not concede.
It's easier said than done, and it's not necessarily a tactic. They are the closest they've ever been to victory, and yet it is not enough.
I feel a little bit cheated out there. You asked me, what more could they do? They could have not conceded. They could also do more of this. Beauty.
This was a throw all care to the win kind of play. Let's stall on our opponents. This is the kind of play you would think they'd be throwing out against someone like the Sentinels or RF, and they're bringing it to the Air Force, and it works. Disrespect your opponents. Play your own game.
Pinpoint precision. An early goal. And as I've said many times before, in these very tight-knit series, you often don't really want to be the first goal scorer. Or if you are the first goal scorer, you'd rather it be in the final minute rather than, you know, the first 30 seconds. Still a long way to go.
I don't know. With Coast Guards, they need belief in themselves right now. They also apparently need to just pump people away from the ball. They are playing bodyguard right there.
Where did Echo come from? I swear the ball, bit of an optical illusion there. Masking his approach. No such mask there for Lights, and Echo misses. Xylem looks for the straight shot. Tough dispatches of this. Beautiful transition. Gonna take it the 100 boost for free. Chowder, going for the bump as well. Staring right down the headlights of the onrushing train. It's incredible to think that that defense didn't bend to the wills and the whims of AFG, but maybe Low Tech can put together something extraordinary. It's a shot on target, save from Light. Chowder back into the central area, miss from Xylem. Oh, and it's a costly miss.
The follow-up as well was there, but just could not get around the ball like they wanted. And that is an equalizer. That will be a little bit sour for the Coast Guards.
Maybe you should focus on staring at the ball. No, that's a joke. That is a joke. We've got to praise Chowder, actually, for remaining in the area. It is so commonplace to see, okay, my role here is done. I'm just going to rotate out, and especially with this AFG roster that enjoys stealing boost. But Chowder actually hangs around for the right moment. He knows that Xylem's in an awkward position, and boy, does he react well. And so back to even Steven between these two teams. Echo moving forward, Chowder going sideways, and then forward himself. Not going to get past Lights, though, who utilizes all of his boost to try and close the gap. A gap that is very quickly diminishing between these two teams. Coast Guard improving, but do AFG have more gears to find?
We'll have to find out as Chowder knocks that down to ground. No one is around middle. Echo is playing a shadow play there. It's up into the air, and Chowder clearing it into some great open space. But now Coast Guards have got such a good read of it that they're positioning there.
That was dangerous. Chowder saves, and he's there again at the near post. Echo decides to go for the backboard rather than directly to net. That's a little bit better from Xylem, but again, Chowder on hand to make the save. Definitely been a lot more defensive on this Championship Sunday rather than in the offensive end of things. Of course, the top scorer from Saturday overall. I'm pretty sure that he is top scorer still, with Fruit Loop, of course, out of reckoning, and another save. They are racking up for AFG. CGG at least making them work for it.
Loose ball. Chowder looking to over towards the left-hand side for AFG, and they don't mind that too much. The 100 hasn't been stolen, so Lowtech's able to easily pick that up and actually work with it to get a clearance. Is only good enough for the midfield line, as the Coast Guards have really pushed up their defensive line, but it's still not enough to find them a goal. They will keep hammering away for another minute 45.
Absolutely bizarre play from Xylem, and you know what? It almost works out. Free shot for Echo. Again, Tut on hand with the save. 90 seconds and change left as the ball hits that blue backboard yet again. Xylem maybe looking for the shot, basically scuffs it, and there's no follow-up either. Tut now on the chase. Xylem watching brief. Tut going around Xylem, bit too much mustard. Around the world it goes. Xylem looks to fall on it, doesn't. Low tech. Nobody challenging this, but Lice takes control of the situation. Tut muscles his way through to the orange backboard yet again. Looking towards 70 seconds. Crossbar. Echo, not a convincing clearance. Xylem's going to step in, completely misses, actually throws off Low Tech for a loop. Echo unable to pass it infield. Tut going to the midfield line. Lice ultimately loses out to Low Tech moving forward. Tut with a beautiful, cheeky round the corner pass. Ends up with Chowder. Frenetic. But AFG live for the frantic.
Lice did everything right there. Again, the block, but it is this inspirational, just otherworldly setup on the fly from AFG, which just shows you their strength in fullest. That was a wicked play.
Effectively, a back heel from Tut that sees the pathway open up. And that's a huge win. My goodness, Echo. Reaction hero. Is he action man? Or is he just displaying some Kenergy? Just a little bit of a smile, a little bit of a, a handsome wink as they try to brush off the pressure that they are under right now. AFG with a 1-goal lead. 30 seconds left to find equity once again.
Pass back to Low Tech. Echo trying to get the block. Slow down. It's a cheeky little pop, but they do have defenders in the way. Echo nudges it off to the side. Lights with the shot, but Low Tech once again holding down the fort.
It feels like they've got a cloning process out there, Bacon, because my goodness, it feels like everyone is everywhere. Definitely get the impression that there's like a fourth person, but it's just how good and how pacey their rotations are. That's loose though. Xylem going to the corner. Lights in field, but it's going to hit the floor. Match point, tournament point.
It's unfair. It truly is unfair. All these incredible teams and not a single one to be able to take a game off them. We are on the brink, the precipice, the edge of perfection here, James.
32-0. It's gotten to that point, Bacon, where as I love the underdog. I love the underdog. I never want to see a grand final that's a sweep. But you know what? There is an evil part of me stored away, which I'm tapping into now. I kind of want to see him do it. Yeah, basically.
Folks, if you want the Air Force to be taken down, or you are simply a fellow sailor, I don't know, someone in the Coast Guard, talking about Dragon Ball Z Goku Spirit Bomb levels the engine needs to be transferred right now. Put it in Twitch chat if you're up in the Coast Guard. Otherwise, Air Force might just do it, might just go for the perfect run, the perfect tournament, not dropping a single game. Ready 25 seconds into this one, and once again, there are trades back and forth.
Hippo shot. Thrown away. Low Tech wins a challenge. Doesn't win the second. But it's back to a teammate. Tut. Low Tech to Tut again. The setup. Where's Chowder? Here he is. Airdrop and saved.
Well, that would be fair for the Air Force having an airdrop, wouldn't it now? But it was denied right there. Someone's got a counter UAV inbound. Caught in the corner. Tut slowing it down. Cheeky little pop up into the air. But it's Xylem to take it away.
Comes out of juice. Goes central and Echo. That's not forward momentum. Doesn't look like good physics to me. Sets up for Tut. Backboard and leaves it for Low Tech, who really steers it low but finds himself running out of room, running out of angle. Xylem had him covered. Is Chowder, great block from Lights, I believe that was. Here's Echo stepping into the play now. Tut with a little piece of the cake himself. No. That's all the way down the other side of the field, covered by Echo.
Your heart skips a beat there. Didn't see Xylem until they just crept into view, into the camera's shot. We don't want to see just a freebie goal like that.
Good read is from CGG at the midfield. Xylem. Tut. Choosing to go against his own backboard to find that second touch to the far side. Really intelligent play in the air. Xylem, though, sees Echo. Oh, it's the layoff to Lights. Big save.
Great pass.
Demo. Xylem goes up now, heading towards the backboard, but I feel this one's broken down.
Yeah, he didn't have any options to pass it to. Echo's been bumped away, and now this is with Air Force Gaming to control. That's a nice little block, putting it up to the skies. And well, Tut here looking to buy time. You can see Chowder and Lowtech were on 100s in their tanks.
Perhaps a little bit overcomplicating things in the final third. CGG, I mean, goodness, they have scored twice in 2 consecutive games now. They still need to find that all-important go-ahead goal rather that stays go-ahead. 0-0 as we pass half-time.
I think you're actually right there with the term goals, the plural, because we've seen before that one is not enough for the Coast Guards. They do have to get 2.
Echo forced into the retreat. Fades low tech. Gets over Chowder. Towards net. Oh, that's a rare mistake, and it hits the not the crossbar, I mean, it kind of does. It hits the beans and the toast, I guess, to go for the analogy that you two were going on about earlier on.
Big clearance used in the corner as well down there. Big drive downfield by all 3 members, but it's been caught up in the corner. AFG are so good with slowing this game down.
Xylem. That's high. Who's going to take it? Echo. Non-threatening. Nonplussed the AFG defense. Less than 90 seconds. Low tech. And that's a lovely doink onwards. Light with 100. Awkward place to pick up the ball, and he doesn't. Echo. Xylem's continued his run. Actually pretty smart. Gets the demo too. This is still loose, but Chowder undoes all the good work.
For enough time, Tut is back into the fray. That's not the touch you wanted, but Lowtech can adjust for it. It's not too damaging the bump away, but Chowder is still a threat.
Echo just does what he can, trying to buy some time. They're looking for the 100 boosts CGG, and that's dangerous. That's very dangerous indeed. A loft away by Xylem. Lowtech to Tut. To Lowtech! Lights with another big save.
Tut. It's above net. This should be a clearance from Echo, but that plays straight into hands of Air Force Gaming. They don't mind a slow down right there. It allows them to get boosted. It allows them to reform into this attack. And you can see Coast Guards are not ready for a counter attack. Powerful shot, but it's wide. Follow up hit! And Chowder is able to find net.
He rises from the ocean like a swimming gazelle. Make that make sense. Like this goal doesn't make sense. It's a beautiful read. The new man might just have won AFG the tournament.
I would have gone something like a Kingfisher because the water is their domain as well. They control the sky, the land, and the sea. Everything under the sun is AFG's.
Just seconds remain, and AFG just have to keep ball. Echo, there's no boost for either of his teammates, really. Echo utilizes a bit. He's going to get in front of Chowder, does so, but Lowtech's there with 100. All he has to do is find a way to get this to the green stuff, and he does so! 32-0! Flawless A5 for AFG!
The US Air Force reigns supreme. They fly high. And no one is able to take them down. Commiserations to everyone else, but at the end of the day, not a single game was lost from them. 32-0, the perfect tournament.
I want to suggest, and again, please feel free to fact check me in the background if I am wrong. I want to say that they have conceded over the 2 days less than 25 goals, which, I mean, considering the amount of games that they have played, is extraordinary. An achievement this is. 2 times champions of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. Chowder a first time, of course, but Lowtech and Tut returning. Bacon, is there any need to change and fix what ain't broken for 2025?
I don't know, buddy, but they can't rest on their laurels. We saw improvements coming to this year. We saw new squads, Coast Guards and the Space Force. Moving on in next year, you know they're all going to go away, they're going to whittle away, and they're going to come back improved. The Air Force might be a mighty threat, but who knows what's on that horizon.
I guess really we should flip the question, shouldn't we? What do other teams need to do in order to find something on this incredible team?
Well, I think this is going to be a big question. How does it feel like to be the winners? Jasmine, take it away.
Our first ever 32-0 performance here at the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. Tut, I got to give it to you, man. You made a promise at the very start, and that was that you boys would go undefeated, and you absolutely did it. So tell me exactly how you managed to pull this off.
I mean, this is the strongest team that the Air Force has ever had. So we knew from last year we're even stronger from then, and just sheer dominance, we knew it was going to be a victory.
Well, you know, for next year's event, I'm sure there's going to be even more allies joining, guys. So any fighting words you want to give to anybody that fancies their chances taking you boys on?
I entertain the competition, but you're not taking this trophy away from us.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Right, Chowder, I'm going to move on down and have a quick chat with you. Obviously, yourself being the newest addition to the team as well. Talk to me about the experience that you've had with these two boys.
It's just been amazing. Being able to play with two guys who are more experienced than me just only has made me better. And this team has really been a big growth point for me. And, you know, taking home a trophy like this is just a huge achievement.
Does that mean you're going to be the one taking home the trophy?
I mean, if they let me, I'm down.
Right, I'm going to shuffle on down low tech. We had a brief chat at the very start of this series as well, and you also kept a very important promise of the fact that you boys wouldn't go undefeated. Is there any words you want to give to your opposition about the fight that they put up?
I want to keep it genuine. It's really nice to hang out with all of you at this tournament each year. My team from France and the Royal Air Force. It's always a great time. Y'all are such good sports. I love the competition. It's always so fun. But one thing's true is you will not beat me. It will not happen.
That's beautiful stuff, boys. Thank you so much. I'm going to let you continue your celebrations. Keep that round of applause going, please, for the boys. But also, we have a very special guest that is going to be joining us up here on the stage, and that is Tech Sergeant Justin Gouthier to give you a very important speech. So keep that applause going for him, please.
So I just want to say thank you to the 86th Force Support Squadron and Michael Bellato and his team. Without them, this event wouldn't be possible. We're really excited to host it here, and we're looking forward to future years here. And for all the countries that came out, we hope you guys had fun. Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, Royal Air Force, and French Air Force. We hope to see you guys in future years, and hopefully next year we can add a couple more countries onto that list. So thank you guys.
Justin, thank you so much. Oh my God, this crowd is unbelievable. I want to give the biggest shout out to all of the fantastic families that have been joining us here throughout the duration of the entire event. All of our lovely ambassadors, all of our production crew that have kept this show going. And I guess we will see everybody next year. 32-0. What a performance to kind of keep up with. We'll see you next time.